Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash!
Congratulations to you! You have made it to the playoffs. The teams have not yet, but welcome to our first day of our WKS Wildcard Spring Season 2025 playoffs time. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today, it's a moment. What do we think about our series today?
Today, we are going to have the best of best lined up. There are the top 6 seeds already here at the play-in stage. Of course, Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, they have finished as the top 2. So they will be waiting for the winners of the play-in stages today. Play-in stage will still be best of 3s. However, playoffs will be best of 5s.
Okay, so we have 6 teams. These are the top guns of their region. They've made it all the way here. And our first series of the day is already a very exciting one. If you think one is not enough, don't worry. We have a lot of things planned for you. We have 4 series for you to go through today.
Yeah, so for the first series, of course, we are going to have the Burmese boys, the Impunity roster going up against... It's gonna be See You Soon, the only Cambodian representative left over. From the 3 Cambodian representatives, they had a grueling regular season, and right now they made it. They finally made it to playoffs, but of course going up against one of the top 3, Impunity, the 3rd seed. And for the second series, another fellow Burmese team, we do have Ultra Rare Esports going up against the Seoul Laotian representatives, our brothers from Laos, Paradise Esports, who will be fighting for the chance to go up against Paws Gaming.
Okay, so after they have done these very difficult battles, that mountain is going to be even higher because whoever wins, they will be going up against Fearless Esports Hong Kong, waiting for them in the winners bracket on the top, along with Paws Gaming as well. So 2 giants waiting for the next better challenger.
Yeah, of course. And of course, with all these at hand, they are still fighting for the chance to go to KWC, where amongst these 4 regions, only one will be getting that ticket, that glory package to go to that final bracket in the internationals. And for this playoffs bracket here, you can see, right, with first match we'll see today, Impunity versus See You Soon, best of 3. Next up, Ultra Rare versus Paradise Esports, best of 3. Whoever wins goes against Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming.
Okay, so you know what? This is a very important day. Let's get right into business. Impunity against See You Soon. So Impunity, a big giant in their own rights, right? I mean, they have been consistently in the wildcard series, consistently at the top spots as well. See You Soon, this is their first appearance in Honor of Kings. And to go up against the consistent champions and top guns of the league, is this too much of a challenge for them?
It's going to be very hard. Definitely from the way that they've been executing, it seems that their understanding of the game is getting better. But the understanding is not enough, right? Experience-wise, Impunity, these guys, they have been tried and tested. They've been in many global circuits. They fought against many top-tier teams. So to them, See You Soon might just be another bump in the road. And the next challenge will be Fearless Esports that probably Impunity are already looking at.
Yes, you don't exactly read a book on how to be good at swimming and be great at swimming, right? You actually need to go and swim. So at this point, I think See You Soon, if they can put what they have planned into a clean execution, they could definitely give Impunity a run for their money. That's going to be our first series of the day. Now, the chances of them running over Impunity, let's be clear, I don't want to sugarcoat things, may not be the highest. But what do you think could be a winning formula for them?
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of drafts, I don't feel that they're lacking in any way, right? See You Soon, they do have pretty good stellar drafting as well, but this is what you guys think, right? Audience prediction, 60% of you feel that Impunity are going to take the series. Meanwhile, 40% of you guys feel that See You Soon are going to take the series. But for us, I mean, we're no strangers to this matchup once again. We've seen them at the regular season, and for Impunity, stats-wise, they're just all geared to win.
So based on all the metrics, all the statistics that we have seen, it should be a very straightforward win for the side of Impunity. But we have known teams time and time again who don't care too much about stats. They come in and they just blast you in the face and they take the series by surprise.
Yeah, and of course, this is that playoffs, right? The playoffs magic that always happens, right? Whatever you withhold in that regular season, when it comes to the playoffs, suddenly things are a bit different when there's elimination on the line, where you're not just fighting for points, you're fighting for tournament life here. And these 4 teams will be fighting for tournament life because in the play-in stage, there is no lower bracket.
That's right, and we will start off with Impunity. Let us introduce you to X-Hero, who's going to be in the Clash lane, Jimmy in the jungle, Xiaolin in the mid, up in the farm, and of course, Megumi, the one-man show in the roam as well. These 5 members have represented Impunity with valor, with grace as well, and I think today could very well be their day.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know what impunity means, right? It is to have immunity from certain circumstances. So these guys, they will be trying to get that immunity away, right? And immunity, it really goes together, right? They are trying to really cement this statement for the Burmese region, trying to be that sole representative going into KWC. So they have a lot to prove. They have not shown so much against Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming. They did get destroyed or dismantled. But meanwhile, see you soon. They have been taking the brunt of the beatings from the other regions. Peanut on the Clash lane, One Real Boy on the jungle, Takumi on that mid lane, Emu on the farm lane, and Ferlin on the support. Very strong team, but they still have a lot to learn.
See you soon. I think it could also be a threat to the side of Impunity, right? So they don't want to go. They want to go unpunished. But when someone tells you "see you soon," you know they're gonna try and catch your mistakes. So hopefully today, See You Soon is able to kind of expose the gaps in the defenses or even the offenses of Impunity and show them what's this region made out of.
Yeah, and something that we like to talk about is always like when you keep winning, right? There's a lot of stats on you guys. Impunity, there are many games online where See You Soon, they can study. And you always are scared when your strategies are shown to the world. And for Impunity, their playstyle, they have been shown time and time again. But looking at the head-to-head of the junglers in the current scene, well, it seems like One Real Boy, he has a head in GPM and also in terms a bit of KDA, but do note, Impunity, they've been playing shorter games.
Yes, so Impunity, I think one of the things that really represents the KDA is the fact that Jimmy comes in for the cleanup, right? One Real Boy is always part of that attacking force as a 5-man strong army on the side of See You Soon. So I think that also explains the death ratio for the KDA on the side of One Real Boy. Hopefully today they can play it a little bit cleaner because they need to catch Jimmy out if they want to win the series.
Yeah, definitely for both of these players. Well, you have to say Jimmy, he is a very decorated player, right? Coming in from Black True Esports. Well, now in Impunity, there is a lot of synergy that he has been lacking, but in the later seasons, later part of the regular season, he has been catching up, right? In terms of the tempo, in terms of matching his team's pace. While One Real Boy, he has been playing with See You Soon for the entire season. They've been playing for an entire long time. And the Burmese and this Cambodian region, well, they are very close regions, so they have been scrimming each other very often.
Yes, and I think scrims also give you an inkling of what's going to happen, but it doesn't really dictate the final result of games. So of course, you know what, the real interest we have now, it isn't really the match first, we're interested about the trash talking that both teams want to give us. So we'll wait for that for a little bit. I think we will have some very interesting responses from both of the selected players from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, the banter is something that we live for in that esports scene. It creates a bit of drama, but of course, they are still athletes. They are still competitors of that same title, right? We are all brothers of Honor of Kings here. And of course, in the end, it's all love, yes, but of course, there's going to be a bit of banter here and there.
And sisters. I mean, in the club, we all fam, you know. So in this case, you know, I'm just super curious what kind of strategies See You Soon is going to bring today, because I think they have found more success for One Real Boy, at least with tank junglers, right? If they are able to kind of consistently fight and have those 2 beefy tanks, one in the form of the roam, one in the form of the jungle, I think See You Soon does a little better than usual. If they maybe have fixed up their jungle assassin strat, maybe, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the playoffs magic, it can happen, right? We might see some very unorthodox strats from them. Of course, they are one of the ones who also likes to use the Lam and Liu Bang combo as well. So something that along the lines of the Cambodian meta where they pull out the Lam and the Liu Bang, well, that's something that we might see today. Impunity might get caught off guard by it. And it is still a best of 3, right? So best of 3, there's not a lot of leeway to actually try a lot of strats. If you do lose to Cheese, that's just one game of the series already down.
So I think it's pretty important that you need to blitz your opponent, right? Sucker punch them, something like that. Because like you said, 2 games, 2 wins, it's going to be really quick in a best of 3. In fact, the hero pool is so open in that sense that I think it makes sense for the teams to really just pull out whatever surprises they can at this stage. You don't reveal too much.
Yeah, definitely for all these teams. Well, now's the time where it's pulling stuff out of the playbook already. You can't hide your strats anymore. We're going to start seeing teams pull out their A games. And of course, speaking of pulling out their A games, we are pulling up that screen for the ban and pick. We're already seeing the boys of Impunity in that comfortable setting. We've been seeing them here all week, and it seems like they've grown acclimatized and to compete on this level.
Okay, so business as usual for both teams. Interestingly, they start off with the Long Ban and followed by the Zhang Fei. So there's an opportunity for those assassin junglers to come out. Pei is open. Dharma going to be banned out by Impunity.
I mean, these are all very strong picks. I mean, that could go to the other team. So that's something that they're looking to take out. And surprising substitution, right? Takumi is in, but King is now playing. So King is now playing, actually replacing, I think, Peanut, right? Peanut is gone. So yeah, Peanut will not be in that clash lane.
Okay, so see you soon. They allow the early pick. They take out the Zhang Fei. They don't want to deal with that. But the idea is still open. And Impunity completely ignore it. Goes for the Charlotte and Dune. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting combos coming out from the side of See You Soon, going for that Mai Shiranui with the Mayin. Very strong in terms of jump in, setting up, mobilities there, getting the Liam Po to have a bit of the disrupt, have a bit of the front line, Tremor Smash available. But yeah, this might not be the primary frontliner they're looking for because Liam Po is really much more of a counter engager.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be the disruption against the lineup of Impunity. At the same time, see you soon. They kind of ban out the Dolia as well. I think that's a good ban, right? You don't want to allow those unruly blades off cooldown on this Dune. It's going to be quite a problem, especially when Jimmy's piloting this hero. They're going to finish up with the Diadea ban. I think it's very important because Diadea paired with an Arlie is an extremely difficult composition to deal with in the farm lane.
Yeah, you don't want to give it to them for free. The idea early, of course, will destroy you, will poke you down. And for the side of See You Soon, they've yet to pick up that farm laner, right? So what is their farm laner going to be? Their jungler of choice going to be that Agudo as well. For Impunity, they have already shown their cards. They are not allowed to pick that Lam anymore unless they want to put Dune somewhere else, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So for Impunity, meanwhile, their mid role has not been fulfilled. So something of a combo that they can look towards doing is picking up that Lady Zhen to stop that Liam Po in the tracks, maybe with the Tremor Smashes, deal the damage, try and bring him out. But they go for the other route, the Heino.
Okay, so they just say we're gonna eat the shots in our face, right? They will take the hits, they will out sustain you, and then look, they have plenty of control. They have the Dune Wind Slash, they have the Unruly Blade, they have the power gradation from the Charlotte as well, and also with the Mournful Tempo and Tragic Beauty from this Yuhuan Rome. There's a lot of control available, and see you soon. They do wrap it up with the Channel. Channel is one of the best farm laners to go up against early in the lane. I'm just curious about whether they will make this transition for the mid lane, because Impunity, they have the option to kind of allow Arlie to eat that first wave in the mid, you know, go down to the first wave of the farm lane as well, and suddenly you're having an advantage against Immune in the farm lane.
Yeah, the thing with See You Soon is that they do have a lot of capabilities to weave in and out of these fights. They're not very heavy committal, so they can poke and prod. But speaking of poke and prod, they got the masters of poke and prod at Impunity, where it's Heino and Arlie together, right? These two, they are going to be unpunished in that back line, and I don't see any way for See You Soon to really jump the back lines.
even Megumi might not get punished. They have absolute monster of a poke on the side of Impunity. But of course, for those of you that are new to HOK, Impunity is one of the top teams in Myanmar, and they have consistently held the champion title in the various wildcard tournaments. So today, let's see if they can keep up that consistency.
Yeah, they are our defending champions after all, returning into this Wildcard King series here. And finally, we are here at the playoffs. So guys, look forward to this.
And there we go. First aggression coming in, but King isn't getting that value so far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely at the start of the game, there's a lot of lane clear poke damage coming out. See you soon, of course, very well regarded as well as one of the premier organizations coming out from Cambodia. And they have competed in multiple Honor King tournaments, but debut here at Wildcard King Series.
Yes, and I hope the pressure doesn't break them, because at this point, they do have a decent draft, right? But in terms of engaging, it's going to be a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, we do have a bit of poke damage coming out to Megumi. Up is up and in front, but he does have the parasol to actually just kite away here. And this is why immune on this channel is so good, right? In terms of poke damage, you actually match that early very well in that farm lane. So definitely is going to be an even kind of skill ceiling here. But something I'm worried about is going later on to the stages of the game. Now, this is the gift code for you guys.
Yes, please key it in and get the winning formula in your chest as well. Maybe get some skins. But Jimmy, for now, I think he's doing a good job, right? He's making sure he's eating the waves as well. Xiaolin is just providing him the room. And right now, I don't see much trading going on in camps. Both teams have been able to secure their relevant camps for now.
Yeah, both teams neck and neck, right?
Okay,
6,000,
maybe not.
6,000. Jimmy already inside that Crimson Golem buff area. Windslash finds its mark onto 2, but it's one real boy and Takumi. There's going to be a lot of damage. He needs to watch out for that power degradation go in, but does find that first blood onto one real boy, and that's the jungler gone. Furlan needs to scram, needs to run away with the life that he has gained.
And that's a very scary combination, right? Because now you start to see what they're trying to go for on the side of Impunity. They're going to take long, extended fights. And for every hit that they get, Xiaolin is going to matter much more.
Yeah, Megumi might be the target here, but Furball does not connect. Now let's have that unending sorrow now. Finally hitting that level 4. We'll have the iframes to go away. Teleportation circle already used in that bottom lane to alleviate pressure onto up. And this is something that usually you'll see the Hano do, right? Just go into all lanes, try and poke out, try and feel out. But King actually very good at taking away the resources of Jimmy right now.
I think it's absolutely necessary at this point, because look, Impunity, they got the first blood on the hands of X-Hero. Jimmy is at level 6 as well. Tanky, very much, right? Beefy boy. So there's only one potential lane they can win at this point, which is for See You Soon. It has to be the farm lane, or maybe they can try to even out things on the clash lane. But either way, they need to find an advantage to balance things out for See You Soon.
Yeah, we saw a very aggressive movement coming in from Xiaolin as he went for the Fate Rewind. Now, X-Hero, he is alone, does have the mobility, gets pushed back though, and is now gone. That is a great response coming in from See You Soon, knowing that the Fate Rewind was not available.
Slightly better value in that case. They managed to get a couple of licks into the T1, but Megumi out of position.
Yeah, I mean, definitely at this point, he does have that unending sorrow, right? And we see that X-Hero at this point getting chased down. There were flashes used, and that is to try and get as much advantage as possible. I mean, X-Hero or up has to be the main target for See You Soon, because that's going to be the double squishies for See You Soon to actually capitalize off of.
They might want to fight here.
Yeah, Furball goes in here, power gradation, not able to finish up. King there does provide the iframes though, but we do have the Lianpo going in, finds the smash onto 2, but there is no follow-up. Furlan, he is extremely low, and that will be a handshake favoring the side of Impunity as they keep their HP bars, and they continue to push the objectives.
And so it's not the biggest of leads, but just based on the draft itself, they're such a tanky composition. They're able to soak so much. They have a little bit more map prio on the side of Impunity now, and they might have given his life on the side of Furlan, but the backup does come.
Yeah, I mean, that Furball still is available. One real boy, he is already at half HP. Megumi with the mournful tempo finds a stun onto Furlan, but Furball finally thrown in. One real boy, he is exposed at this point, but they are really just prioritizing this Azure Golem here. Pick it up for themselves, and Impunity, that's already a win because they take away enemy resources and get the turret on that bottom lane as well.
Yeah, this is a very important buff, right? So Azure buffs on the hands of Jimmy helps him with the CDR as well, cooldown reduction, and at the same time, you're kind of stifling the growth of one real boy. And you can be sure, Impunity, they have a very strong lead now.
Yeah, Trevor Smash is not able to actually find anything. They're all very low here. They might not want to take this team fight. And already jumping in will be Jimmy trying to locate them away and gets a double between that tier 1 and tier 2 with the help of Xiaolin. And this would mean that tier 1 turret will be gone. That control is lost on that middle lane. See you soon. They might be overextending.
Not only have they lost the T1, with the current situation right now, it may be a 3,000 gold lead, but it's much more than that because Impunity, they are able to step into the jungle on the side of See You Soon, and now the T1 in the mid gone. Essentially, both jungle camps are pretty much open for checking on the side of IMP.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of IMP, well, things are looking their way. 5,000 gold advantage. I mean, itemizations across the board. You already had the Doomsday and the Shadow Ripper already picked up from the likes of Up, right? This is gonna lean into the poke damage. 1.2k, very heavily favored. Now, we do have the leader stance being popped on the top lane. Immune wants to go in, but he's jumping into trouble here. 3 members of Impunity are here. Winslash connecting on one real boy. Furlan, extremely low. Jimmy low as well, but he is one tanky boy, and King will not be able to take him down. X-Hero fighting that segmented team fight, takes the turret, takes out King, and takes out Immune as well. While all this is happening, Arlie Up, he's on the bottom lane, applying so much pressure that tier 3 is under threat.
And this is the difficulty, right? Because Impunity now is close to a 7,000 gold lead. The way they took the fight, take a look at what Jimmy is doing. He's actually soaking in so much damage, and because he is so unkillable, the rest of the team have the freedom of choice to go for their respective targets. And the moment Xiaolin comes into the fight, it's game over. There's no way you sustain against the Scepters of Fate time and time again. And once again, they take another for Takumi out of the game for 20.
Yeah, and this turret is falling lower and lower, and they don't have the capability to defend it, right? With every creep wave crash that comes, the poke damage seems to be a bit too much coming in from the side of Impunity.
They don't have much resources to play around, right? King, he needs that burst damage, but against Jimmy on this stun, you can't offer that burst. At the same time, where is that anti-regen? Who does it come from, right? You want to be in close range, you have to contest with Jimmy, and that's not what you want to do on the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, the plans to open out the X-Hero, well, it has been foiled because now Jimmy is playing very close together with X-Hero. Megumi is here on the case as well. He does have the Mournful Tempo for that disrupt. And Xiaolin, he's gonna be a very hard boy to catch because that the Scepters of Fate is gonna deal consistent poke damage instantly throughout these team fights, and you aren't able to stand up against that level of poke.
Yeah, the door may open for the side of Impunity if they choose. Right now, just placing a little bit of turret pressure in that mid.
Yeah, ready. Both teams posturing for position, but they do need to get the lane priority in order. We see Up already on the case on that bottom side of the lane. X-Hero proxying that top side. They will get a tri-lane side pushing, and of course, one of the tier 3s are going to be heavily disadvantaged. Megumi, still extremely low, but he knows that he can play that safety of the position. Now, this tier 3 going down. This might be the engage as Jimmy is up in front, forces them away, and Liam Po finally goes down. Furlan out of the team fight as Fate Rewind has been used as well just to keep his HP topped up. Now already King trying to take away the creeps, but there is not enough damage. Mid lane turret already going down as they will set their sights on the top lane as King will go down to the Unruly Blade. Very nice catch coming out from Jimmy.
It's an 11k goal lead, right? It's so hard to fight as See You Soon. And right now, they can't deal enough damage to be able to lower anyone's health down to a range where they can actually get a kill. And it's not a good trade. See You Soon. This might be the end of the game.
Wind/, Unruly Blade combo gets the finish on X-Hero with the power gradation, getting a double, and now Up's damage is up and through as they get a double kill and they get the base. The first game of the series will be going to the side of Impunity.
Big win for the side of Impunity, a great start. I mean, still business as usual as you take a look at the players. This is no small feat, but this is standard performance on the side of Impunity. And I have to say, this draft is very representative of Impunity because they cannot get punished.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity really at this state, well, they look like they are in that perfect flow state where they came to the playoffs and they've been here before, right? They've been doing this multiple times. You see them have that level micro decision making. And all these decision makings, they are all made in a span of a millisecond. Going for the bottom lane turret, into the mid lane turret, into the top lane turret, knowing their power spike timings. And Jimmy, he was just playing with his own life right there, but he didn't die once.
Yes, there's no way, right? Because on See You Soon, there is not a single shred of anti-heal. Look, Furlan, he did try to go for that Blazing Cape, but the gold difference is just too big. He's at 3.6 thousand. There's no way. At the same time, there is a lot of sustained damage. Main thing here I would like to see is Xiaolin, because he is actually one of the most important members. As long as he stays safe, throws the Scepters of Fate for every member he lands it on, it's just an increase in lose chance on the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with Jimmy soaking up so much damage, Xiaolin up, they were able to do anything they wish throughout the rest of the map. You can see that up, he was just living on that bottom lane. He was seen nowhere else in the rest of the map, and they knew he was there, but See You Soon couldn't do anything about it because of the pressure that Jimmy and Megumi were constantly outputting, right? If you take a look at the damage charts right here, Xiaolin, yeah, he has a lot of the damage, but look at the damage taken as well. Jimmy, 71.8k damage taken.
I mean, that's why you pick a Toon, right? End of the day, he's supposed to be the sponge. He's supposed to soak up all of the damage that See You Soon is going to be able to throw at you. And I think it's a very smart draft. The fact that they allowed the My pick simply because they understood, hey, we're going to play the sustenance composition. We're going to be able to take in all your shots. And we're going to return the favor twice.
Yeah, and there's something that they couldn't do against the iframes coming out from Impunity. If you take a look at the gold graph right here, it's very linear going towards the side of Impunity. There was no signs of life from See You Soon at all. And this is very inherent problem inside of draft, where they were trying to take these honest team fights, right? 5-on-5, yeah, go top to bottom. But there was no way to jump their backlines. And the backlines is where the damage was at. It's where Xiaolin was at. It was where X-Hero was at. And they couldn't find him all. And this is without Up even joining these team fights.
Yes, and I think Impunity have really showcased why Charlotte is such a scary hero to play against, because it takes quite a bit of time. They did get the kill once, but how long does it take? And at the same time, our MVP here, Jimmy, 3-0-7, he's on the backlines creating pressure. He's soaking up all of the shots that everyone is throwing at him, especially King, who is meant to be that big burst damage. So taking 38% of the team's hero damage offered by the side of See You Soon, he was definitely one of the key markers as to why Impunity won this game so hard.
I mean, definitely for the side of Jimmy, he is known for his jungling capabilities. He is extremely versatile, right? You put him on that tank jungle, he will fulfill that role to a T. And if, let's say, you give him assassin jungle, he will be invading your jungle as well. And this versatility has been made very well use of by Impunity. And I really like this evolution coming so far from the side of Impunity. I think that he's really fitting into the lineup extremely well. And with him playing, he might have a better chance maybe at going up against Fearless Esports, but now it's going to be that second game that they're going to be looking towards.
Yeah, and Jimmy was very, very critical in the way that they swung the game in their favor, right? It came from that first invasion that they made into the Crimson buff, right, in the early starts of the game. And not only did he take that buff away, they got X-Hero to get the first blood as well. And I think that swing in EXP and gold was really what changed the game for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, and they got that pick onto One Real Boy, if I'm not wrong, the power gradation, well, really going through. And now with X-Hero actually picking that up, that just led to a very big snowball effect where X-Hero, yeah, he did go down, but he already had that farm advantage. And with this farm advantage, with the rest of the team members consistently applying the pressure, this gives Up the space. Jimmy, yeah, he's doing it all alone with the help of Xiaolin, but look at Up's positioning. He's just threatening that bottom lane at all times.
Yes, and you're committing 5 heroes to defend against 3 different members. And when you can't do that, the backup comes, Xiaoling comes ahead. It's a free kill for the side of Impunity. And all of a sudden, your map advantage is gone because you committed 5. You can't even get a kill. Up is doing his work on the bottom side of the map as well. And suddenly, you have a Baron base.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely scary for See You Soon to deal with. Well, they are known for this kind of individual / macro style gameplay where they will be trying to pull you throughout the map. And Impunity, well, staying true to their form and really dismantling See You Soon because they identified the team fights that they were going for. They can see that, yeah, there's only one way that you can potentially engage, right? Which is the lane pool going in with the Tremor Smashes. And once they see that, well, it is your time to defend.
I mean, if your Lianpo can't tank, then what's gonna happen, right? Essentially, you just get team wiped because they don't actually have natural tanks left on the board. You have Agudo, you have the Chano. I mean, these are people that you want to be able to deal damage, but they need space, they need control. And if the Lianpo is not there, then it's really hard to do so. So that is the draft for the first round here. Victory, of course, going to the side of Impunity. Now, this means Impunity now is at the cusp of a win of the series if they win this second game.
Yeah, definitely. Already at match point will be Impunity. See You Soon under threat of elimination. But of course, I gotta say, right, See You Soon, well, they did not really draft too well for that game 1. I feel that at the same time, while they were trying to react to what Impunity were doing, they did not have a clear game plan. While my Shiranui, Mayin is a good combo, it does not really make up for the fact that, yeah, you are able to burst that turn down because there was no response to Jimmy whatsoever. And yeah, for Agudo to be picked in, well, it just felt like an extreme panic on the side of See You Soon.
I think they were taking a risk, right? You wanted to have that early lead because if you take a look at the draft on the side of See You Soon, if they got that early lead, I think it would have been actually quite difficult for Impunity to be the ones to turn it around. Up would have been instantly bursted down. And when the Mai has a level and EXP advantage, gold advantage against people like the Yihuan being played by Megumi, essentially you can force out those unending sorrows really early, even before the fights actually start. So that's what they were going for, right? But unfortunately, losing just the Crimson buff was already painful enough, but they gave the life of one real boy, the jungler, who was supposed to benefit off of that EXP funneling that See You Soon was trying to do.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, that's game 1. Well, you lost your shot. See You Soon. Well, you do have game 2 to go for. Now, all hope is not lost yet. Impunity, well, they did get a 1-0 lead. They're at match point. See You Soon. They are still as much in it as anyone else. The game is not over till the Fat Lady sings. And when the Fat Lady sings, it means you are at 2-0 or potential 2-1.
Yeah, regardless of what the result is going to be, right? I think See You Soon, this is also a great lesson for them. Kind of sit down, swallow that loss. It's fine. Game is over. It's time to take a look at what do we want to do for the second game of the series, right? What kind of strategy do we want to go for? Can we play more aggressive, right? Instead of allowing that aggression, why not we be the ones to kind of invade their jungle? We'll see what the game plan is for See You Soon.
Yeah, they were using similar strategies to how Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming dealt with Impunity, where they would really try and get the 1v1s onto Up, where they drafted that Chano. Yes, I can see the idea there. And Chano versus Arlie, yes, you're potentially setting him up for a win. And of course, it just fell behind a bit in terms of execution, where it just wasn't enough, where Jimmy became that powerhouse and it really threatened the rest of the team members consistently. Now, that second problem has arisen. How do you deal with X-Hero? How do you deal with Jimmy, who's going to be consistently playing as a unit?
Yeah, because if you take a look at the lane prio, right, it's a 50-50, a clean 50-50 between an Arlie and a Chano. So it really depends on what the rotations will be. And I think both teams kind of left that at the side. They said, it's fine, we will let them play their 1v1s, who is the better farm laner. But they went ahead to try and get the advantage through the jungle camp. And unfortunately for See You Soon, that advantage trickled down into the Clash lane, into the mid lane, and all of a sudden, that 50-50 is no longer available in the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of map pressure coming out from the side of Impunity there. And what's going to be that lacking factor that See You Soon has, right? It's really up that early game presence into their own jungle. Can they defend their own jungle in time? I'm not saying the drafts might be a total wash, but I'm just saying that you do have to watch out for this aggressive playstyle coming out from Impunity because they're going to be looking towards your buffs, especially in that 1 to 3 minute mark where your buffs are the most vulnerable. And before the objectives come up, if you do lose your buffs, well, you're going to lose your objectives one at a time. And that's going to be a plain domino effect, right? Because you lose your buffs, you don't have the buffs to fight for the tyrant. And then the tyrant gives you another buff. And suddenly the enemy team is all buffed up.
So what's really scary here to me is the fact that Impunity, they haven't exactly used super big picks. In fact, this game, they can actually go for like the Pei, Byron, Princess Frost, Liang, along with the maybe even Chano, right? This 5 strong combination, and you can't really ban this out. There's other substitutions they can make. So there is a very high chance Impunity might rush this game number 2.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, with that first draft as well, they did pick up Heino. I mean, that's going to be something not really tier S in terms of that mid lane. But here we do have the players of See You Soon. Well, they are on the ropes. You can see there that there's a little bit of pressure there. But of course, they're representing the hopes and dreams of the entire Cambodian region. And this is very tough to pin on a pro player, right? And you can tell that they're definitely feeling it right now.
Yeah, I mean, One Real Boy, he's kind of gasping as well. He needs to make sure that he keeps composed. This is still a winnable series, right? They just need to play their cards right. So you're gonna start off with the My Ban. I like this. Arlie is no longer available for the side of Impunity. So let's see what kind of farm laner do they want to go with.
Yeah, for the side of Impunity, well, do they want to ban the Byron here? Do they want to ban the Dolly here? Something that See You Soon can potentially open up with. They take out the Arlie instead. They don't want it going in the hands of Immune. And we know that Immune on that Arlie, well, he is kind of a monster. He did play it very well against the other Cambodian regions. And See You Soon, they don't want Impunity to have that Pei Byron combo. So taking out that Pei instead.
Dharma, maybe? I think that would be a great first pick. And no, they were actually prior to Lung. I think that's fine as well. Lung very great at getting that burst, but he needs a bit of time to get online. So Impunity, they make the trade, right? They give the Lung, but they take Dharma instead.
Yeah, they do pick up the Dharma and they go for the Menki pick, right? Menki in terms of that roam, in terms of that dream roam, right? Having that mobility in that jungle, he is a bit more advanced in terms of the Dun. He does provide that similar level of sustainability. See You Soon, they respond with a very good combo, having the Zhang Fei and the Yi Xing as well, Unbridled Outburst, together with the World Is My Board. And Impunity going for more of a flex pick on that farm lane, filling up that Lady Soon.
They need more damage, right? See You Soon, I think they definitely need more damage. I like that ban here. The Elaine, not necessarily they need that Dolia-Elaine combination, but Lady Soon does suffer quite a bit against that Death at Sunset, especially when it's doubled. So I think that's a great ban. Now, Impunity, what else do they want on their plate as the final ban? Ming going to be taken out. We do not want that Ming-Lady Soon combination coming out from Impunity.
Yeah, for Impunity, well, they can go for that tier 2 combination where that Lady Sun, right? You can actually pair it with something like a Diadea as well. And for See You Soon, they see that option available that instantly ban it out. So for Impunity, they're lacking in terms of that roam department. Something that they can go for is the Mozi as well to have that ability, maybe have that pseudo burst ability, right? Have that pseudo setup. And with that Cannon Blast, you can actually set up very well for the Truth Monsters, the Dream Roam, and also the Rolling Raid coming out from the Lady Sun.
I think one of the other options they can explore is the Secure as well. I think a healing composition will do well for the side of Impunity because there is a very high chance they will get caught out by See You Soon. Look, it's not that difficult to get caught by the board, right? So I think King will be able to land some really nice boards, but Impunity say, never mind, we will be aggressive. We will set the pace. The Mozi, very good at setting up, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, Mozi, well, I would just assume, right? They do need that setup because that Dream Roam is not enough. They do need that secondary insurance, as I would say, because Impunity, well, they don't like setting up alone. They are really playing as a team. See you soon. They respond with the Sunta. Yeah, Sunta very good at dealing with off-lane pressure, with dealing with that macro lane push as well. You do have to set sail as the get out of jail free card. But now they are left with the jungle pick. Do they go for the assassin jungle here? Ogren still available, but they go for the Dian Wei. This is the first time that I'm seeing See You Soon pick up that Dian Wei.
They have to, right? I think end of the day, it is going to be quite a problem dealing with the Mankey. Mankey is unexpectedly tanky, especially when he has the lead. And I think it's a good answer because he's able to deal true damage with the usage of the DNO as well. And that's why Impunity pick up that Lady Chen. He's able to kind of wash off CC control, but against the ultimates of Lady Chen, he will not be able to do so. He will get frozen.
Yeah, there's just a very good draft coming in from the side of Impunity. They have all their bases covered. See you soon. Well, they do have certain combos that they need to fulfill. And I feel that for See You Soon's draft, it's not the end of the line, but it's a very hard execution, right? Compared to Impunity, they need to land their boards. They need to land their outbursts. They need to land the set sails. And meanwhile, at the same time, they need to avoid the disruptive deluge coming out from Impunity. Meanwhile, Impunity, they can take their time with the cannon blast and also take their time to set up these team fights. They don't need to use Dream Roam until they get a very good opening.
Okay, let's put ourselves in the shoes of See You Soon at this point, right? If you can pick a lane that you want to crush, which lane would you put pressure on?
Definitely it's going to be on the Dharma, I would feel, because if you do get that Dharma advantage, he is going to be kind of squishy, not able to join in the team fights later. And if Sun Tzu, well, you can get that 1v1 versus the Dharma to your advantage, well, your set sail is going to be even more disastrous.
Yeah, I like that idea too. I definitely would agree. I would go in to put pressure on the clash lane as well. I think it matters more that we get that early rotation coming in from the set sail on the side of Takumi, right? That will put yourself in a better position and also relieve the pressure. Allow King some time to think about his board. Oh no!
The poke damage coming through on the bottom side, right? The wind being used from Immune just to play keep away. Megumi consistently applying the pressure with the cannon blast, and you can already see, right? That setup capability is going to be so scary. They do have to consistently answer that pressure. Despite Immune being that sustainable, that get out of jail free card, you need level 4, but Frozen is one real boy in that middle lane. He's in a lot of danger. We'll be giving up that first blood on that Dian Wei. Not something that you want to see from the side of See You Soon.
He got greedy. That was pure greed, right? He knew he would be able to take a fight if the setup was there, but he kind of failed to account that Xiaolin's flowing sign was going to do so much damage with the frozen state as well.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of damage, Lady Dun. Well, now Furlan, he is in a bit of danger. 3 members of Impunity is here, and they are consistently applying the pressure while freezing the lane at that middle state. And now, with that, they do get a semblance of farm advantage onto up, and there is a solo kill on the top side. X-Hero takes out Takumi. This is slowly turning into disastrous straits for See You Soon.
Yes, it's definitely not ideal for the side of See You Soon. The way that they're playing on the side of Impunity is so clean. They've put 3 members here to just put pressure on the 2 members. Just sheer manpower advantage, right? At the same time, they're kind of providing room for Jimmy to start eating those mid waves as well. So he's going to have a sizable advantage in terms of EXP and gold.
Yeah, King, at this point, his rotations are being read like a book. Megumi still yet to be answered for. And for the side of See You Soon, the only thing that they're hoping for is that set sail to get out of their clutches. But that timing is not going to be found because you lost the 1v1 versus X-Hero, right? Truth Mantra is going to be scary, but set sail on to the Lady Zun. Xiaolin will be going down, and that might be a potential answer. They need to keep finding value with the set sail.
Yep, finally some life. That's exactly what we need from the side of See You Soon. This 4-minute Tyrant is actually going to be a very big marker in the game because both teams, they love to fight in small spaces. So let's see who has the better positioning once we hit that 4-minute mark. Less than 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, that set sail will be available at that timing, and already a good timing being found, right? X-Hero was trying to match the rotations, but of course, he did have to match the lane pressure as well on that lane. And Sun Tzu, yeah, very good at applying lane pressure. Now, with Ride the Wind being used, he does have that infinite vastness on this bottom side. Immune will be able to get out of jail for now, but with that cannon blast, that is going to be consistent pressure, and that's something that I'm very scared of for See You Soon.
Yes, Impunity, right? At this point, they're trying to force out those big ultimates. They want See You Soon to commit the Unbridled Outburst so that it's going to be a horrible situation for them in that 4-minute mark. At the same time, they're kind of poking down King. They need to take less damage on the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, X-Hero, he might be in a bit of trouble. He does have that flash if he needs to use it, but already applying that lane pressure, keeping 2 members of See You Soon there. Set sail has been used. Did wait on that boat. One Real Boy will be crashing in, not finding its mark, but the board has been used. This is very good for See You Soon. They do get the finish onto Megumi at this point, but X-Hero is in. Truth Mantra finds its mark. One Real Boy and Takumi already being taken out. That's 2 members gone, and that was a huge hurt coming in for Impunity. They will continue the pressure into that Crimson Golem. Impunity, they have noted out where Furlan is. They won't be able to catch him down, but they will get the enemy objectives.
Super pressurizing. This is exactly what Impunity is doing right? So they don't get greedy. This was actually a very nice setup, but they forgot to account for the fact that Xiaolin still had his Destructive Deluge, his ultimate, and actually, like I said, they love to fight in close spaces. So whoever makes use of their resources first but does not successfully get the kill, you're in a horrible position.
Yeah, ready. Tyrant buff going the way of Impunity. There is a 1v1 going on the top lane right now. Takumi, he gets pushed back into that turret range, but up and Immune, well, Immune is falling extremely low. One Real Boy, he's jumping in, and he does get that trade. Immune was keeping up there just long enough just for Up to die.
Okay, it may seem like a great situation for the side of See You Soon. They recover a little bit of farm, but the fact is, look, they gave away the Tyrant buff because Jimmy found something more valuable. That is the Azure Golem, and now potentially another kill.
Yeah, ready. Using that launch pad to his own doom is Takumi, as he does not have any ability to jump away from Jimmy. Jimmy getting a solo kill there onto Takumi, that's just huge markers for Impunity right now. They can take almost every single team fight going forward because they know that Takumi, well, he's just weak at this point.
Yep, super smart, right? So not only do they, stifle the growth of One Real Boy, we will give you the Tyrant buff. That's fine. We can always make the trade. We take the Overlord. But at the same time, I take away your Azure Golem. I get a kill. And now Jimmy, level 10, he's tanky as heck. He's going to be able to do so much work for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, board not finding its space on that middle lane. X-Hero trying to jump the backline. Already finds a finish onto King with the Disruptive Deluge. And now One Real Boy, he's in a lot of danger. Jimmy will be able to take him out. Dream Roam committed for the set sail on the backline. X-Hero, he will not be in danger here.
No way.
It is a double kill on Jimmy. Furlan is all alone. Immune, unable to pump out the damage. Vanguard is already there. X-Hero consistently applying pressure, playing with his own HP bars. Cannon Blast, not able to connect, but now Infinite Vastness has been popped. They have to disengage for See You Soon.
So I'm sure, everyone watching, we're kind of very focused on the fights and whatnot, and this is exactly what See You Soon is experiencing, right? They landed the ball. The movement by X-Hero is so hard to deal with. You have to try and focus them down. At the same time, look at the level lead that Jimmy has got for themselves, and look at the result of what those very small plays at the start of the earlier parts of the fight have led them to. Now they are having that extra man, they're having extra buffs, and they're having extra gold as well. They have managed to find the gap. It is now a 3,000 gold lead for the side of Impunity.
And once again, they're trying to hold on to that middle lane turret. 3,000 gold advantage towards the side of Impunity. Set sail has been used, trying to find its mark. Does find a launch onto Jimmy, but that's not the target that you want. Unbridled Outburst already being used, and that's a lot of the setup. It's being gone from See You Soon. Now Impunity, they clash in. They will be taking this fight at an advantage. Takumi is in no man's land, and he finds himself out of the game now. With the rest of Impunity, they're all healthy. They will get this middle lane turret.
Yep, and they don't really care about the T2 split push on the bottom side by Immune, right? They can easily go and cut that now. And up, look at the damage it's doing.
I mean, Furlan, he had no business trying to be 1v1ing up because farm laner up, he's way ahead of the rest of the crowd. You know this man gets more farm than anyone else. Now, 5,000 gold advantage, immune. He's in a lot of danger. Cannon blast, not connecting. He does have the infinite fastness, will be continuing to poke, but this is bad news, right? Immune is not dealing enough damage, and Dream Roam finds that pickoff, continuing that CC with Xiaolin.
And he wanted to use his ultimate. I'm not sure why he didn't get the iframes, but he used his big final move here, and that's going to cost the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, that was one click, and he clicked it, and yet he did not get the iframes, and this means that Impunity, well, they have that man advantage now, continuing to push the advantage.
No way.
Real boy, he's jumping in. It's a bad situation. Board is being used until going on to Xiaolin does get that finish, but at what cost? As the rest of the team members, they do come for the revenge. Impunity, they are angry that they lost Xiaolin, and they will find the finish onto Jimmy. They will get the rest of the members, but Immune, he's back. He's loud. He takes out up. And this would mean a 2-for-2 trade for now for both teams.
It's a great result for them, but still, the map is totally in favor of Impunity at this point. There's nothing left for the jungler. One Real Boy has nothing, no buffs to work with at this point. And Impunity, all they have to do is to kind of just shy away and start to, go back into their own jungles, and they will have once again the advantage. 5,000 gold now in advantage to IMP.
Yeah, I mean, they have to take this one step at a time, right? They need to take out Up, they need to take out Xiaolin, and they found those advantages, but Cannon Blast with the Truth Mantra continues to CC them time and time again. X-Hero, he's not even dead. Think inside the box being used to keep away Takumi, as he will not be able to get anything. Megumi eventually goes down, but that's a huge trade for Impunity as they take out Immune and Takumi at once.
Yeah, those are the safety nets that are gone, and at the meantime, hang on, they go in again.
Yeah, Dream Roam being used. One Real Boy, he wants to be in the thick of things, but Up, he is not be able to be found, right? His positioning, spacing, very good. See You Soon. They know what they're going for. Their target prioritization is on Xiaolin and Up. It's just that the rest of the team members are so good at providing peel. Megumi with the think inside the box with the Truth Mantra every time. Now, this Tyrant might be in trouble.
Oh, no.
He does have the passive from Xiaolin. This puts them in crazy territory, and now One Real Boy gets taken out. There is no smite there. Furlan should not be overstaying. Gets Truth Mantra into the wall.
See You Soon keep trying, and you can't blame them. But the thing is, I don't think this is a time to fight, right? You're down by what now? At this point, 8,000 gold. And look, Furlan doesn't even have the jungling item, so he can't really contest in the smite battle as well. And right now, this is just damage control, but not for long.
Yeah, Cannon Blast gets its mark. We do have that passive coming out from King, but it's not enough. Infinite Fastness being popped, but he's at a sliver of health. Already turrets are going down left and right. 2 from the middle and bottom will be going down. Set sail onto 3. This might be huge, but Impunity, they have the net worth advantage. They will just be able to roll through as they fall like flies. See You Soon will be out of the play-in stage as Impunity make it to the playoffs.
They tried their best, but it is Impunity we're talking about. They go unpunished. They win the series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0, Impunity just putting on a statement. And whether or not they can fight against Fearless Esports next, well, that's going to be something we're going to have to find out later. But speaking of this game, Impunity, well, they played their hearts out as well, right? Consistent pressure. You saw the Impunity that wasn't seen in the regular season. We know that Impunity, well, they don't really like to take the team fights, but now they show that they can, right? They have the Cannon Blast, they have the Dream Roam, and you see X-Hero in a different light where he's consistently joining these team fights.
I love the highlight onto Xiaolin, actually. Like, the fact that this guy, he was throwing the best ultimates ever. And I think it was to the detriment on the side of See You Soon that they actually took a fight in very tight corners. Because Xiaolin, it was very hard to miss his destructive deluge. And the timing that he got it was always able to contain One Real Boy in his destructive deluge, which really hurt See You Soon because there was no true damage, there was no shredding at all, and Immune was stuck in lane. He was trying to clear the waves, and when Up, everyone takes a fight on See You Soon, Up is just free farming 5, 2, and 7. This guy was close to 10,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just really hard to deal with that map advantage that Impunity had. See you soon, they did try, right? We did know that Set Sail would be their only way of entry. They did try to go for Xiaolin, but once Impunity got smarter, they know that, yeah, that boat is the only thing that they need to watch out for, because one real boy, he's going to be walking in. The rest of the team, they're going to be quite telegraphed. So with Xiaolin positioned perfectly, well, he wouldn't be caught by the Set Sail anymore. And then suddenly, the Disruptive Deluge is destroying one real boy, is destroying Takumi, is destroying anyone who dares to frontline.
This game was an even more convincing win coming in from the side of Impunity, right? So later, as we take a look at the highlights and of course the MVP, which I'm pretty sure is going to be Xiaolin at this point, you will realize that Impunity have put themselves at every single lane an advantage, right? And how they search for that advantage is pretty clear at this point, just by putting extra manpowers in the farm lane, making sure that Immune and Furlan have a very horrendous time in terms of trying to defend against the aggression in the T1. At the same time, Jimmy is given free farm in the mid lane as the rotation by Xiaolin is to help out Up and Megumi, and it's done to an extremely good effort.
Yeah, I mean, very good effort coming out from Impunity and also See You Soon. Well, See You Soon, they did manage to catch multiple people inside the board, but of course it was not enough. We see some spikes here and there, but it was pretty much in the hands of Impunity. Like, we were consistently talking about map control, and Impunity, they had map control at all times. They never let go of the pedal, and for the damage wise, it's 20%, like close to 20% for everybody. So you can see the involvement coming in for all the Impunity members, where everyone was able to output damage. Something that I'm surprised about, Jimmy has a higher damage scoreline than Up.
I mean, the way that he was just rolling in with the roams, Dream Roam, it was pretty clear, right? I mean, shooting the bubbles as well. These bubbles hurt. But here we go, MVP. This has to be Xiaolin. This is one of the best performances of a Legion in WKS to date. 4-2 and 14, dealing 24% of the team's hero damage over to the side of See You Soon. Later, as we take a look at the highlights, I want you to notice how many people, number one, that he caught in his ultimate, but number two, the timing in which he caught them, because it really just killed off any form of aggression available for the side of See You Soon.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very good last pick coming in from Impunity. Really countered out what they wanted to do, right? Sun Ce, yeah, you want to go in. Dian Wei, yeah, you want to go in, but Lady Zhen, yeah, you try and come in. You try and come in, because I'm going to have that ability to just destroy any form of entry coming out for See You Soon. And they weren't able to find an opening at all, barring that one little Set Sail that they had in the mid stage of the game. Other than that, they couldn't find it again.
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's really just making sure they have an advantage at every single point, at every single lane. And even if there wasn't a significant advantage, look, they did manage to catch him out once. But as Xiaolin, do you really care? Look at what's happening to the other lanes, right? And in fact, the only difference maker here, the fact that they actually got this pretty nice setup, the difference maker was really just gold, because if See You Soon had the gold advantage, this fight would have turned out very differently. They did manage to catch the important members on the side of Impunity, but just the lack in itemization really made the world's difference.
Yeah, I mean, at the side, you can see that clearly Impunity, their macro gameplay is much more at a higher mastery. You can see the micro decision making as well. The Set Sail goes in the back line. Dream Roam instantly used to catch up with his teammates, foregoing the damage. Jimmy knowing that he has to peel for the rest of the members. And X-Hero consistently just disrupting again and again. This just proves how much of a threat he is. Furlan already using that Unbridled Outburst. Well, Impunity, they knew their utility usage was already gone, so they just went for the snowball.
Yeah, look, Xiaolin's positioning is so clean. The way that he baits them in as well, you have to commit so many resources. Look, Takumi tries to dive him, has to use the flash, has to use his Set Sail as well. So many things just to try and kill off a roam, a mid. But the real pain comes from Up, comes from Jimmy, comes from X-Hero, and none of them were really threatened in this game.
Yeah, I feel like for the side of See You Soon, the way that Impunity disjointed the utility was extremely good, making sure that, yeah, it can only come one piece at a time. And this is also in the hands of X-Hero, right? They were really trying to layer on the skills, like completely everything at once. But X-Hero makes sure that no, you can't get in range, because you do need to get in range to use your spells. So something that you gotta worry about is the truth mantra. But something that you guys have to worry about is also the next play in game of the day. It will be Ultra Rare Esports versus Paradise Esports.
That's going to be a very exciting match. I'm very sure we will have another spicy footage coming out from this particular best of 3. Bear in mind, this is our last best of 3 in the competition. After this series, we will be heading into best of 5s, where Fearless and Paws Gaming will be waiting for their competition. But of course, we take one step at a time. Ultra Rare Esports against Paradise Esports. I think this has to be one of the closest match games that we will see today.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports actually bested Paradise Esports before in a 2-1 fashion. So, of course, it's somewhat of a revenge match for these two teams. And also Paradise Esports and Ultra Rare, they were very close, neck and neck when it came down to these games as well. It was a nail-biter of a series. So we don't know who's going to make it to playoffs. So for that Cambodian region, well, we will not be seeing them anymore. See you soon. Sadly to say, they will not be making it to playoffs. But congratulations to Impunity. You have gotten a chance to play against Fearless Esports.
All right, so that chance to watch the next series will come along very quickly. We will go for a short break first. When we're back, Ultra Rare Esports against Paradise Esports. Who makes it to fight against Paws Gaming? We'll find out later. See you soon.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging stings. Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Lethal must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers, follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging steam.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wildcard King Series Spring Season. We're finally here at playoffs. I'm your caster, Moman. Joined with me together is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu. How are you feeling about the second series, bro?
Excited. Ultra Rare Esports going up against Paradise Esports. This is one of the most tight-knit matches we will see today. And I'm just curious to see, I think whoever takes the first win of the series will be able to take the series.
Yeah, definitely. For these teams, it's really about the momentum, right? Both teams coming in, Ultra Rare Esports, they're a very new organization. These players have not been playing in any of the international circuits. It is their debut after all. Paradise Esports also have that similar storyline, but of course they have players who've been playing in that international circuit quite a bit. So Paradise Esports, well, they have a bit more in the experience department, but the last time that they went together, they faced off. Ultra Rare actually took a 2-1 advantage.
Okay, that actually is quite kind of interesting because now there is a little bit more motivation for the side of Paradise Esports to be like, we will give you the loss this time, right? Whether they do it in a 2-0 fashion, whether they do it in a 2-1 fashion, that'll be quite interesting to see. Likewise, I think Ultra Rare, to them, is like, okay, let's have history repeat itself.
Yeah, and Ultra Rare Esports also, I'm very proud of these boys because, of course, they are from Myanmar after all, and they are very new. They're very young as well. And Paradise Esports, well, they do have the likes of Tom and 919. They've been playing in multiple circuits as well. I believe they were from Team Fishes. They did play together as a unit before in a lot of the Invitational series, in a lot of the Wildcard series as well. So for them, they've been playing much more than the Ultra Rare boys, right? So for Paradise Esports, well, they are the last living representative of that Laos. They came in as that only representative and they made it to playoffs. So this is already a huge marker for them. But whether or not they win, it's still going to be Paws Gaming waiting in that upper brackets for them.
Yeah, first and last of their region, right? Which I think is a tremendous achievement nonetheless because it's really hard to go up against so many giants in across the different regions. We have the Cambodian region, the Myanmar region, Laos. For this fact that they're able to stand alone, I think it's pretty great to see their results so far. But of course, this is the first part of the challenge. If they manage to win this series, they will be going up against Paws Gaming, which is a totally different beast.
Yeah, that's a different ball game altogether, going up against a top two right now. Fearless Esports and, of course, Paws Gaming. They cemented themselves with a clean record till the last day, of course. We did see Paws Gaming winning Fearless Esports. So currently, yeah, there's going to be a lot of things to note out for. But meanwhile, for Ultra Rare, I've been seeing their evolution. And as for Paradise Esports, well, because during the regular season, it started out with not being too comfortable with the games. And after that, you start to see the evolution of strats where they start to put the enemy strategies towards themselves, right? You start to see like Ultra Rare Esports trying to copy the likes of Impunity, try to copy the likes of Paws, and of course, I mean, imitation, right? Imitation is the greatest form of flattery.
Yeah, and I'm just curious to see, right? Because both teams, like you said, have shown great improvements throughout the entire Pro League. And I think this might be the start of the climax. But URE, look at the support they're getting. 70% of the audience feels that they will win this series. No talks about score, but 70% of them versus the 30% of Paradise Esports.
Ultra Rare Esports, wow, that is a huge marker for the audience outreach, right? You can tell that there are a lot of people supporting the side of Ultra Rare and also Paradise Esports as well. 30%. I'm pretty sure this is amongst a huge crowd. So of course they do still have a lot of representation coming through. So this first picks and bans coming out from the side of Paradise Esports, well, they are one of the teams that also play the Lamin Liu Bang. So that's something that I can look forward to. We did see some cheese coming out from the side of Paradise Esports in the fact of the matter that, yeah, they can swap their roles around. And same for Ultra Rare. But Ultra Rare Esports, they've been playing much more reserved. They haven't been showing too much. But I'm just going with the fact that they've are the little brothers of Impunity. They have been scrimming against Impunity, and they have been playing with them. And these are the boys, the little brothers, Ultra Rare Esports. Y20 on the Clash lane, Kenny in the jungle role, Lethal surprising me with that mage role, Flick on that farm lane, and Law on the support role.
So interestingly, I think Ultra Rare Esports is one of those teams that really shine when they are on their game, right? And I like the fact that, you know, they actually like to play those assassin jungle strats. And I think that might be one of the most exciting things to take a look at today. But likewise, you know, their opponents, Paradise Esports, they are no slouches as well. In fact, I think they are one of the few teams that will match them blow for blow in that assassin jungle department.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be one of the closest matches that we will see today. Paradise Esports, Yisong on that Clash lane, 919, the man with experience on the jungle, Belby on that mage role, Tom with the similar team experience as 919 on that farm lane, and MZK on the support role.
All right, so I want to take a look at who we're going to be looking at for that head-to-head, right? I, for one, whenever we talk about Ultra Rare Esports, the focal point for me has always been the mid lane. I think Lethal has been very impressive with his mage picks in the middle. Hasn't been super consistent, but when he shines, there is no ignoring this guy. Same thing for Belby.
Yeah, I mean, both of these major lane players, they're extremely strong. But something that I also want to talk about is also Ultra Rare Esports farm laner, right? Flick, right? Flick, he has very good positioning, very good game sense. And I believe it has shown to be one of the winning factors for Ultra Rare Esports multiple times. And we have the farm lane matchup. And just taking a look at the KDA, taking a look at the GPM, Flick does have an edge against Tom. But of course, Flick, he did play a lot more winning matches.
That's true. But nonetheless, right, getting kills is a very critical part, an integral part of playing the farm lane, right? We need you to be that assassin in that sense, right? You take the heads, we take the win, we take the base. And for now, right, both Flick and Tom do tend to die a little bit, 27 deaths to 24. So at this point, I think the turning marker would be on both ends. Are you able to find where Flick and Tom are at? If you're able to get out these two farm laners, then the game could swing very much in your favor.
Yeah, at this level of gameplay, both of them, of course, very good on that early pick, and that will be one of their comfortabilities. But you do see the damage and the kill participation per game coming out. Just looking at the damage for the side, it has crossed that 1 million mark already. Flick, well, one of the damaging factors, and Tom, very close to that 1 million mark as well.
I have not seen such numbers in a while. But 1 million in the course of one season of the Pro League, that's crazy. 1.2 million. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage. 1.2 million. Imagine if the damage that you earn was also the money that you earn. The Flick man would be extremely rich by now. So yeah, at this point, Ultra Rare Esports, I just have to say, right, they're really relying on Flick, but Lethal as well has been proving to be a key part of their mechanism as well. You can start to see Y20 showing up. You can start to see likes of Kenny showing up. And today it might be Law who will actually be showing up, because that's the last member that I have not seen do too particularly well. He does join the team fights very often, but the setup plays are a bit lacking from the support player.
Yeah, many different angles to consider, right? And I think one of those very interesting matchups that I want to take a look at is actually 919 and Kenny, right? These two players are the two players that we have seen the most, and we have talked the most about them during their games, because they have always made fantastic plays and they make good trades. I think that's one important marker of a successful team, is knowing what to play for, what to fight for.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they have their target prioritization on lock. I'm not too sure if we're going to have banter today at the playing stage, because we didn't have banter for the previous teams. But of course, for Ultra Rare Esports, I'm just hoping that these guys, well, they have very great personalities. And for the side of Paradise Esports as well, they also have great personalities. But right now, there can only be one winner, right? Only one of you guys will make it to the playoff stage. And of course, this is all for the stakes, where you eventually go to the playoffs and there's only one ticket. one ticket to KWC. Who will get it? And it all starts right now at the playing stage.
Yes, I think the stress is unimaginable on both ends, right? Because like you said, one slot, there is no second chance. There is no lower bracket, second place gets to try again. You only have one shot. You do not want to miss that opportunity, right? So for now, I think players, yes, they need to understand that it's a very stressful moment, but they also have to keep calm and composed, also keep themselves loose and nimble, right? Because it's required. I think you need to be flexible. You need to learn how to adapt within the game itself. And I think that will be a difference maker between the two teams, because let's be honest, both teams, they're fielding very young kids.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, of course, very new in terms of the HOK competitive scene as well. I would say they have a lot more rookies compared to the other teams. And also, when in this level of tournament, right, this is a great learning experience, especially if you are a pro player playing at this level. There is a certain pressure on you, and also learning to play with that pressure. It's something that you will have to face time and time again. I mean, these are the top teams. They've been playing in that multiple crowd scenarios where there are live audiences cheering at you at all times. This is still online. Luckily for them, they will have that comfort of that home to play with. They will have the comfort of their friends, but this is something that they will slowly need to overcome.
Yeah, I think that does make a difference, right? Playing from home definitely puts you a little bit more at ease, right? And I'm just curious to see what kind of strategies they'll be delegating to their different players, because we have seen the formula from Impunity, right? How they win the lane is, I will put more members on specific lanes and need to make the trades. So I'm just curious to see how this is going to work out for both ends, Paradise as well as Ultra Rare. What is the game plan here?
Yeah, I mean, for both sides, well, I just feel that, I mean, going into these kind of games, it's really about trying to explore your best self, really to explore your best strategies, and going back to what has worked for you in the past as well, right? Flick on early, yes, very good. Tom on early, very good. 919 playing that LAM, maybe potentially something that we'll see coming out. Y20 on that Byron, he is a monster as well. And also Kenny on that Pay, well, it has worked for them multiple times in the past. So this is something that they might be looking towards, because the stats speak for themselves. And Y20 and Kenny, that combo coming in, that Byron Pay, they are not too short of the top tier.
I agree. In fact, I would argue that they are top tier at this particular side of the league, right? Because it's very important. They have managed to expose that very early game gap that teams have allowed them to take a look at. But, that's our theories. That's the past. We want to look at the present. We want to look at the future. So let's take a look at what Paradise Esports is going to ban out. They will take out that Tiger.
Yeah, Paradise Esports looking all geared up. Ultra Rare Esports looking all comfy in the comfort of that sofa. We've been seeing them time and time again. And looking at the top right, you can see a mini map over there. That's probably where they have those kind of drafting and strategies going on. But going on with the Bandit picks, we do see the Pay being taken out. They don't want that in the hands of Kenny. Kenny's a monster on the Luna as well. And meanwhile, for Ultra Rare Esports, they take out the Mai Shiranui and Dharma.
Okay, so they open up the Long and Arlie matchup, which obviously Paradise Esports is going to snap that Arlie up.
Yeah, at this point, for Ultra Rare, right, do they want to deny away the Diadea? Ultra Rare Esports, they can actually go for a straight reply, going for that Diadea and the Chano if they wish to do so. Just deny that away and then also have that matchup. But also, at the same time, they can go for the Byron pick for Y20 if they wish to do so.
Yeah, I think, okay. We look at the Liu Bang coming in. URE, they also do have the potential of picking up a last pick hunching. We've seen what they do with that particular combination, right? So we'll see what the cards they're going to play. Paradise Esports, it's their turn to get the picks down.
Yeah, Paradise Esports going with the Dragon Man himself, Ogren, with the Path of Passing. And of course, they are known to do this, having that man advantage with the emergence coming out from the side of the New War. And this is something that you will see a lot from the side of this WKS region, where they really want to prioritize the rotations coming out of the New War. Not more of the annihilations, but Ultra Rare Esports right now, do they pick up the channel or do they go for the LAM pick here? Because honestly, the LAM Liu Bang, I mean, it's a strong combo, but you can just leave the Liu Bang as it is, right? I don't think you want to pick up a LAM in this situation.
Oh, they say no. They're very confident in the abilities of Lam. I think that's fair, but they will start off the first parts of the bans. In fact, I was actually thinking maybe Nerza will be a great pick as well. He's able to jump into the hands of Tom with his Skyfall. But nonetheless, let's take a look at what Ultra Rare are going to ban out. They don't want to deal with the massive AoE with the Get Serious, as well as the movement of the Mayin. That will be taken out.
Yeah, Mayin, of course, very strong in terms of mobility, in terms of burst as well. Something that will be able to match the rotations a bit coming out from the side of Liu Bang. And I'm seeing, right, Liu Bang is potentially on that clash lane. So it might mean that Ultra Rare Esports might want to take out something along the lines of a Sun Ce as well, because that set sail might be a problem going in. But for Paradise Esports, they're taking away the farm lane opportunities, taking out the D Renjie, and maybe potentially looking at a channel ban themselves as well. But Ultra Rare Esports actually banning out the Mo Zi here.
Okay, so they're taking away heroes that deal a decent amount of control, simply because they want to make sure that this Liu Bang ultimate, the Battlefield Command, lands, right? Mayin is definitely one of those people that are actually able to get stuns much faster in comparison to the other usual Clash laners. But Channel is going to be the final ban on the side of Paradise Esports. What are they left with? I think they can consider Lung at this point.
Yeah, they can consider Long. Lady Sun is also in the mix. So if they want to go for that burst damage, that AoE damage with the mobility, yes, but you will have kind of a weakness laning against Arlie. You don't actually win that poke battle, but still, right? They go for the easing first. So wow, they are really setting up that board together, but I don't really see the combination coming through from South Ultra Rare Esports. That board just feels like a deny pick, and it's more like, yeah, they just want to take away the space from the Ogre.
I think it's more of trying to win the advantage in the mid lane, right? The wave clear on the side of URE on the Yixing versus Anua. Level 2, I think Yixing just edges it out a little bit faster. So I'm curious to see whether Paradise Esports, do they come up with a roam that helps with the wave clear, at least in that level 1 engagement. But they go for the Charlotte. I like this pick, diving onto the back line. It's very important. They do get a Zhang Fei. So I think this is a decent lineup from the side of Paradise Esports. And we'll see how they try and funnel. They could definitely go for that mid lane trio push and rotate to the farm lane to get more farm for the side of Tom.
Yeah, final pick will be piloted by Flick. It will be the Lung coming out, so there is that infinite fastness available combined together with the board. And riding the wind with that board is a very good combo, so something that they were looking towards. And now with the side of that Liu Bang Lam pick, right? Very interesting. Going for the same strategy that Paradise Esports, they did debut into the league. So Ultra Rare, well, they've been learning and they've been using the opponent's strats time and time again.
Any side you prefer at this point?
Currently, I would say in the ease of execution, Paradise Esports, well, there is a very easy way to enter into these team fights and very easy way to really break through, right? The man advantage is always secured with the emergence. Mobility problems will be an issue for the Yixing compared to the Nuwa, and also that poke battle. Well, that Arlie is just a very scary late game monster. So Paradise Esports really favored for drafting for me.
Wow, okay, I like it. I like the fact that you say that because, yeah, poking wise, Paradise Esports, it's quite hard to outpoke them. The range is just insanely far.
Yeah, I mean, definitely with the matrices and also that annihilation combo coming through, and also the potential where the idea is, as you see in the early state of the game, it's always going to be with Flick on that top side of the lane. So definitely it is an issue for the Yixing to handle, and Lifo is already taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, there was no support coming in for the side of URE. They actually chose to get the Law to give support to the Clash lane. They wanted to make sure that Y2O was able to get that camp on the top. Not sure whether he got it or he did. EXP is a little bit more, but even out straight away.
Yeah, ready. That Charlotte is going to win that 1v1, right? Liu Bang really suffers in that department of the 1v1, and it is going to be a very telling factor. And for both teams, it's more of a factor where that poke damage, well, that Flaming Palm, you need to secure a certain level of farm. If Tom wins that 1v1 scenario versus Flick, suddenly your Lung is not dealing enough damage. We saw what can happen if your Lung does not have that deterrence factor, does not have that farm. Well, he just gonna be tickling you now. 3
Oh
members.
no, first catch. It is going to be a dive. Law does not make that kill. He is a idea, gets locked up, could be giving away first blood instead, but it's going to be okay. Ultra Rare kind of escape with through the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, fairly new organization, but fairly good at learning all these strategies on the fly, and I've been very impressed by them so far. So with this, right, Liu Bang Lam, when does the combination come in? Right now, in terms of net worth, we're still neck and neck, but we are going to start to see the skirmishes coming soon at that 2 to 3 minute mark, where they want to go for the enemy resources or take the early team fight before the tyrant spawns at the 4 minute mark.
Yep, so Annihilation used by Belby just to push them off, but Kenny will have access into that Tuxbor camp, and right now they're committing 3 different members on the side of Paradise Esports to just steal back a couple of camps.
Yeah, ready. That board being used.
I don't think it's going to amount to much here. Lifo is just level 4, right? Doesn't really have the itemization to do the damage they're looking for. But the damage can be done with new skins available in the game, and here is your code to redeem it.
Yeah, do key in that code on the bottom left side of your HOK app. Do open it up and then go to community, find that CD key button and key in this code. You can get up to an epic skin. Now, this is the telling story where Paradise Esports, yeah, they will have the advantage in the lanes, but Ultra Rare Esports, they will have advantage in the team fights, right? They have the board, they have that command coming in, battlefield command coming in from Y20, so they will have that man advantage as well. So they need to catch Belby off guard.
Yeah, Belby will be giving away his life. First blood goes to the side of Ultra Rare Esports. A great start, but can they maintain this lead?
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, they do get that first snowball going, but net worth still in the advantage of Paradise Esports. Now, I'm starting to see a problem when Charlotte is diving into the backline. That battlefield command will not be able to use in time, but look at this.
Yep, 919 gets a free kill onto Lifo there. Just a little bit too late in reactions. Not sure why they didn't run away. So they immediately make the trade. It's a 1,000 goal lead going to the hands of Paradise Esports.
Yeah, and in the top lane, you see Kenny, they do want to respond with a kill onto Yusong. They identified that he might be a threat, but this tyrant control has been given to the side of Ultra Rare Esports.
Yep, where is Kenny? The Tyrant is dying. It is going to be going... Oh, stolen by the side of URE. A crucial kill theft. They just need more kills at this point. Conductor Soul is going to be committed as well. But the life is not enough. Kenny takes a fall. They get the Tyrant, but they made a bad trade.
Yeah, that 5-on-5 really favoring Paradise Esports the moment Belby is up, right? They need to make sure that immersion cycle is already gone from these team fights. Now, with that, they take the advantage. They go for even more advantages. Now, taking a look at this team fights, they were focused onto Tom, but Tom, having the superior mobility, able to just dance away. And with the Conductor of Souls, just giving 919 a bit more HP, it gives Yusong the timing for the power gradation.
Yep, and while all of that was happening, right, 919 actually went to take that Crimson buff away from Ultra Rare Esports' jungle. So right now, Kenny's in a little bit of a tight spot, doesn't have damage. So with this advantage, it looks like they want to make sure that they get that lane pressure in. So URE, they commit 3 people on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise Esports, very good job of taking away enemy resources. They do have 2 Crimson buffs right now, one in the hands of Tom, one in the hands of 919, so they do have a timing if they want to go for the team fights. And the Unbridled Outburst settings have been extremely good, despite the fact that Ultra Rare Esports, they do have the board. They have not found any advantage coming out from Lifo, and that poke damage coming out from Tom is really poking through.
Yeah, they commit the beast as well, but the TP is coming down to give the support not enough damage. In fact, MZK, oh, that was close. The heal comes in, but here comes the finishing blow. 919 will be stopped by the board for the moment. At this point, Flash committed as well. But Tom, he takes a fall in the backlines, and all of a sudden, Ultra Rare Esports, they found themselves on equalizing grounds.
Yeah, but while all that was happening, Kenny, I mean, getting that flank with Y20, with the Liu Bang and the Battlefield Command, that's a lot of committal. Now, it puts 919 in a bit of danger, yeah, against Alam, but Yusong, right? This man, he's been farming up a storm in that top lane. He's been just solo getting that level and gold advantage. Now, that back line is going to be a problem for Ultra Rare to defend it.
I think they're making the right moves in the fights, right? They're getting some kills or whatsoever, but they need to play the map a little bit better because Paradise Esports, they're just giving the kills away. I mean, end of the day, they don't want to, but they're giving it away, but they're making trades across the map. So overall, Paradise Esports is still in the lead.
Yeah, they do need to know that they are on a timer that Charlotte and Arlie really scales extremely hard into the late game, and not forgetting Belby on the new wall, right? The poke damage poking through coming from the Annihilation. Well, we do have a technical pause, but still, that lineup really favoring Paradise Esports in that later stages of the game. When you reach that 12 minutes, when you reach that 15 minutes power spike, it really is in the favor of that later scaling heroes. The Arlie, the Nuwa, and the Charlotte. They're going to be consistent problems.
In fact, one of the problems that I see that they have on the side of Ultra Rare Esports is the fact that they don't really have jungle, the river vision. And I think that's costing them quite a bit because like you get setups from MZK on the Zhang Fei. Look, he was able to get a free Unbridled Outburst onto the Lung, and that kind of falls them into a bad position. They were very lucky that, you know, Belby did not have enough damage even after landing the Annihilation with the combination of the matrices formed by Creation and Coalescence, right? So that is just giving them a warning sign. And I think if Paradise Esports are once again allowed full river control, full river vision, then they will start to take over the map. They've already taken a T1 on the top. There's no response on that yet.
Yeah, I mean, the trades of the macro sense not coming through for the side of Ultra Rare Esports really starting to hurt them in terms of the macro advantage, and it will come to bite them back in the later stages of the game, right? You saw that the rotations coming through from Paradise Esports, they're very well thought out to the fact that they did get that Crimson Golem instantly after winning the team fight. So this is a different side of Paradise Esports that we're seeing. They're capitalizing on the opponent's mistakes a lot better. And for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, well, they have to respond a lot better as well. They do have that mobility, but they need to consistently be finding the catches onto Kenny where they need to consistently apply that pressure.
That's right. And I also think they need to kind of figure out how do we funnel and where do we funnel all this extra gold into, right? Because Flick is not having a good time. Let's be honest. He is kind of in a bad position against Tom. Tom, at this moment, has the level lead against Flick in the farm lane. This is, of course, aided by MZK's appearance with the Unbridled Outburst and the Stampede and the Manslaughter. All of the skills when he's, you know, in his full madness form.
Yeah, and it's really, I gotta say, right, at this point, Flick, well, he's going to be that sacrificial lamb coming out from Ultra Rare Esports. Well, he's going to be trying to start these team fights again and again because they don't really have a means of initiation other than the idea or Kenny flanking. There's no set team fight way to just join in the team fight. They don't have an Unbridled Outburst. They don't have a power gradation, just like the side of Paradise Esports. They only have Law to just jump in and try and fire a target. So Flick, giving up his life there, might give up a setting for Lifo to set up the board, right? With the Infinite Vastness, you might be able to escape, and then you might put yourself in a very good team fight. So Flick, well, his Infinite Vastness has to be on point, and he has to use his HP bar to actually start the team fight.
Yeah, I do think initiation is kind of a gap that Ultra Rare Esports will find it hard to kind of fill, right? Because initiation wise, I think it's a little bit more straightforward. It doesn't require a huge investment, right? Because all they need is technically Orgrin's Path of Passing. That's a free engage, right? They can just go in, check. If it's unsafe, then they don't take the fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of get out of jail free cards for the side of Paradise Esports. Their spells are pretty much non-committal when it comes to these kind of team fights. And meanwhile, for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, right, if you think about it, they're extremely reliant on their ultimates, where Y20, now that you see the lineup, Y20, Lifo, and Flick, they're very reliant on their ultimates to start these team fights. And for Paradise Esports, if it's not in their favor, they can just peace out.
Exactly, and here comes another Annihilation coming in, and now look at the pressure they're able to put in, right? They don't have to overcommit too much, and bot lane as well, they try to get the kill. Tom makes it out just for a little bit. MZK gonna be stuck, but I don't think they will be able to get the kill unless there is a knockback. MZK, the next one to fall, and right now there is a little bit more space for the side of Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, Ultra Air Esports, they need to consistently apply pressure like this. Kenny not able to find the better of Tom at that point. Going in a bit deeper would have been able to help. And this gives valuable breathing space to Usopp, who has been able to apply the pressure on the top lane. Ultra Air Esports finally respond with that turret. But now that map advantage is still in Paradise Esports' favor, right? They take that Vanguard, they take the Overlord to have the Vanguards, and now they will slowly have the lane pressures forming once again.
So it feels like Paradise Esports kind of have the number of URE, right? Because every single trade that URE makes, Paradise Esports is taking turret or they're taking kills, and it's so far evening out the scoreline. But for now, Paradise Esports, they have lost a little bit of the lead.
Yeah, they did have a 100 gold advantage, so now it is neck and neck. But now with that Tyrant spawning, right, you do have the Overlords coming in. Ultra Rare Esports are getting that Tyrant. They do get that buff for themselves, and will be going into the favor of Ultra Rare Esports for the next 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's 90 seconds of fight advantage. There's going to be a lot of buffs going in for them, Ultra Rare Esports. Right now, if they choose to engage here, they should be trying to find a timing with the battlefield command. But something that they need to watch out for is that top lane.
Yep, so the TP does come down. They're going to try and make a defense against Flick here. The rest of the members on the side of URE, they are going to be able to back up their farm laners. So for now, it is even Stevens, because there is virtually no goal difference.
Yeah, I mean, the whole goal difference, 100 gold, not really too much in the world of HOK. And now with 4 members gathered on to that middle lane, you see the board already being used, not able to find any form of advantage. But Ultra Rare Esports, they are basing it off to push that bottom lane. Emergence being used on the Y20, not the target that you want. With this, Ultra Rare Esports take the tier 2 of the game already on that bottom lane.
Yeah, but they traded Y2O's ulti, right? So Battlefield Command is not available. And bear in mind, 15 more seconds, we are going to have that 10-minute mark, meaning the Shadow variants will be available. So URE, not exactly in the best position to fight. Unbridled Outburst as well is open. So Paradise Esports, I like that position here.
Yeah, for the first time, Yusong teleports to that middle lane. He leaves that top lane pressure, and already with no creeps, this puts Paradise Esports in a prime position to take the Shadow Tyrant here. Ultra Rare Esports, they're looking for an opening though.
Yep, they're looking, the flank coming in, but the Tyrant's life is dropping a bit low. The reset comes in. Kenny may be in a prime position to get some nice catches. Will get spotted out for now, and at the same time, Y2O trying to steal away the Azure Golem. So maximizing the attempt and the time. Where is Kenny? He's trying in. The reset comes again, and there's not enough life points this time. 919, very low. Kenny jumps in, and they get the kill with the jump by Y20 as well. 2v3 on the back lines. They are trying to get the kills. They will be able to get Tom and Yusong. But right now, can they get the Tyrant? That's what they need. It's the Shadow version. 4 members left alive. They will secure it for themselves. It's a nice trade. And benefit this time to URE.
Very good creep management, but the board once again catching 2.
Yep, it's a nice setup, but they will not be able to get too much damage in unless Flick wants to commit his life into this cause. Will not. In fact, they lose that Tusk Boars camp, and it's going to be status quo for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, right, they took that team fight really handedly in terms of just poking and prodding, in terms of just feeling out the pressure. They knew that, yeah, they were waiting on that Y20 to have that battlefield command. Once the cooldown was up, then they started to apply the flank pressure. They started to apply that reset pressure, and 2 resets. If the second reset didn't happen, Paradise Esports would have potentially won the team fight. But Ultra Rare Esports, they poke and prodded just enough with Kenny applying pressure on the bottom lane, which got him that tier 2 turret, and also even damage on that tier 3 turret as well. So that's added pressure from the side of Ultra Rare Esports.
I think, you know, in hindsight bias, hang on, they're going to try again. MZK, the victim this time of very painful punches, but URE, they know it's just a poke. And for the first time, you're out-poking a poke composition here.
Yeah, for the side of Paradise Esports, they have not been able to be up on that vision game. That right side of the jungle, losing 2 turrets there, that's going to be huge. And now members are falling in.
Yep, T3 under threat, the ball laid down, everyone gets caught out, and Y2O, he tries to escape, but the catch by the beast is gonna be there. They will get the kill, but a trade. Whitehall's life is okay to trade for a T3 right now. Once the dust settles, Paradise Esports gonna be a very difficult position.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports definitely, they had that advantage. They went for the throat instantly. Now, going for that Shadow Overlord, but they don't spot out the position of Kenny here, right? And this is where Paradise Esports has been lacking. That
Yeah,
vision
Kenny
department.
goes in, gets the kill, smashes Belby on the backlines as well. MCK does not have the Unbridled Outburst to work with. The damage is coming in. Flick is doing all the work on the backlines as well. Can he kill Tom? Will get it done as well. Gets the Dragon Form off, and there is very little punishment coming in from the side of Paradise Esports. They try again. They get Flick. Maybe this is the turnaround they're looking for. Law does get his ultimate down. There is no more damage. They did delay the take, but can they stop them entirely? And it looks like the answer is yes for now. And they go in again. It is going to be the save. Lethal, he's falling low too much. They've overstayed their welcomes. 3v1, Y2O, what can he do? Unbridled Outburst comes back in the nick of time. They get a return kill. But this has to be a guarantee on the advantage back into the hands on the side of Paradise Esports.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports not having the damage factors, not having Kenny, not having Flick, still overstaying their welcome in that team fight zone. And this Battlefield Command, yeah, you can use it, but it's not going to be good on Law, right? He was extremely low. He's a Diadea. He's not a damage dealer. He's just trying to sustain and sustain, but where is the damage coming through? They finally take out Yusong, but for Ultra Rare Esports, well, that might be have a big blunder, but it's still okay, right? Net worth wise, they're still okay.
I think they were a little bit greedy there, but Kenny this time caught in the middle of 4. I think they know that he's here. They're going to try and go in. Battlefield Command connected as well, but Kenny, he will make it out with a sliver of health. The slows come in, the heals come in as well, and Y2O will make it out safely, but the same cannot be said for Kenny.
Now, Bell B catching him with the flash, and that would mean that definitely Kenny going out, that's going to be a huge turn of events. Paradise Esports currently in that front foot. That damage not available for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Flick, will he be able to defend the tier 3s here? That Shadow Vanguard already marching down that bottom lane together with the rest of the Purple Dragons.
Yep, Kenny out for 13. Oh my goodness, Belby, what an annihilation. Gets the kill onto Lethal as well. The defense just got a little bit harder. 3 members left to defend against this over-aggression coming in from the side of Paradise Esports, and they even the pain. Top T3 taken down. Paradise Esports, well done.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, right? That 15-minute power spike where Yusong, Belby, and Tom, they're just starting to deal insane amounts of poke damage. And Ultra Rare, well, you can be hiding in the backline all you want, but that annihilation, it pierces through everything.
Yep, he has definitely hit his power spike at this point. This T3 at the bottom is also not going to be surviving. Structural damage done, and right now URE in a bad spot.
Yeah, they lose their map rotations. They lose that tier 3 on the bottom and the top as well. And they will lose the Shadow Tyrant again. And now for Paradise Esports, this is their game to lose. This is their power timing already. You saw he has been farming up a Storm. Currently level 15. Itemizations should be good for him to jump into the backline. And the problem is, right, Kenny, he's been consistently getting caught again and again. Despite the fact that Paradise Esports, they did not have the vision. They won that Shadow Overlord fight, but still they overstayed the welcome. That one blunder cost them a huge snowball to the side of Paradise Esports. Now, itemization wise, Daybreaker already out for the side of Tom.
I think they already know. They can kind of guess that Kenny is hiding on the backlines, right? But here we go. The board could be laid down, but pressure coming in from 919. And look, we talked about this. The initiation seems to be an issue for the side of Ultra Rare.
Yeah, that there's going to be a huge initiation issue from the side of Ultra Rare, where Kenny is the only one who can jump in. And Kenny is the squishiest of your assassin. Now, Y20, he is alone here. He might be getting caught.
Oh no, will not get it out. The killing spree coming in for Belby. That's why you pick up the Noir against the Liupang, because he can get him out of his ultimate with a basic ability. And now Y2O out of the picture for 35 seconds. So Ultra Rare, this once again becomes a very tough situation to fight into.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely hard. Uphill battle, I would say. Ultra Rare Esports, they will have to take this advantage really one at a time where they are needing to defend. And it is good for them, right? High ground defense might be good for them because they don't need to initiate, but they will get initiated.
Oh no, what a setup. That's beautiful on the backlines as well. So the combination works. Emergence here as well. They take out the first, second, third. Kenny falls, and the last one to fall will be the Crystal. Everyone going on the backlines, but it is going to be a saving grace for now. They managed to clear the wave, but it's just a short one because there is still a Ballista available, and Paradise Esports, they should be able to take this game number 1 of the series.
Yeah, congratulations to Paradise Esports for putting themselves up at match point. The drafts was really solid. I really like the way that they combated it, getting early for Tom. That was one of the key win conditions. And then they applied more win conditions as well, right? Belby on this mage role, on the new wall. I really like this. And also, I didn't really understand for Ultra Rare Esports why they still went for the Yixing, knowing that they went for the Lam and already the Liu Bang as well, right? That is not really a good setup because there is no way of initiation towards the board. It felt like there was a lack of follow-up. They were relying a bit too much on Kenny, and Lethal, well, he was fighting a losing game.
It was very difficult because they were hoping to capitalize on that combination by Y2O, right? But take a look, the goal difference may not seem like the biggest thing at this point, but 919, 14,000, and Belby as well, 13,000, already full stacks, right? And with a Nua that's fully stacked in terms of damage, it's very hard to fight because their lineup, like you said, is kind of squishy.
Yeah, I mean, it is extremely squishy, and the poke damage, right? That we were scared about that power spike coming through in the later stages of the game, where Belby's Annihilation will be dealing insane amounts of damage, and also the backline access coming out from Yusong, and also poke damage coming out from Tom. So that triple poke, it just assured that 919, he just had the easiest game of his life, where all he had to do is path of passing and just survive, right? Don't take too much damage, but he took the brunt of it. He peeled 125,000 damage, while MZK was able to take 92.6k damage and land amazing unbridled outbursts.
Yeah, so we talk about the initiation being that main marker of difference, right? And it seems like, yeah, it really was the case. Because you mentioned time and time again, it was so hard to land the ball, right? Because as Paradise Esports, you kind of get to choose when you want to fight. And most of the time, look, Y2O, I think he did his job brilliantly. He was trying to bring the lanes across on the other side to pull the members of Paradise Esports back to try and make a defense, right? So they can alleviate the pressure that the other URE members were having on the map itself. But once again, even if you manage to pull them back, Y2O doesn't survive. He cannot get his ultimate down because Belby and Yusong, both of them have kind of disruptions to stop him from getting his ultimate down.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, well, I mean, they were trying to take out 919 multiple times, but they couldn't actually do it. And we saw that they did have a grasp on the game, getting an advantage at first, but with that, a bit of a blunder, right? On that Shadow Overlord, overstaying their welcome, using the battlefield command, using almost everything in their arsenal without the damage dealers, they just threw the rest of the game back to Paradise Esports, and it was suddenly very hard of a chokehold because they were the later scaling lineup, and this mistake was very costly for Ultra Rare.
Yeah, it definitely came in the later parts of the game, right? But MVP, this guy, MZK, the beast himself, 0-1 and 16. That one death, it doesn't really matter. Dealing only 6% of the damage, but he soaked up so much for the team. 26% of the hero damage offered by their opponents on the side of Ultra Rare Esports, eaten by this guy.
Yeah, I mean, this man here, he was the key to the setup coming in for Paradise Esports. The Unbridled Outburst really good at disrupting what the side of Ultra Rare were wanting to do, and they were trying to consistently going with a Kenny and also the Battlefield Command as well in Y20, but it was all disrupted, right, just by one man alone, and MZK consistently just making sure that the fights were segmented, even when the team members were caught in the board, didn't matter because you'll be getting pushed away.
Yeah, I mean the pushback was pretty insane because then it created so much space, and these are one of the few situations like this first take, a steal, a very critical steal. So there was a little bit of breathing room, and at the same time, I like Kenny's positioning at the start of the game all the way to maybe the last parts where he was actually consistently able to jump onto the backlines. That's how they kind of funneled a little bit of the lead back into their hands, right? But that formula never really took to fruition, didn't come to effect because they really didn't have enough farm.
Yeah, Kenny could jump onto Tom and Yusong, but as long as 919 is alive, as long as MCK is alive, they consistently could deal the damage. Ultra Rare Esports, very good movement going for this tier 3 here. It did net them a very good advantage. Unbridled Outburst to answer, getting the consolation onto Y20. Yeah, it does give them a bit, and now we do see the blunders coming in.
Yes, Flick at the same time, I think he had decent positioning. This fight went well for him in a sense where he got a kill onto Tom. But if you take a look at the backlines, right? 919 was actually having a pretty good time, even with the heals coming in from Y20 with the Battlefield Command. The sustain coming in from 919 and Yusong actually allowed them to turn this fight in their favor as well. And the fact that they dragged the fights on so long also meant that MCK was able to get his ultimate. And when you have a Zhang Fei that has access to Unbridled Outburst, that's where the maximum value comes out.
Yeah, it instantly bursted down from the side of Paradise Esports. Paradise Esports, well, they did have that Nuwa in the back line, and something that, well, I was worried about, what's the backline access situation like coming in from Ultra Rare? It seems like Kenny was the only answer, and once they replied for Kenny, they did not have any more solutions to how to access the backlines, right? Early game, we saw, yes, Kenny going in. They took out the squishy. Tom went going down on the Arlie. We saw Belby going down as well. You saw going down as well. But what happens when 919 reaches critical mass? Because he's going to be able to peel, and that damage is not going to be enough, especially with the iframes coming out from that Charlotte, right? You are not going to be able to catch him. And the Nuwa as well, oh man, that annihilation is just so sweet because there is no counter for him.
Okay, so the silver lining for the side of Ultra Rare Esports is the fact that, look, if you take a look at the picks down there, it's all pretty meta picks, right? So it's 5 big picks coming out from the side of Paradise Esports. While there are many other meta picks as well, I think Ultra Rare Esports also has the potential to explore a very strong composition in game number 2. So they at least have that going for themselves. Right now, I think they also need to kind of fix the confidence because I think they were having a very strong belief they would have won this first game with this first composition they came up for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, instantly showing the Lam and Liu Bang on that first 3 picks, well, there is a certain confidence there, but Paradise Esports, well, you don't teach your dad how to teach, you know that kind of thing. Where Paradise Esports, well, yeah, they were the ones to come up with the Lam and Liu Bang. Now suddenly, yeah, you're trying to use it against them. They know how to play. They know how to play against a Lam and Liu Bang, and they handle it extremely well, right? Absorbing the pressure put out by Kenny, just dealing with it one at a time, then also going for that next step, going for that Y2O on the Liu Bang as well. On the Nuwa, they know what a Liu Bang's weaknesses is, and it seems like the Nuwa is the answer.
I know what that quote was originally meant to say, but in any case, I'm gonna let that slide. Look, at this point, right? Paradise Esports obviously at series point, they just need to win one more. But once again, we are also looking at the potential of the Ogren being picked up for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. I'm not too sure whether they have picked up the Ogren and have found significant success, but it's one of the options available.
Yeah, I mean, they need to explore certain things that they have been doing well. And this is a very different side of Ultra Rare Esports, right? Picking up the Lam and Liu Bang. Well, this is not really them. So this is not really how they've been winning the games as well. So I would like to see them explore something that they're more comfortable with, something more along the lines of, going back to that Byron on the Y20, going back to the Dharma on the Y20, maybe potentially going for a Y20 on that Charlotte himself as well, because we know he plays a very mean Charlotte. But Kenny, well, yeah, he did go for the Lam, but I would love to see him on that Luna or the Pei if it doesn't get banned out.
there's a significantly high chance that it is going to be banned out. I mean, if I'm on the side of Paradise Esports, I would never let these heroes go into the hands of Kenny, for sure. So I would rather he goes into a tank jungler if I'm on the side of Paradise Esports. But, you know, there is always two ways or multiple ways to look at a situation. Maybe Paradise Esports allow that pick. But that means they have very specific strats to make that pick work for them instead.
Yeah, there needs to be a lot of reply and overcure at the WKS, because you see that a lot of these teams, they've been playing each other in the regular season. There's a lot more data, right? There's not a lot more data on what you guys like to do. And for Paradise Esports, well, they have been making use of the data really well. They might have lost that first time. So right now, it's also about fighting the next team that lies ahead. First up, you do have to take out Ultra Rare first, but the next one you're looking at is going to be Paws Gaming.
Okay, I think that's a little too soon, right? Let's see if they can do it first. We never know. Ultra Rare Esports, we know them as a team that is pretty resilient. I think we have seen their performance in WKS so far, and I think yes, sometimes they may be shaky in certain series, but there is also a good chance they can come back into the series if they play their cards right. I think maybe that first draft wasn't, as you said, too much in their style of play. So we'll see if they're going to make any changes. I think it's best to go with what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I really would like to see. I mean, Flick, he played a very good game on the long, but of course, against an Ardley, especially in the hands of Tom, it's something very hard to come back from. And 919, the way that he played the rest of the map as well, Ogren, he's very confident on that hero, so expecting to try and burst him down was a bit too much of an overconfidence move coming in from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Well, given that they did win them once, but still, it was a hard game. You have to remember that. And for the likes of Ultra Rare Esports, it's now about taking it one game at a time if they want to pull off a reverse sweep here.
Yes, and I think one of the things that they can really pay attention to is how disruptive MCK has been in game number 1, right? His Shangfei has been actually quite the menace, but if you take a look at the secondary option in terms of like tank roamers, the Lianpo is the second one you will be looking at. And if we're talking about disruption, I think Lianpo is even more disruptive than a Zhang Fei. So I think maybe for this particular game, Ultra Rare Esports will do well for themselves to kind of ban out the Lianpo. But that also depends on what composition they want to have.
Yeah, something like along the lines of maybe they want to pick up the new off for themselves, because we do know Lifo, he's very scary on the new off. So it might be a potential pick going into the fact that Paradise Esports, well, they might want to pick up the Liu Bang. They now know how to deal with the Liu Bang, but that's something that Paradise Esports taught them in the first game. And the rotations coming out from the side of the mid laner, coming out from the sides of Paradise Esports, well, it was very good and very well done. You see that emergence every single time was used to gather a lot of map advantages. There was never a wasted emergence, I feel, coming out from Paradise Esports.
True. And you know, the fact that you mentioned the rotations, I think Paradise Esports are very good at delegating different kinds of manpower, right? So they kind of push 3 members down onto one lane, most probably the farm lane. They put a little bit of pressure there, allowing 919 to really eat those waves in the middle. He gets the gold advantage, EXP advantage, and then they take a good fight. Starting of the game, I think, yes, they could have played their objective battles a little bit better, right? Losing that Tyrant to the side of Ultra Rare wasn't what they had in mind for sure. Like, he got the steal from a Dominator Shield burst. You don't really see that often.
Yeah, very good use of the Liu Bang right there. I gotta say, like Y20, he's been impressing me so far throughout the regular season. But in this playoffs, right, it's a lot where one game can really turn the tides. That momentum shift means everything. And I hope that, well, they're not too down on their luck right now, because Ultra Rare Esports, well, you are fighting for tournament life. And while fighting for tournament life, looking at the boys from Ultra Rare, hopefully they're in a good mental state to go in against the second game.
Okay, let's take a look. URE this time in the blue side, so they will get the pick first. Will they consider the Dharma as their prior pick? But they ban out the Liu Bang first.
Yeah, they do ban out the Liu Bang, not wanting it to come out from the side of Paradise Esports. And this is something that Ultra Rare Esports are giving a lot of respect to the side of Paradise Esports where, yeah, they might want to pick this, but they still have a lot of prime picks available. Now, for Paradise Esports, taking out that Arlie. Now, there is a lot of meta picks still in the pool, right? You think about it, Pei, Luna, you think about the Mai Shiranui, it's still there as well.
I mean, if I'm on Paradise Esports, doesn't it look like they want to give the pay? It looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they are trying to let
they're giving
Ultra
it?
Rare Esports. Yeah, they're probably giving it. Or maybe they pick up for themselves. I mean, Kenny plays a mean pay after all.
I mean, if a pay comes through on the side of Ultra Rare, then I'm pretty sure Paradise Esports will go for the Ching, right? That's a age-old strategy, and I think Ultra Rare, they're kind of in agreement, right? Do we want to bring out the Tiger at this point? But they have to secure the Byron. No, they pick up the Dharma first. Okay, this means Tiger can be picked on the side of Paradise.
Yeah, I mean, if I were Paradise Esports right here, I mean, I would go with the opponents that they're facing throughout in the next upper brackets. If they win, I mean, Paws Gaming, they would just instantly snap pick that Pay Byron right now. So that's an option that they can look at. Instead, they go for the Dolia. So this might be a Dolia Dun opening here.
Interesting. Okay, so this opens up the potential of the Elaine going in. It can be a very decent matchup. Elaine versus Dharma really is a skill-based matchup for that. So they leave that option open, right? And now, Ultra Rare Esports, what do they want as the response? Jungler and Roam, probably it's going to be the Zhang Fei for themselves.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
knew.
Yeah, they picked up the new on the Lifo. So definitely Lifo's one of the members to watch on this new wall. So definitely it is something that Paradise Esports will be looking towards, but this doesn't really change the game plan here, right? You can still go for the Elaine if you want, but they go for the Lung themselves. Tom, not too shabby on the Lung. So of course, with that infinite vastness, you can actually have that Celestial Melody pop, have that double infinite vastness as well, but most likely we're going to see that Unruly Blade.
I'm just curious what kind of Clash laner they'll be going with on the side of Paradise Esports, but they take away the Agudo, which is one of the known natural good matchups against the Dun in team fights, able to melt his health down before he actually gets the recovery in time. So URE, this time, they will ban out the Yixing because it's a very scary situation. When the Dun 919 dives you, it actually provides them a pretty decent space to get the ball down as well.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, now they are lacking in terms of that jungle role. Pei has been banned. Luna has been banned, right? So Kenny, well, at this point, he can't go for the tank junglers. He can't try and match something along the lines of having that Ogren or maybe the Menki. But for the side of Paradise Esports, well, they will not have the Lady Zun, right? And that's something that will be meaning that Ultra Rare Esports might want to go for the Ogren because that Disruptive Deluge does shut down a bit of that Argon's movement.
In fact, any tank, right? Any tank jungler. I presume you will have to go for a tank jungler. It is a significant risk if you're taking an assassin jungle here on the side of Ultra Rare Esports because it means you cannot make mistakes. You cannot give their lead away. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Paradise Esports right now with the fourth pick on the board. Well, they will be picking up the Elaine. That combo is fully fulfilled. So we do have the Dolia Elaine, Dolia Dawn, and that's going to be crazy combos coming out towards the backline of Ultra Rare Esports. Now, do they have the means to defend the backlines here? Ultra Rare Esports, currently, they do have the Zhang Fei for the Disrupt, the Truth Mantra to actually assist the backlines. So they do have some means of that skeleton defense, but they really need to shore up the defense right now. Maybe they go for a Marco Polo here to have that Fever Barrage, but yeah, they actually do go for it.
Yeah, I think it's a good pick, right? Marco is also able to kind of kite the Death at Sunset by the Elaine. While he can't really deal with the double Death at Sunset, it does burn that ultimate down, right? And it protects Lethal, which is even better because as long as Flick and Lethal are separated in the team fights, but close enough to still deal damage as a duo, I think it spells victory for them in the team fights, right? So Paradise Esports right now, they're lacking that mid lane. I think they would need a little bit more control, maybe a stun or a lockdown. It would be great for them.
Yeah, and Ultra Rare Esports, well, they do have that save coming in the back lines, it's always gonna be a problem about the burst damage. And they go for the Shi here. Very interesting from the side of Paradise Esports, identifying that, well, we have enough damage, we have enough sustainability. Now, what do we lack? We lack control, and we go for that Shi to actually just lock down a key member of Ultra Rare Esports.
I think they will be. I mean, the role the Shi is meant to catch out those single stragglers, right? Which I presume will be primary target onto Y2O because he's the one that's looking for those big truth mantras. But he's not going to be easy to catch. So Belby, I think this game, it really rides on the success of him getting successful catches, because if he does not, he essentially means a free body to the side of Ultra Rare Esports, and in a 4v5 the lineup struggles to fight against URE's draft.
Yeah, I mean, that draft itself coming in from Paradise Esports, I just gotta say, it's a very scary draft once again. For the side of Paradise Esports, Ultra Rare Esports, at this point right now, they do have Lethal on the Nuwa, on the Emergent, so they actually need to make use of the man advantage once he has that available, especially with the early game rotations if they want to win this. So for Ultra Rare Esports, yeah, they're very reliant on this Emergence here to win this early sector of the game.
Yes, and look, Yusong, I think having a great start. It will be beneficial if he gets that River Sprite. He did get it, does have the EXP advantage. If he can steal this camp away, that's going to be huge.
Yeah, really not able to form any form of advantage, but does win that 1v1 against Y20, right? A lane very hard to deal with, and MZK consistently able to deal so much damage, have a lot of map vision as well. This would mean like Ultra Rare, right? They are really focusing on the mid lane, but if you take a look at where 919 is playing, he's putting the pressure on the mid lane together with Belby. So that Paradise Esports responding extremely well.
They need to do this, right? It's all about those little advantages that people like to ignore in the games. And right now, it seems like Yusong is doing well. He actually manages to push Y2O back into the base for a little bit. Now, the difference in marker in the clash lane will be decided by that Space Sprite. Nice catch though, and they will try and go. The Matrix will be landed down, 4 of them. But at this point, 919 does have access into his Unruly Blade, makes it out safely.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, well, they are waiting for that timing for the Law to actually get the level 4, the Unbridled Outburst timing, and for Flick to get that Fever Barrage timing as well, right? And that's going to be somewhat of a key marker where Ultra Rare Esports are a bit reliant on their ultimates, the Truth Mantra and the Unbridled Outburst, actually very huge. Now, Fever Barrage going in.
Yeah, Flick actually commits it. I don't think they will be able to get the kill here, but look, that's a big ultimate down, and yes, there is a little bit of time. We're only at 2 minutes, but the top lane is where it matters at this point. Lifesteal by both members available. One in form of Formlessness, and Yusong, of course, with his Moonlight Strikes, will be able to get it.
Yeah, and of course, no invasions coming out yet, but we do see little advantages by 919, right? Taking out that mid creep cap already, and that is gonna point a bit of pressure towards the side of Ultra Rare Esports, especially if 919 is unburstable. It's unburstable from the side of Ultra Rare Esports, because I don't see a way that they have the damage to kill 919, especially in an even situation.
Not for now, right? And I think actually both teams will play pretty safe for now because they want to have that major advantage come during that Tyrant fight. So 4 minutes is the very important marker for both teams. And right now, I think as long as they don't lose too many camps to their opponents, everything should be stock standard. It's just Paradise Esports with a very slight lead, 500,000.
Yeah, 500,000, but they do have the lead in terms of synergy as well, right? Celestial Melody with the Unruly Blade, something that they're gonna have to consistently watch out for. I feel that Yusong, he can't be left alone to match Y20's movements, and he's been doing a great job of just providing the vision. If you take a look at the dance on that top lane, Yusong, he's just watching out, making sure that the Truth Mantra does not catch his teammates out, and this is a great news for Paradise Esports.
Yes, but for now, I think URE, they have secured a better jungle river vision for themselves. You can start to see Kenny already rotating down, making placements for this first Tyrant of the game. So this is a great position to be in for the side of URE. A couple of shots coming in from Tom as well. They will be able to get it. And now, can they survive the fight? That is the main thing. The catch does come in. Law takes the fall, but I think it's A-okay for the side of Ultra Rare Esports as long as they don't lose more.
Yeah, they don't lose more here. That's the huge thing going, and they still have the key utilities to take the next few team fight if they wish to do so. Kenny, he does have the HP bars to do so, but of course, it's all for that deterrence factor. Fever Barrage just to clear out the creep waves, and Flick, of course, at this point, he's got to play extremely defensive, right? Knowing that the Unbridled Outburst is not available from Law.
Okay, so attempted catch, not going to hit the mark. I think the success factor comes here from Tom, right? Can he get that Eternity Blade? First item already up for Flick, which is going to be a Spark Force Jagger. He needs one more item to be truly painful, and that's going to be Doomsday, right? So until then, I think there's a lot of breathing space for Paradise Esports. They have maintained a significant goal lead because they have taken quite a few camps away from Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, and we have that consistent top clash lane battle as well. But of course, Tom getting ahead in terms of that poke battle, in terms of tower damage as well. And that you see that bottom lane turret is extremely low already. Now, itemizations coming through from the side of both teams. You start to see Yusong really building towards that tank ability. He's gonna be a menace in the back lines. And Ultra Rare Esports, well, if there is another tank coming through, I just don't see a way they have the damage. The Fever Barrage has to be everything.
Yep, they want to push them back. They get the T1. Do they want to go for more? I don't think so. They've already gotten what they came for. To overextend now would be giving away a great lead. But nonetheless, 919 still approaches with confidence here. Takes the camp away. So, no, once again, financial advantage and map pressure applied from Paradise Esports.
Yeah, Paradise Esports forming a death by 1,000 cuts. They know that 919 at this point is practically unkillable. He can just position himself in the front for days. With the fact that Dolia is consistently sustaining him, there is no way for URE to crack this unless they find a crack on their squishies.
Yep, they're gonna try and approach it. Wind Slash as well. He gets a knockdown, chasing on to Lifo. The backup comes. We're looking for the Death at Sunset. Not committed yet by Yusong. They just want to poke them out, get some eyes and vision onto this Azure buff. Because their own buff is up in 10 seconds. It will be great to take this away from the Mankey. Does get the steal. 919, great job. And T1 now in the mid, under pressure.
Yeah, this is bad news bears coming in for Ultra Rare Esports. Nothing can be done against 919. And look at Yusong just consistently playing around with the backline. He has that tankiness. He has that inbuilt capability to get out as well. Death at Sunset just being used like this, it's great map pressure for Paradise Esports.
Yeah, just playing everything right? So Azure buff. Now, once again, both camps going into the hands of 919. They have some significant pressure on the top lane as well. They can't take the 2v1. And Yusong immediately makes a rotation down. There is no more aggression coming in from the bot lane. And I think as long as Yusong doesn't put himself in a very precarious situation, there is absolutely nothing that Ultra Rare can do at this point.
Yeah, Ultra Rare is fighting a very key damage problem where they realize the weaknesses of their own draft, right? Dharma very good at setting up, but does not have a lot of consistent damage, and the only poke damage is from Flick, who requires a bit of itemization. At 8 minutes into the game, you're not gonna have enough. Nuwa, yes, but it's only at that late game where Annihilation starts to poke through, and at the same time, 919 and Yusong, they're gonna be extremely tanky. Now, with the Death Ball coming in for Paradise Esports, they're just gonna get map advantage time and time again because they have no response.
Yeah, there really is no time. They take the T2. They will be able to make it out. Yes, there is the Unbridled Outburst, the jump in, Unruly Blade, but he's taking too much damage. Gets the Unbridled Outburst, but where is the follow-up damage? Here it comes, but the heals come in. Dream Roam at the same time. Can they get the kill? 919, a major tank is down, but on the backlines, here comes the chase. Yusong as well, Death at Sunset. The knockups are coming through. Can he get the second? Where is the refresh? Not available anymore. Comes in with the last second. Push back. What a save by Lifo. They make it out, but they lose the T2.
Yeah, they need to start taking fights like this. Hopefully try and burst down 919. He was very out of position, unable to find that healing factor coming out from MZK. Did not want to overextend. Now they do get that tyrant buff going. And that timing found by Flick really just enhances the fact that, yeah, the only damage damage is gonna be Flick, that unbridled outburst. If Paradise Esports starts to play around that, suddenly it becomes very hard for them to just re-engage. But now, with the itemizations coming out from Yusong as well, we saw that he's extremely tanky, but now going back for that Spork Force Dagger, that means he's gonna have some late game scalability and damage going for him as well.
Yeah, Flick definitely wants to rush his items at this point, right? If he gets his hands on the free charge, that's going to amplify his damage output because he will be able to have that ultimate extended for a little bit more because of the stuns. But here we go, Kenny, he's trying to position himself in a position to catch out the rotations, but they have caught Law. He does have the ultimate, will not overcommit at this point. So Paradise Esports, they're kind of fixing the waves, trying to maintain wave management pressure onto the side of URE.
And the fact that 919, he can just run into the enemy jungle and get unpunished here, it's going to be extremely telling coming out from the side of the lack of damage coming out from Ultra Rare Esports, right? They need to hope for a great Tooth Mantra. Kenny, he's in though.
Okay, they do commit the Unbridled Outburst, and Paradise Esports, they make it out, but not for long. Belby gets caught out. 919 now trying to make the run as well. They do get one kill. That's going to be Y20 down on the side of URE. Now, both teams unable to fight for the neutral objectives after this for now.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but still goalless advantage going the way of Paradise Esports with that kill, with that Truth Mantra, with that flash use. You just caught a Shi, and you didn't even get a mid lane turret or any form of objectives. Paradise Esports, they still have map control. They will be taking this Tyrant here, and what can Ultra Rare Esports do?
Yep, they chose wrong, right? They committed so many big things. They committed the Unbridled Outburst. They got the Annihilation down as well. And all they got for all their efforts was just Belby, right? And they even had to give the life of Y2O.
Yeah, we saw in the replay that the Fever Barrage is starting to deal considerable amounts of damage to Tom, but the thing is, there's a lack of lockdown. If you don't find the Dream Roam / Truth Mantra on to Tom to land the Fever Barrage, he's just gonna be able to press the Infinite Vastness button, and suddenly, yeah, it's just a get out of jail free card. So they need to land their skills onto both Belby and Tom at once. That is also not considering MZK having that disrupt factor to push members away.
That's true. I mean, the pushback is definitely great, and it helps, right? Because Flick now actually has that frigid charge, so it's great for them. Windslash not going to hit the mark, actually gets pushed away, and they're trying to pincer them in on the backlines. They want to force them away. They want this T2, more map advantage. Death at Sunset going to be used. Refresh does come in. This could be the biggest play for now. All they have to do is to get out. But in the meantime, while they're trying to make this play on the T2, Flick also gets the T2 on the bottom side of the map. And maybe this is a nice wraparound. Yusong does have his ultimate, but the save might not be enough. 919 now caught in the middle of 4. They get the Truth Mantra onto him as well. Where is the save? Not enough. He's still tanking it. True. Can they get the kill? It is not enough. He's still surviving, and the backup does come. Paradise Esports, they've turned this around. A big kill coming in. Even MZK gets the kill, and now Kenny's on the run. There is no more save potential for him. Unruly Blade going to be dropped down as well. Windslash. It is a slow and painful death for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Paradise Esports win big.
Yeah, this is a huge team fight coming in for the side of Paradise Esports. Knowing that 919 could not go down, they actually just survived with a sliver of HP. They know that Flick isn't around. He's on the bottom lane, and sending Tom there to match the rotations, to match the pressure on the bottom lane, to alleviate some of the tier 3 pressure. Now look at this, 919, he just cannot die. And once you commit for Ultra Rare, that's it. That's all you have, because the damage is not there. The damage dealer is Flick, and he's all the way at the bottom lane.
Look, that's the benefit of the Eye of the Phoenix, right? So the lower your health, the more HP regeneration you get. And at that point, where MZK using the heal, it really changed the whole situation, because then URE kind of gets caught out. There is availability of a potential fight here, but for now, it's just map pressure, because they have 3 lanes of Shadow Vanguards flying down, and all they need to do is to push them away from this defense of the T3. So they're looking for an opening.
Yeah, really. Bottom lane, Shadow Vanguard spawns. The lane pressure is going to be slowly mounting for Paradise Esports as they continue to poke and prod. They know they can do this for days because their frontliners is not contested. Their frontliners will not be going down. 919, he's a testament to that. He survived the entire team fight. Now they do have Flick though, which means they can actually take a semblance of a team fight, but they have to worry about the dragons at all times.
Yeah, Frigid Charge is off a cooldown, so Flick definitely can get a nice combination. But right now, cooldowns are coming off on the side of Paradise Esports as well. All they need to do is to just allow the Vanguards to deal that damage. And for now, it's a nice healthy structural amount of damage, but the escape comes in, maybe to get the pullback on the Kenny. But for now, everything is going well for Paradise Esports.
Yeah, ready, the Resplendent Revolver trying to be the keep away factor. Flick is here right now, so Paradise Esports, this might be a potential team fight that they can lose because Flick will be joining for the first time. They don't have vision on Y20. That's something that they need to consistently be looking out for. The Truth Mantra onto Tom might potentially open the crack here.
You're looking for an opportunity here. So Yusong actually scouts out the other members, and now they know the position on the side of URE. Maybe go in for the steal, but Yusong working hard, pushing two different members on the side of URE behind, and it looks like they might want to set this Tyrant. Will they go for the reset? Will not come in. The steal comes in from Lethal. Can they win this fight? That was a big moment, but the damage is coming through for the side of Paradise Esports. On the backlines, they managed to step onto Law. The double defense sunset available at this point. Law should be down. The first kill goes to the hands of 919. They're looking for an opening. This could be Dev's door for the side of URE. They managed to back out. And Paradise Esports, they win with a significant advantage.
Yeah, they do win the team fight, but they lose that Tyrant buff, right? They lose that Tyrant buff, so this opens that timing for Ultra Rare Esports to actually take this team fight at advantage. They don't have the Unbridled Outburst though, so that's why they're pushing on this tier 3. That Annihilation really coming in handy. Death at Sunset being used, but they still want to force that tier 3 down. Paradise Esports, well, at this point, they know they are not really unkillable, so they have to disengage here.
Yep. Okay, maybe. There we go. That is the Fever Barrage. A lot of damage. Where's the backup? Y20 a little bit late, but they could be turning this game around. All they need to do is to get rid of Yusong. The last one. A double kill coming in for the side of Y20. And a lifeline has been bought for the side of Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, they did have to disengage there, right? That Tyrant buff is very huge at this stage of the game. It shreds through the enemy defenses. And really with that Annihilation, Lethal finding that key timing to snipe out that Tyrant, really securing this portion of the game there. Well, we do see them taking the Shadow Overlord right now. And with that, Ultra Rare Esports, they find themselves some more breathing room in this game. But Paradise Esports, well, they still have that later scaling, so that's something that they gotta have to watch out for. Now, Lethal is gonna be a huge problem.
Yes, definitely going to be a huge problem. But Flick also finally showing up in the game. I think, one of the reasons why they lost that fight earlier on in the Tyrant Pit was because of the fact that Flick did not manage to land any hits from his revolver, any hits from, no ulti available to play around with at that point as well. So URE, I think as long as they get their combinations down, they should be able to win the fights and maybe bring this series back into life for them.
Yeah, with that, they get the tier 3 on the bottom lane opened up from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. So one tier 3 for one tier 3. So consistent map pressures, albeit opposing at the mid and the bottom lane. So for Ultra Rare Esports, it's about living in the jungle. And that Wind Slash is proving to be a huge problem from the side of Paradise Esports. But now they need to worry about the poke damage, right? If they can find MZK out of position and take out that Dolia, they essentially lose every single team fight.
Yes, because no double Death at Sunset, no double Infinite Fastness, no Unruly Blade as well. That's a huge concern. And right now, they're putting just immense pressure because they have taken that Shadow Overlord for themselves. The Vanguards are marching down. And now there is a Bleeding Wound on the bottom, right? So once again, we're back in the same situation. Both teams, they have an open lane where super minions are marching down.
Yeah, this is already 18 minutes into the game, and 2 more minutes, we're going to have that Tempest Dragon spawning up, and we're potentially going to see that because both teams, well, unless they make a huge blunder, which Ultra Rare Esports they are looking for, right? They have that punish mistake punishing lineup with the Truth Mantra and the Unbridled Outburst, and Yusong here might be in danger, pulls off the Death at Sunset, but is it enough?
Yep, 4-on-1, the turret is no longer available. The backup comes in. What a nice fever barrage coming in from Flick. Will take a bit of damage, but they got rid of MZK. That is the winning formula for them. Belby as well. No more catch available for the side of Paradise Esports. Flick gives his first life, and all 5 members are still standing on the side of Ultra Rare Esports.
Yeah, 2 members left, Tom and 919. They need to mount the defense here. They don't have the poke damage, but 919, he is a tanky beast. But without the sustain of
White
MZK,
too low. He goes in, gets the catch as well. That's the first life down. Tom, can he make it out? Will not be doing so. 919 against the 4 members, 5 members, and it looks like they will tie the series up. Blood Rage coming in. Hang on, there is a chance. He is life stealing, but it's not enough. The game goes back into the hands of Ultra Rare Esports 1-1. We have a game on our hands.
yeah, it's gonna be a tied series. Ultra Rare Esports, well done by them as they managed to mount a comeback against all odds, right? Finding small little victories, getting that power spike timing onto Lethal. I gotta say, man, Lethal has to be the MVP here. I mean, Flick, well, he did join the team fights and the Fever Barrages were good, but that Tyrant Steal with the Annihilation, it marked the start of everything to come, where it just led to Paradise Esports starting to bleed one by one.
I mean, we won in no other way, right? This was a decent performance by both teams, and I think we talked about it at the start of the day. This is going to be one of the most tight-knit series ever, and Flick is your MVP with this. Look, the amount of damage he was doing in the later parts of the game, I think it really came from, in the starts, there wasn't really any opportunity for him to dive because the aggression coming in from Paradise Esports was just too heavy.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise Esports, I mean, they did have that lineup to really push the advantage, but we saw that they were content with just trying to go for the objectives, right? They didn't really push the issue. They didn't really force these errors coming out from the side of Ultra Rare. And Ultra Rare, they were happy to just take that game because for Lethal, he's gonna be able to defend for days, and Kenny, he's gonna be able to look for mistakes. 159k damage coming out for Flick, really going to show how much he can do if he is left untethered on that bottom lane.
Yeah, and you can see, right, surprisingly, not a lot of damage coming out from Tom because he wasn't able to get into position in the team fights as well. And look at how much damage they have soaked. Both Kenny and Law each taking 131,000 worth of hero damage given by the side of Paradise Esports. So a huge concern for them because there was not enough damage coming out from Paradise Esports.
I mean, there is not enough damage. I mean, I would say that they did have the capability to output the damage, but the positioning was not found, right? Yeah, they were not allowed to. I mean, Ultra Rare Esports consistently with Lethal's matrices, it was kind of a getaway factor. And while all that was happening, once they used their skills, once it was committed, Flick saw the opportunity to use all his Fever Barrages, right? If you take note of his Fever Barrages coming in, it was so good. And just look at the graph, man. Just look at the graph.
Yeah, they were fighting tooth and nail for every advantage in this game, and primarily, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, they did not have a good game at all. It was a struggle to keep up against Paradise Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare really coming out from the depths there, and I'm very happy that they managed to get that mental reset, giving us that game 3, right? And for Paradise Esports, well, I just gotta say, they did have a very good draft, that Dolia Dun and Elaine, right? There was a super prime opportunity, but they just couldn't match up to Lethal's Nuwa. And also, Flick, really on the Marco Polo, showing up, showing what it means to play defensive, playing offensive, playing that macro at the same time.
Yeah, just pour all of your money into this guy, right? Taking 25% of the team's gold. 31-6, a very low kill KDA result, but I think that's exactly what you want out of an MVP, right? He needs to stay safe and, you know, just deal damage. 34% of the damage done by the team was done by this guy. So Flick, very deserving of the MVP. He really started to shine in the later parts of the game, and it's very hard to deny that the amount of impact he had was just too much for the side of Paradise Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Marco Polo, not really a marksman that you usually see in the later stages of the game popping off like that, but the way that he managed to just circumvent throughout the entire map, just run away from the mines that Paradise Esports set and still get the macro advantages at the same time, well, he did deserve the MVP. Well, while all this is happening, right? Fever Barrage, yes, it might be the answer, but he was getting the farm first. And this timing, while all this was happening, we identified it as a huge mistake coming out for Ultra Rare Esports to go for that high committal onto Belby. But still, right, you can see that Flick with that Fever Barrage, he's starting to deal more and more damage. While this was happening, he was on the bottom lane applying that pressure. And Ultra Rare Esports, yeah, they did lose the damage because he wasn't there, but it set up the steps to victory for Ultra Rare.
So one of the things you'll notice here, the reason why Paradise Esports was kind of winning all these fights was also because of the fact that Flick was not in the fights, right? Take a look at this one. Flick was actually trying to get the split push going. And while they were taking fights all across the map, Flick was actually farming. That's why he actually has 25% of the team's gold. So not only were they preparing for the comeback, eventually getting that steal onto the Tyrant, and the Shadow Tyrant, by the way, this is a big marker for them. And they managed to get out relatively safe, giving away the life of Law. A roam's life, yes, it's important, we know that, but I think sometimes you have to make sacrifices to be able to turn the situation around.
Yeah, I would say this was a slight overstay coming out from the side of Paradise Esports. That Fever Barrage able to find its mark onto 3, forcing out the infinite fastness as well. And that started that huge snowball effect coming in, right? Truth Mantra onto Yusong, getting that 3-man trade. And also this as well, you see him in the back line with the Fever Barrage, with the help of Y20 smashing Yusong into the wall there.
And here's a very big marker, right? We talked about this earlier in the game, which was MCK and Belby, they may not be the most damaging people in the draft. Belby actually did the most damage in this particular composition for Paradise Esports. But the fact that when you don't have the Celestial Melody, you don't have that double death at sunset, your aggression suddenly drops by that big of a marker, and you have no way to fight back against Flick, who has already hit the climax of the height of his powers essentially at the late part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, Flick, we hyped him up as one of the good marksmen in the WKS as well. His positioning has been amazing throughout the entire regular season. It's been getting better and better. And really for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, he seems to be a shining star, because with the rest of them, well, they have been showing time and time again, but Flick, he's been consistent. He's been very consistent in taking these series.
Okay, so with that being said, we have to give the players a little bit of a breather. We'll take a short break. When we're back, the conclusion of this best of 3 series, Paradise Esports or Ultra Rare Esports, who gets to face off against Paws Gaming. We'll see you soon.
Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea! You're not welcome at my beach! Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach!
Excuse me.
Fucking stinks.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Wildcard King series, and we are at the game number 3 already of Ultra Rare Esports versus Paradise Esports. But first of all, I'm your caster Moman. Joined with me is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu. How are you feeling about the game 3, bro?
Excited because now we get to see that there is technically a 50-50 chance for both of these teams. It really comes down to not just the draft, but also the execution. And here we have below, this is going to be the second draft of the game. Flick with that Marco, I think, really great job. Along with Lifo, I think we always talk about Lifo's Nua. They won the round with the Nua. Now, what else is left?
Yeah, Lifo very good on these artillery mages. We see him doing insane damage on the Yixing as well. He's a mage that really thrives off of spacing, right? And for Paradise Esports, they tried to combat that. They did a very good job in the first game where they used the Charlotte very well to really combat the spacing that the Yixing gives. But in that second game, they couldn't find that opening with the double death at sunset, with the unruly blades available. And I just felt that it's a bit of execution error where they made slight blunders, they made a bit of slight overstay, and they did have an advantage in the game. It was just given to them from the side of Paradise Esports, and Ultra Rare Esports, well, they capitalized on these mistakes very well.
Definitely false error coming in from the side of Ultra Rare Esports, right? They force their opponents to make a lot of mistakes. And Paradise Esports, look, the fact that Belby died, the fact that the Roma died as well, I think was really a big change in the results, because Lifo, I don't understand. Why would you give Lifo the Noir? Like, I would just ban that straight for 3 games in a row. No Noir for you, because we know that is his signature pick.
Well, I mean, for game 2, they were thinking that maybe they did have a read on them. They did have the Dolia, they did have the Elaine, and that's kind of a counter, right? You jump the Nuwa, well, it doesn't become a huge problem, but Ultra Rare Esports show that they have much more depth in their playbook as well. You jump, we counter jump, right? Flick coming out in the Marco Polo with the Fever Barrage was not something that they were too much particularly expecting. This is the first I see Flick going for that Marco Polo as well. So, of course, Paradise Esports, well, yeah, they weren't really expecting this change in pace.
Okay, so if I'm Paradise, I'm definitely going to ban the Arlie now. They have already used their Arlie, they have used their Lung, so I'm not going to open that up. I think Arlie would definitely be a good ban, but then you leave them with the options of maybe the Chano and Diren Jie Hoi. A bunch of different farm laners available for the side of Ultra Rare, but is it going to be the best one?
Yeah, I mean, from Ultra Rare, we haven't seen them playing really too much of the Lady Sun. And also, I would like to say that that's a viable option as well. The Lady Sun and Ming, well, not really too particularly favored in the entire WKS in general. But of course, in the global scene, it does have a very high win rate. So something that might have escaped that banning and drafting pick, I mean, they might actually pull it out for this best of 3 here. We are at the 3rd game already, so choices are running a bit low, but albeit it's gonna be still a very ready pool of heroes there.
Yes, a lot of big picks are still available. We're talking about the Byron, he's still available for some of the teams. In fact, both of them, Byron has not been played yet. Lady Sun Ming combination, like you mentioned before, also very scary. And both teams also have access to So Yue, right? So that is actually something that might be a cause of concern, because both teams are actually very adept at farming. You can see that they like to play the long game. I mean, this is the first Tempest game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very crazy where both teams are very evenly matched. Of course, we might not see the same in the next few best of 5s, but this is going to be a breath of fresh air where Paradise Esports and Ultra Rare, they are very neck and neck when it comes down to the power levels. We saw them going against each other in the regular season. It was a close shave for Ultra Rare Esports to take that series 2-1. But right now, the tides have turned, right? It's still 1-1. But Paradise Esports, it seems like they have done a lot more homework on Ultra Rare, on their play styles, on how they like to play. We see them man marking them a lot more. I really like the rotations coming out from Yusong to man mark Y20 to make sure that the Truth Mantra couldn't climb. But when he was needed to actually dive the backline, then the decision started lapsing.
I'm curious whether they will allow Yusong to play another dive composition again, right? I'm not sure whether, I forgot whether he used Dharma already in game number 1, but if that option is available for them, I think they could definitely benefit off of that, right? Y20 on the other hand, on the other side of the clash lane, I think so far he has been playing really safe, really clean, and I think Ultra Rare for now, I think are just more synergized in their movements as a group.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare right now, they do look like they are becoming more of themselves, right? Game 1, we saw them picking up that Lam, and something that I was not looking too forward to see coming out from them because it doesn't really reflect their play style. And I hope that they keep staying true to themselves, going for this similar level of play style where they really put Flick much more on that priority together with Y20, right? We saw Y20 on that Liu Bang. I wouldn't say the best of Liu Bangs, right? You're not playing like Paradise Esports. Well, now that option, Lam and Liu Bang, is available for Paradise Esports right now. So they might pick it up. We saw Liu Bang being that first ban in game 2. Whether or not it goes through that banning stage, that's going to be very telling on what Paradise Esports might want to do.
I think that's very dependent on what Ultra Rare Esports picks, right? Agudo is still available for them. I would naturally only pick Alarm when I see an Agudo because that is two Alarm's strengths. In fact, there is a high potential you could actually swap out the Alarm for a Hansing as well. I think teams of their capability can definitely make this Hansing shine. Split push ability, we've already seen both teams very adept at getting decent map control, right? Placing turrets over kills, I think that's one of the big strength markers for both teams. But of course, these are all our thoughts, opinions. I want to see what kind of game plan they have going into this because this game is do or die. You win, you make it to the next stage, of course. You don't, you go home.
And of course, as of now, there are no more league standings. This is going to be that playoff stage already. And right now, it is the play-ins, right? These teams are fighting for the chance to be in that upper bracket where Paws Gaming is going to be waiting for them. This is going to be the final best of three that we see for today. And from now on forwards, going after this first game, we are going into the best of fives where Fearless Esports, we know for sure they have to go up against Impunity. And right now, for Ultra Rare Esports against Paradise Esports, well, they're playing for the chance to that best of five against Paws Gaming, the number one seed here.
Okay, so I'm just curious about your personal preference. Final game of the series, will you prefer a fast-paced game, early game advantage, or would you want to play the long game, farming game, and we win in the late stages?
Personal preference, well, I gotta say, right, I'm a fan of facts, I'm a fan of getting the advantage early, but knowing Ultra Rare, well, they might want to go on that slower side, so we might actually see Lifo try and pick up the Hano here. That's something that they have been keeping in their back pockets, and this is a potential thing that they might go for in this last game to secure that late game status.
Okay, so Paradise Esports, as expected, they ban out the early. There's no way you will allow the early to come through. And now I'm just curious, what is going to be the ban? Ultra Rare, they take out the Liu Bang. Not as concerned about the Mai for now. Let's see what else. Luna, the second priority ban for the side of Paradise Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, right, Ultra Rare, they will ban out the Mai Shiranui, and this is a very interesting state of that hero pool, where Paradise Esports, they won't have that pay available, so they won't have the Dolia first pick available as well, right? So Paradise Esports, right now, I mean, it seems like they can go for something along, they actually do have that pay available. Okay, they will pick up the pay.
Yeah, so does URE just straight away steal the Byron away, right? I don't think it's a good idea to give him the Byron on the side of Paradise Esports, right?
Well, I mean, that Pay Byron combo is pretty much unstoppable when it comes to that early to mid game scaling. So something along the lines of taking it away, it might be good, but they might answer back with a team fight of their own. So they go for the Lady Zun, they go for the Sun Sub, preparing for that Byron pick. And yeah, I don't really like this, but if they do have a set strategy, well, that Lady Zun on the hands of Lifo might be a much better look in terms of combating what that team fight that Paradise Esports bring.
I mean, you can kind of tell, right? They're trying to play that close range battle, and instead of going for the Byron first, they pick up the Soyue, and they pick up the Dharma as well. Okay, this is going to be a very scary initiation coming in from Paradise Esports.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they do have a lot of movement skills, a lot of mobility in that pay, and also not forgetting the Dharma, right? The Truth Mantra really can punish that set sail coming out from the side of the Sun Tzu. And that is going to be something that they want to deal with. They go for that deny pick, picking up that Mo Zi. They actually want it for themselves for the setup as well. It is a very good setup tool with the Cannon Blast. So that's something that they can go for. The Cannon Blast set sail actually can find a very good disruption.
I like it. I think there's good synergy in the Mortar pick, right? At the same time, you're also taking away what MCK wants to help Tom in lane with. So for now, they take out the Yixing on the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Their lineup doesn't really do well in tight corners unless they are the ones initiating, right? If they get caught out, then it's an instant burst kill combination for the side of Paradise Esports. Paradise Esports, of course, will take out the Agudo. So fast-paced farming in order to match against the pay, gone.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, all the tank junglers are still available for the side of Kenny. So, I mean, Menki, well, he doesn't have it, but the Jun and Ogren are there. So that's something that they might want to go for. They do have the Lady Sun on their side, so they don't have to worry about the Disruptive Deluge being a huge issue. They take out the Diadea, just hoping that, yeah, Shoye does not get any more help. And meanwhile, for Paradise Esports, they take out the D-Run Jie. Now, for Ultra Rare Esports, right? Do they go for the Lady Sun here? Do they go for the Ho Yi or something like a Consort Yi? Something along the lines of that late game scalability for Flick.
Pick up the Jing. Like, just go for the Jing, right? Go for the dive. And in terms of like farm laners, I think it really doesn't matter that much. But they pick up the Chano as well. I think that's a decent lane. Able to sustain a little bit better because there is a more to the play around with, right? So as long as the Cannon Blast land, it's not going to be as easy for this Soyue being played by Tom to really come online. It takes a little bit of time. But Paradise Esports, I'm curious to see what do they have in the mid lane and in the roam.
Yeah, I mean, for Paradise Esports right now, they are very clear in lacking the frontliners, so they might go all in with this poke-heavy playstyle. They don't have the Liu Bang anymore, right? So something that they can go for, I mean, if they want to cheese it up, is they can go for the Angela, right? Have a bit of setup themselves, have a bit of the burst, and they actually go for it. So they are going very heavy with the poke-heavy playstyle and a bit of disrupt coming out from the Lian Po.
Who's the Angela supposed to catch?
I mean, anyone, like just the punish the set sail, punish the Mozi, punish the cannon blast coming through, then you can actually just set up plays on your own, right? So with that Lady Zun pick, well, you deny a lot of space, but in that 1v1, right, that burst scenario, that Angela is actually very good for Ultra Rare Esports. It's a very good deterrent factor.
There we go. It has to be the Jing, right? I think this is the best possible combination to get the burst onto Tom on this Soyue. I'm just curious because in the mid lane, I think it's pretty much similar in terms of wave clear speed, right? Angela along with the Lianpo MZK, it's going to be able to clear almost as fast as the Mozi with the Lady Zhen. So mid lane, I think is an even squeeze. Farm lane, I think it's okay as well. So it really then comes down to this clash in jungle. Who's able to get the advantage? That would be, to me, the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I gotta say, right, the vision is gonna be extremely important because from the side of Paradise Esports, all of them have very good kill capability. And similarly, on the side of Ultra Rare Esports as well, right? If you somehow find Kenny hiding in your back line, it's not gonna be too good. Similar story with Belby. We all know about the story about the Angela in the bush, where you are just gonna get bursted down no matter who you are on Ultra Rare.
Law, he missed his cannon blast, but the support is already arriving. They want to make sure they clear this top lane first. So Levo has to eat a little bit of an L, and perhaps they have to give away this Tuskbor's camp. So everything balanced out in this manner, right? They do get an advantage, but I think slowly the goal will swing towards the side of Paradise Esports for now.
Yeah, Paradise Esports right now already threatening more enemy resources. Small camps will be that name of the game here. And with 919's mobility, he's going to be able to take up these sprites. Oh, Law actually gets it with the Cannon Blast. So, yeah, there's a bit of consolation there. But small little prizes for the side of Paradise Esports. Still favoring them. 200 gold advantage while keeping Tom alone here.
Okay, so I like the fact that URE, they're putting a lot of pressure on the farm lane as well. That's a healthy amount of damage onto the T1 at the bottom. At the same time, Law just making sure the MCK is unable to provide support. So URE winning in terms of numbers in the farm lane.
Yeah, I mean, right now, a key opening is going to come from that Cannon Blast or the set still for Ultra Rare Esports. So they do have a lot of trial and error. Meanwhile, for the side of Paradise Esports, they have much more choice in the matter. They have a Truth Mantra. They have the setup coming in from Belby. But look at this.
Yep, Y2O. One person drives the car away, gets a set sail, and the backup comes. Is he going to round out about? He gets a slam down. The burst comes in. The first blood actually goes on the 919. A crucial initiate. He will be able to make it out. They trade Y2O's life, but you get the jungler. So Ultra Rare Esports, a great start now.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, they find the best trade in that scenario. And that was all set up by Y20, right? That flash into the set sail, that roundabout reinitiation into the mirror domain. Very well set up from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. And the fact of the matter is, Belby, at this point, he's supposed to be landing his skill shots, but he has not found any value so far. And that's one of the key factors of the Angela that will start falling off when you don't land your skill shots.
Yeah, you know, Belby does need a little bit of gold, more in comparison to Lethal. Both of them are utility majors nonetheless, right? You just need to get your stunts in and provide value for the team. But right now, I think URE just playing the numbers game better. Look, they're putting the 2v1s on top. Yusong is not having a very pleasant time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he knows that Lefo is here. And Y20, he's doing a great job of really baiting it out. Lefo now finally shows himself. So yeah, you saw him. The jig is up. He will not be pushing his luck anymore.
Yep, actually gets a TP down as well. This is why it's so important to get that space sprite, right? Not only get the EXP, you get that rotation as well, teleportation down. And simple wave clear, I think they will ignore it, leave that last minion for Kenny. He's at level 7. They want to maintain this EXP lead against 919.
Yeah, I mean, and all for this, I mean, Paradise Esports, well, they are starting to get the map rotations coming through. I'm really liking the recovery out of Paradise Esports, using Yusong and 919 to apply that pressure in the enemy jungle, knowing that the set sail is a one-time committal thing, right? And for Ultra Rare Esports, well, that main initiation is going to come from the Cannon Blast, which they need to keep track of at all times.
Yes, and the Cannon Blast is so effective, right? Because it stops you from doing whatever you're trying to do. And not only that, you get to scout brushes way before. So right now, quite a lot of positioning advantage for the side of URE. They have eyes on where the rest of the members are on the side of Paradise Esports. Set sail comes in. Who does he find? They get the Tyrant first. Can they get the kill? The knockup does knock the two of them up. So right now, it's a great fight for the side of Paradise Esports. They just need to find the killing blow. They sacrifice MZK, but they get Y2O and Law down as well.
Yeah, that mid lane turret will not be long for life here. They do have a lot of poke damage. And of course, with that Tyrant buff, they might actually be able to hold. There's a lot of shred damage coming through from the Chain Lightnings and Ultra Rare Esports. Well, they do hold that mid turret for now, but there's a lot of chip damage on that middle lane turret already. Now, Paradise Esports, they converted that extremely well. And that's, all I gotta say is that MZK with the Tremor Smashes, it provided a lot of peel. You saw finding that truth mantra onto 2, that became the huge opening that Paradise Esports, they just capitalize on.
Yeah, Law actually had a very nice ultimate there, right? The thing inside the box actually caught the prime target. But thankfully, MGK with the Tremor Smash actually cancelled that. And not only that, he caught Kenny in as well. So there was a little bit of extra damage coming in.
Yeah, I mean, at the damage factor for Paradise Esports, this mid game is really theirs to take, right? As long as they can keep eyes on Kenny, make sure that they don't stay in the mirror domain. But
big initiation! They get the burst down as well, feeding Kenny with that. And the T1 now, they're going to trade out the damage. Right now, 919 is going to try and defend. Will not make any difference as URE secure that T1 in the mid.
Yeah, a big price to pay will be Shoyue getting the farm on the bottom lane. He does get that bottom lane turret for free. And now, look at this. Yusong, he's in.
But they won't be able to get too much damage. Right now, they want to try and force out the waves, right? But the backup is coming here. Maybe getting caught out. The stun. The freeze as well. Set sail. Committed. Can they get the kill onto Yusong? Uses the formlessness to get a little bit of lifesteal. Gets out. So no punishment for either end. But the turret does take quite a big hit on the top side.
Yeah, they gotta start worrying about Kenny and the set sail initiations, right? It is a one-way street coming in from Ultra Rare Esports that they need to consistently make sure that they don't get hit. And they need to answer for this middle lane turret loss as well. But 919...
Yeah, big job. Oh my goodness, that is why you picked the thing. Kenny, he gets the kill on the 919. Can they defend the T1 in the mid? So far, it is looking good. The stun comes in from Law. There is still a bunch of damage to be done on the side of URE. They push the aggression off. So URE in a good, decent position because Flick, he's going to get the T1 at the bottom for free.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Rare Esports, they have that map advantage. They don't have frontliners, but it does not matter because they consistently find the picks, make it a 4v5 before the fight even starts. So this is one of the key factors of Ultra Rare Esports lineup, right? Using that cannon blast or the set sail to have that advantage once the fight starts. Now, 919, he's going to get countered out a lot by Jing going into the map movements. Looking at the top lane, he's alone though.
Yep, they're going in. They wanted to go for the kill onto 919, did not get it. In fact, they had to sacrifice the Azure Golem going to the hands of Belby. Not the worst target. I mean, that is a mage. You want that CDR as well. So URE, they're in the driver's seat, but not having full control of the vehicle just yet.
Yeah, really net worth, I would say, still neck and neck. Something that they have to consistently keep on the back of the minds is going to be that Shou Yue, right? Who's eventually going to stack up in terms of damage, in terms of range. When you take these team fights, when you start to realize the team fights go too long, play Paradise Esports, they're going to come out on top.
But Mo, look at Kenny, he's level 12. He's going to be able to melt almost anyone on the team of Paradise Esports instantly.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be on that poking factor, especially from the whirlwind charge. If you can find shots onto Kenny, then suddenly, yeah, you're going to have that team fight winning formula. And Paradise Esports, they need to consistently find that. Belby, he needs to be on Kenny duty right now where his skills, utility usage is all for Kenny.
That's a beautiful trade. Very good decision coming out from the side of Ultra Rare Esports. They give the Tyrant away, but they take a T2, and now there is an uncontested Overlord. These are not the Shadow variants just yet, but Ultra Rare Esports, I think they have hit their peak at this part of the game. This is insane.
Yeah, accelerated peak indeed. 8 minutes into the game. Level 13 is Kenny. 919 though, not falling too close behind. It's gonna be level 12 on that pay. So something that they need to watch out for is the counter jump coming through into the back line. Yusong with the Truth Mantra still potentially could set things up. So Ultra Rare Esports, they need to be wary of this. They need to continue pressing the vision advantage.
Yeah, it's a balancing act at this point because the Tyrant buff is actually used to kind of balance the advantage because URE, they have more damage that can be offered compared to Paradise Esports because look, Kenny's level 13, he has a lot of burst potential. Every stun that is landed by Law is an opening available for Kenny to get an instant kill.
Yeah, whirlwind charges consistently poking them as well. It's got to be very irritating to deal with. Now, they do have the vision. MZK already pops the Radiance. Does see them over here. Not catching the spells onto Belby just yet. But this Tyrant will be spawning in 20 seconds. And Ultra Rare Esports, they're trying to position themselves in the enemy jungle for it. But that creep pressure is not enough yet. They do have the Vanguards to answer for, though.
The biggest concern here is the wave clear on the top clash lane. This means Yusong is not going to be part of the fights, and Y2O does have the set sail, so they can approach this Tyrant really quickly. Now these are the Shadow variants, so 10-minute mark. It will get started by the side of Ultra Rare Esports. They're looking for the potential steal. The stuns are so important in this game. The jump in, the set sail knocks them up as well. Here comes the steal. Kenny gets it, secures it for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. They get the kill on the MZK. That's a great start. Law, he jumps in alone. Is that really the best thing to do? And once again, Kenny actually baited in by his own team. Does he make it out alive? Will have the backup, but he gives his life, unfortunately. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. 2-for-1. And this is a big opportunity for the side of Paradise Esports. They get 2 kills, and now they can start working on this Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, they thrive off that burst ability for Ultra Rare Esports. If they don't burst someone down, if the fights start getting too long, Paradise Esports with the whirlwind charges, with the whirlwind shots coming in from the side of Tom, there's gonna be too much poke damage poking through, right? They don't have a lot of sustainability. Now, with that Overlord being taken on the side of Paradise Esports, now neck and neck in terms of net worth, but still, Tremor Smashes for MZK, they were on point.
It was a good setup, but I think there was a very huge miscommunication coming in, right? Law, he got like what, half a second of a stun, and I think the call was the backup, and I think Kenny felt, you know, very confident because he had the level advantage. But you're jumping into 4 different members. You're Jing. You're not a tank jungle. You're an assassin jungle.
Yeah, and the assassin being found at that point, well, that's not exactly target. That's not exactly key here. And White 20, he's doing a great job of pushing the bottom lane, but the Shadow Vanguard will be there. So tier 2 already secured for Paradise Esports. Suddenly, it's very even across the map. They set their sights on that Azure Golem area, and that's where Kenny is at. Does scout them out with the reflection though.
Oh, that's quite a bit of damage onto Flick as well. The stuns do come in on the backside. They're looking for an opening as well. So both the Clash laners are face to face, but the difference is Yisong does not know that Y2O is there.
Yeah, Y2O will be able to recall back safely here, and of course does not want to risk any more vision. Giving away his location here might be huge for the side of Paradise Esports, but for now, both teams disengaged. Now, at this stage in the game, 12 minutes, right? When we think about Tyrant, whether we think about the Overlord, they are both Shadow variants who can fight the objectives better. Ultra Rare Esports, they do have that setup necessary, but for Paradise Esports, it seems like they're winning the vision game and map advantage. Now, this vision game is going to be very important for Paradise Esports because they need to keep an eye on Kenny.
Yep, Law expended his thing inside the box, and you know what? The timer is up. Tom is level 14. He does have damage now.
Yeah, this is gonna be huge for the side of Paradise Esports. Knowing that think inside the box is not available. MZK!
Yep, he goes in, Tremor Smash as well, tries to catch out Lifo. Lifo actually commits that flash. No kills coming in. Quite a lot of commitment from the side of Paradise Esports. Just a 1 out from MZK, so it's all good. It's a big decision now. Does Paradise Esports want to sneak and try and hide, find an opening? Or will they just allow URE to have a little bit more map control?
Yeah, this is the point in time where Belby is going to become a huge factor in the game, where he's going to start dealing more and more damage, right? Late game Angela suddenly is a shreddability. It's a liability for Kenny. If Kenny is ever so slightly out of position, he will get instantly bursted down. So his vision has to be very key. The Cannon Blast here playing a big advantage, but Paradise Esports, with the map advantage that they have gotten, they get this Tyrant for free.
Okay, so URE, they're trying to make a mad dash towards the T3, will not be able to get it in time. And this is what's so scary about Paradise Esports' draft, because as the game goes much later, right now at the 14-minute mark, the amount of damage that they're able to offer on the side of Paradise Esports is insanely huge.
Yeah, we do have the Tremor Smashes coming in. I mean, MZK, he's been doing a great job of making sure he knows where Kenny's location in. And you were talking about the damage, right? The late game scalability of Paradise Esports. Well, they have all that damage output. If you think about 919, Belby, and Tom, just alone, they are all solo units that can deal so much damage. And meanwhile, for Ultra Rare, they do have Kenny, but Flick and Lifo, they do require assistance. They are not sustainable. They are not individual units.
Oh, they're trying! Y2O gets stopped, but the stun does come in. Law tries to save him. The flash committed as well, but MZK jumps in. Tremor Smash, this is the best combination yet. Yisong looking for the opening, gets the truth down on the backlines as well. Law does come up with that thing inside the box, but there's too much damage as Paradise Esports, they're looking for the opening. Even Kenny can't withstand the damage, and finally the map is in control for the side of Paradise Esports. T3 in the mid, under threat. Can they defend? URE, they make a jump for it. MZK does provide space. They get the opening they're looking for. Do they really want to go for this? This is just 2 members left, Kenny and Flick. Kenny does go in, jumps in with the mirror domain as well, gets a kill, sacrifices his life, but there is still minions available. He will have to back off. There's not enough hit points on 919 and Belby.
Yeah, the defense comes through. Ultra Rare Esports scrambling. Kenny had to give up his life. Paradise Esports, well, even though they did not finish the game, they got that tier 3 third. And this is all off the back of that MZK Tremor Smash coming with the 919, who actually jumped in towards that set sail to disrupt that set sail away, right? Having that flash, well, it's not enough. And now the mirror domain, well, it is not dealing enough damage.
Flick has to count his lucky stars, man. I mean, at that moment, you know for a fact Yisong was not looking for Law, he was looking for Flick.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Yisong really knowing the priorities right there, well, that jump from the truth mantra, right? The setup capability coming in for Paradise Esports is becoming more and more evident. It's becoming more and more scary because of the fact that they have this very high range marksman on the Shoyue. He's consistently able to just get vision with the whirlwind charges. He got the traps as well.
Oh, the Radiancy comes in as well. The steal, okay, it does get secured by the side of URE, but will they make it out? Set sail going to be used at this point as a defensive deterrence. So URE, they maintain a little bit of map control, but bear in mind they have an open wound in the middle lane.
Yeah, this is still neck and neck. Is anyone's game here. Sun Chaser has been picked up on both of the gold laners. So both of the farm laners, Flick and Tom, they have the capability. But of course, one has the vision advantage. Cannon Blast needs to find a key target. If Cannon Blast gets onto Belby, onto Tom, this might spell the end here for Paradise Esports.
Yes, MZK now has a very huge responsibility to make sure that he does not die while he's doing face checking in the brushes, right? At the same time, the same can be said for Law. He needs to make sure those cannon blasts give vital information because, look, the damage that they offer, this is the fastest we have seen a Tyrant being melted down, a Shadow Tyrant. So damage is guaranteed for Paradise Esports. They just need a great setup from MZK.
Yeah, at this point, the Starbreaker has been gotten from the side of Yusong. He will be dealing unsurmountable amounts of damage, especially to the squishies of Ultra Rare Esports, which they all are. If you take a look at Ultra Rare Esports and Paradise Esports, right, there is a clear tank problem. MZK, he has the sustainability.
This is the opening. Lethal committed the Splendor, has to give his life. Oceanus Tears passive will not make it out. The snipe comes in. Tom has a lot of damage. They lost Lethal. That's enough because at this point the base is being threatened as well. T3s on the top and the bottom under siege. And right now I think Paradise Esports, they will be able to defend. So that's a little bit of breathing room available for the side of Ultra Rare Esports. They need to make something else happen here.
And the logo is up. The Tempest Dragon logo is there. It will be spawning in another 90 seconds. But 919 here spotted out Y20 for now. Does have to set sail. That they don't want to commit to it for now. But Kenny, he might be in a bit of danger.
They found him. They get him on the set sail as well. The block comes in. Can they find the initial target they're looking for? Will be the sacrifice in the form of Y20 on the backlines. Belby trying to land some couple of stuns. Gets the kill onto Y20 on the side of Paradise Esports. That's a great start, but they have to back off for now.
Yeah, that's a great response coming in from Ultra Rare Esports to take out Belby in the midst of his animation, right? His ulti requires him to be stationary, and Law really took advantage of that with the Cannon Blast. But now, look at this!
Yep, they're looking for an opening at this point, right? So, Destructive Deluge already committed by Lethal. So, that's a big ultimate use, but the cooldown's relatively short. So, they should be ready for this big engage in the Tempest Dragon Pit.
Yeah, I mean, with the Tremor Smashes, they were able to actually find out why 20 set sail, cut him off en route, and with the help of the Cannon Blast, Flick finds the positioning onto Belby, getting that crucial trade, right? Having Belby at this point would have given them the lane clear to actually take away another tier 3 turret, but now all 5 members are up. This is huge here. This Tempest Dragon at 20 minutes, neither team can give ground.
Yeah, and this game, I think, is really dependent on Y2O's positioning. He needs to find Tom for Kenny because Kenny is the one person that will be able to get his hands on the Tom and kill him really quickly, right? But Tom, I think, no, he does not have the Sage's Sanctuary just yet. So Y2O, he exposes himself once again. There's a potential catch. If he gets caught out here, this is horrendous for the side of URE. He does make it out.
Yeah, set sail still active though. Oh, it's already expended. It's okay. But now with the Radiance being used, MZK, he does have the vision. We'll be going for that advantage.
Yep, Lethal gets caught out once again. Splendor committed. There is a stun coming in. He will be taken out easily by the side of Paradise Esports. This is a great position to be in because Tempest is available for the taking. But right now, they don't even have to rush. They can play this slowly.
I mean, for the side of Paradise Esports, the name of the game here is to try and get the vision onto Kenny. They know that he'll be trying to go in with a reflection. This is important here.
Yeah, there's no way. They secure it comfortably on the side of Paradise Esports. And now this is going to be the suffocation on the side of Ultra Rare Esports. Paradise Esports, this is the best position to be in.
Yeah, Ultra Rare Esports, they will have to mount the defense of a Century here. They do have the Cannon Blast, they do have the lane priority clears, but can they withstand that tri-lane push that's gonna come from the Tempest Vanguards?
Okay, so Flick does have the Sage's Sanctuary. They will start this defense. First and foremost, the stuns are coming in. There is not a lot of wave clear ability on the side of Ultra Rare Esports because they're putting themselves at risk by trying to clear it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they need to watch out for the
MZK,
tremor smashes.
he goes in, sets up the fight. That's the first life of Flick. Gonna be taken down, and Yisong, what a catch! Catches the 3 different members, and this could be the last legs. Then they're standing on Ultra Rare Esports, pushed away, and this is the series for Paradise Esports. They will meet Paws Gaming in the semifinals.
Congratulations to Paradise Esports for making it through to the playoffs. We'll be seeing you guys in the best of fives, and also to Ultra Rare Esports for making it all the way to the playing stage. You put on one show between you versus Paradise Esports. It was a neck and neck series, and Paradise Esports just coming out on top. I just have to say, I'm really proud of both of you guys.
Yes, that was a great performance. I think, you know, the lessons learned throughout the entire league of WKS, it hasn't been the easiest journey for both of these teams. So I mean, mad props to the side of Paradise Esports because they were struggling to keep up. Kenny was on fire in the early parts of the game, and I think, look, Tom, I like the fact that he's MVP, but I have to give a big shout out MZK and Yusong. These two demons of a player on the side of Paradise Esports. Perfect setup at that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, their setups were insane. MZK consistently with the Liam pool was pushing into the back lines, right? And I was worried for the side of Ultra Rare because they did not have any form of frontliners. MZK, well, he just thrives off the fact that, yeah, you're gonna deal damage to me. It's okay if I die because all I need to do is set it up for my team, and as long as Yusong and 919 they're able to jump in, well, you gotta worry about Belby and Tom dealing the backline damage as well.
Yeah, the insurance pick on this Soye. We all know Soye late game, level 15, once he gets his items, he is so hard to deal with. And at this point, the only person that was able to set up on the side of Ultra Rare Esports, it had to be Y20 or Kenny. And even if it was Flick, he was putting himself at massive risk to try to go for that 1v1.
I mean, Y20, this entire game, it just felt like he was shut down time and time again, right? Look at the damage dealt by him, 24,000. This is not typical of Sun Tzu, where his damage taken is so high, but his damage dealt is so low because Sun Tzu, well, when you land that set sail, you actually want to fight as much as possible, but he was not given the light of day because he was consistently getting caught with the tremor smashes. And 919 also with the truth mantra from Yusong, and also jumping in, just preventing that set sail from coming into fruition.
Yeah, very big winning markers for the side of Paradise Esports because, I mean, even if you don't have the damage on the side of Y20, right? One of the main markers into winning a big team fight is the fact that you use the set sail aggressively. And in most situations in the later parts of the game, Y20 was forced to use that set sail super defensively, and in most cases, he couldn't even make it out.
Yeah, I mean, at that point of the game, I just felt that it was a very hard uphill battle for Ultra Rare Esports. They couldn't find any openings. While Kenny was supposed to dive towards that backside of the game, well, they couldn't find an opening at all because MZK, you're diving? Yeah, we are going to dive you back. And that was great mentality coming in from the side of the Laos boys, right? The Paradise Esports kids, they know what they are playing against. While Kenny is the only one diving, doesn't matter. We got more members diving.
I have never seen a more horrifying Radiance in any game, right? The moment you see the Radiance, if you're on the side of Ultra Rare Esports, it's like, oh no, we're gonna be taken away. And this all set up that situation where Tom was just free hitting 8, 1, and 3. All of these kills came really late in the game, but the amount of damage he dealt, 28% of the team's hero damage was dealt by this sniper.
Yeah, total gold also 22%. This man, well, Tom, we knew he was a monster. Well, coming out against Flick, he already shows that he is top tier. Now, can he be this level of top tier versus the next obstacle that Paradise Esports will have to face? They make it to playoffs, so they will be going against Paws Gaming, who's waiting for them in the upper bracket.
Yeah, look, ability-wise, he definitely has it. But will he be allowed to showcase his ability? That's the big question later on. But of course, take a look at the highlights. It started out pretty well for the side of Ultra Rare Esports, right? They actually managed to secure quite a bit of the objectives, had decent map control as well. But slowly but surely, if you give Tom so much space, he will eventually outfarm, outdamage you as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of capabilities where we saw that set sail used aggressively. It was an opening creator, right? Ultra Rare Esports, they were getting a hang of the game so well. And of course, it was instantly taken away once that Tom and Esau, they start to get online. Suddenly, it's just going to be very huge turns because 919, he has the mobility to actually finish the kills off.
Yeah, man, and this is where the game started really going awry for them, right? Because Y2O, struggling to keep up in terms of pacing, always found himself in awkward positions, being forced to use out his ultimate to set sail to try and make an escape. And that ultimately led them into a very horrible and tight situation because there wasn't enough resources for Ultra Rare Esports to use against Paradise Esports during their aggression.
Yeah, I mean, great plays by Kenny to just try and keep the team in the game. Like, they were going to lose that game, but this catch on to Lifo here, right? Really secure that nail in the coffin for the next few sectors of the fight.
Oh.
And once again, the set sail getting just get rid of. That's a huge ultimate that doesn't find any value. And MZK just makes sure of that every single time.
Yeah, even I felt the hurt. It was like, no, Y2O, you got hit, you block, and you know, the setup's perfect. It doesn't matter. Like, look at Lifo. He had the Ocean of Tears passive, he had the Splendor. He used every single thing available to him. Even with that much time bought, there was nothing he could do.
Yeah, I mean, the decision-making just felt a bit off, right? It felt like for Ultra Rare Esports, they had to fight that Tempest. And Lifo, he was all the way in front, ready to fight. But the rest of the team backed off the moment they saw the Tremor Smashes.
Yeah, I mean, the Tremor Smash and the perfect setup. This one was a beautiful combo. Frame it up, laminate it, right? That was a perfect combination coming out from Yisong as well as MCK. That was the dream scenario. I mean, you had the Tempest Dragons flying down, everything in your favor. I mean, they definitely suffered for it in the first half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, for this game, we do have Paradise Esports taking the best of 3, 2-1 style. They will be going to playoffs. And speaking of playoffs, we're going to have the next match in playoffs. Impunity will be going up against Fearless Esports. This will be a best of 5. And this will be the first playoff game that you guys are going to see today.
Rematch! I mean, this one is insane because Fearless dismantled Impunity. Let's be clear about that, right? In the pro regular season, they got absolutely destroyed. Clean 2-0 if I'm not wrong. Now, with that being said, I think Impunity has shown that they are a team of resilience, but also they are a team that learns really quickly. So let's see if they can put up a decent performance against Fearless.
Yeah, of course, for Impunity as well, this will be a revenge match. And this is playoffs here where we're talking about, right? These teams are the top 3 seed in the playoffs, where now it's going to be that top 4. Paradise Esports joining the roster of the top 4 here. And already, Impunity, I would say, well, they have to show their A game here. It's going to be a best of 5. There's going to be a lot of mental games. It's not time to hide any more strats.
Yes, and Impunity, it might not seem a lot, but I think as you take a look at it, potentially they are going to be playing 7 games in a row today. So fatigue may be something of concern for Impunity. And Fearless, they're coming off fresh. And this could be something that really changes the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, is it going to be fatigue or is it going to be warm-up, right? Because we discussed this before. Would you rather be in the upper brackets waiting for someone to come and play with you, or would you want to be having a bit of a warm-up against the other team and going into the playoffs hot?
Well, who's ready? Who's not? We will find out. First, we go for a break. When we're back, semi-finals inbound. Fearless Esports Hong Kong against Impunity. Who takes it? Who gets to sit in that grand finals throne? We will be right back.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Hugging steam. Victory.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash. Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them. Beach sweepers. Follow your orders. Let's go. You're not welcome at my beach. Go. The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Excuse me.
Welcome back from the break. It is time to go into our third series of the day. Fearless Esports Hong Kong going up against Impunity. A rematch for the ages. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today, it's a moment once again. How do we think about this particular series?
Well, currently it's going to be that best of 5, so both teams will have more strategies to fulfill here, especially since you do need a 3-0 to win. But for Fearless Esports, they have been very clinical, they have been very precise, but Impunity, well, they have had very close brushes with Fearless Esports, so I'm just predicting, I'm just hoping for a close series here where both teams, they seem very evenly matched, and I hope that Impunity, they have leveled up since the last time they brushed fingers.
It was a clean sweep the previous time that they met in the regular season of the Pro League for WKS. So I think, yes, definitely we're expecting a little bit more out of Impunity because Fearless was really strong in that regular season.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless Esports, well, one of the top 2, right? Securing their spots here at that top seed. And I would like to say that, well, yeah, it was a clean sweep, but it wasn't the cleanest of sweeps, right? 2-0, well, they were very close games with Fearless Esports. I would say Paws Gaming had a cleaner sweep versus Impunity. And Paws Gaming, well, they showed why they have the cleanest of sweeps because they are currently at the top. They actually took down Fearless Esports as well. So, well, yeah, that's another obstacle that both teams will have to overcome, especially going for that KWC ticket.
Okay, so there will be a safety net for the semifinals, meaning if you lose this series, it's not the end of your journey. You will be dropped down into the lower brackets. So regardless of who it is, we will still see them one more time, maybe twice, if they make it all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, and for these teams here, it's time to really put on your thinking caps. Whether or not you are going into that lower brackets, it doesn't matter, because lower brackets, I gotta say, nobody wants to be there, but that upper bracket golden road is something that really secures you that placing. But do you really want to go up against potentially Paws Gaming coming out from that upper brackets as well, right? For the next match, we are going to have Paws Gaming also going up against Paradise Esports, who have just recently won their play-ins as well. So this is the first time that we're going to start to see Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming in that playoff mode. So yeah, I'm very excited going into the series. We are going to have crazy matches today.
And for sure, I think Fearless Esports has been watching like all the other games, right? Especially the one that Impunity played earlier today. So I think they will have some preparations involved. At the same time, Impunity, I think they have warmed up already. So I'm pretty sure they can bring a good fight against Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, that would be hopefully the case. Well, we are keen to see some upsets. Of course, stats do speak for themselves. Fearless Esports, right now, they have been undefeated against Impunity, only losing a series to Paws Gaming. And as of yet, it's still a 2-0 scoreline. Almost is never enough. And for Impunity, they really have to dig very, very deep into their pool of heroes. Because for Fearless Esports, it seems like they're extremely versatile. They can't play fast, they can't play slow. And meanwhile, for Impunity, well, we did see them level up versus See You Soon when they went for a more clash-heavy playstyle. But whether or not they're going for a slower style again, Fearless Esports, they already have a read on that.
I think they have to thank Paws Gaming on the side of Impunity to show them that, look, Fearless Esports can bleed. They are human as well. They are not robots, right? So there is a chance Impunity can take a win. In fact, even the whole series. But they need to be really careful and recalculated on their moves across this game, because you cannot make mistakes against Fearless Esports.
Yeah, it seems like a consistent clash of rock, paper, scissors between these three as they consistently take on different forms in the tournament so far. With the regular season, I would have to say, right, Impunity, well, they didn't do too hot against Fearless Esports, Paws Gaming, but this is what you guys think. 60% of you feel that Impunity are going to take it. 40% of you feel that stats are stats. Fearless Esports will take the series here today.
Okay, so we have the opinions. We will be looking for the facts, right, as we head into this best of 5 series, which also translate to the first one to hit 3 points wins. So 3 wins is what you need to move on into the grand finals. Sit comfily on that throne of grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, well, it does secure you that lower bracket run, right? Having to save yourselves a lot of games in that future as well. So you do want that win here today. It doesn't mean much, but still, it puts you one step closer to EWC, and we will find out who will be going to KWC this week on Sunday as well. So these 3 days are going to be the playoff stage, especially important for these 4 regions.
And of course, we will introduce both teams to you in a short while. But I'm super curious how this series will go, because I think most of the time what we have seen here is if you take the first win of the series, you kind of have a strong momentum going in. But let's talk about Fearless Esports Hong Kong first. Fable in the clash, Sky in the jungle, Yin in the mid, KK in the farm, and of course Woodwind in the roam. These 5 members have rarely faltered on their efforts, and I think they are looking to repeat that performance again today.
Yeah, currently the MVP farmers of the entire regular season, Sky, with 7 regular season MVPs so far, and KK following close behind with 4 himself. So these guys, they're not just mechanically talented, they play extremely well as a team. And for Fearless Esports, I would say, right, they did have Dao previously in their lineup, and now with Sky filling in his shoes, I gotta say, Sky, it seems like it's a great fit for the Fearless Esports lineup. Now, for the side of Impunity, we have the Burmese boys, X-Hero, the Clash Lane, Jimmy all the way from Malaysia in the jungle, Xiao Lin in the middle row, up all the way from China in that farm row, and Megumi on that support.
Okay, so these 5 members on the side of Impunity looking to put their best performance up, because nothing less than the best is required to go up against Fearless Esports.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen them overcome trial and tribulation, but today will be one of the biggest trials yet, right? They couldn't overcome it before, but it's all about the resilience. It's all about the persistence. Do they have what it takes to mentally prepare themselves against going up one of the top giants of WKS so far? These two teams, Fearless Esports and Paws Gaming, they made it through the qualifiers, but just look at their head-to-head stats. Fable and X-Hero. While Fable, well, he has been having such winning games, and if you just take a look at that stat line alone, it's just monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, the stats, especially the GPM, it tells you that Fable is, number one, getting a lot more kills, but at the same time, it means he also brings quite a lot of pressure onto the turrets, right? That's how you acquire all those gold in the game, either getting kills or getting the minion gold or getting the turret gold. And it seems like Fable is doing just a tad bit better than X-Hero.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, they are very reliant on their clash laners, but Fable, of course, coming in clutch, always getting that setup. X-Hero, he has yet to find much value, especially versus the top two. When you talk about Fearless Esports versus Paws Gaming, well, Impunity, yeah, they've been destroying the smaller teams, but they can't get an edge over in Fearless Esports. And it seems like it might start with the Clash laner here. They might be starting to put a bit more priority onto X-Hero on the openings because they try to match what Fable does.
Actually, that's quite a curious point, right? Because if you know that the stats aren't really stacked for you on the side of Impunity, right? For X-Hero, do you want to try and prio his lane? But at the same time, we know about this guy. He's called Sky. He has 7 MVPs to his name. And I think maybe you want to put a little bit more prio in the jungle as well. So there's a lot of things that Impunity have to kind of fix as this series goes on.
Yeah, we know that Sky really thrives on the assassin jungle as well. So I'm looking forward to see what Impunity has set up for Sky as well, right? Because when you said they have a lot of games played between each other, there's a lot of stats to read, a lot of strategies to read. And even for us, we know that Sky, well, he's going to go on Assassin Jungler. So what are you going to do to strategize against that? Impunity, well, will you pull out the Leon Princess Frost today? That's something that potentially might stop that rise of Sky. But Sky's not the only one, right? We have the likes of KK as well. You put him on the Shoya, you put him on the Arlie, well, you're not going to have a good time.
Definitely, and you definitely cannot expect that Up is going to have the same kind of freedom that he had in the first series of the day, where he was able to split push the lanes by himself. There is a very little chance that Fearless will allow that to happen as well. But let's put the facts into the story itself. Impunity now, on the blue side, pick up the Dharma ban first.
And both teams looking to have similar setups, right? That little wooden table, and yeah, I mean, well, it seems like the championship formula where you have the wooden table, maybe you're going to get into top 3 for WKS. Yeah. So maybe that's something that teams might start to look towards. But of course, the more important things is the bans and picks. Yeah. As we said, Dharma taken out, Mai Shiranui and Luna as well. You don't want to give Luna to Sky. This guy is a monster on that hero.
Okay, so they fear the RLE more than the pay at this point. So Impunity, a couple of picks available for them. They can go for the Byron, they can go for the pay. There is also the option of picking up the Lung as well. So they go for the pay first, a very early game aggressive jungler.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, Impunity has to pick up either the pay or the Byron. They do go for the pay, but this opens Fearless Esports to take up the Dolia and the Long, which opens up that lane pick as well on that Clash lane. So this is a very good strategized draft from them, where they have trapped Impunity in the corner, where they are going to be picked. If they pick up the lane, it's not exactly the best for the lineup. So they do pick up the Sun Tzu instead, right? That sets Sail also good at dealing with the backline, and they go for the Lady Sun as well.
Okay, I like the Sun Tzu pick because it's actually one of the best Clash laners to deal with a Lung besides Dharma, right? Because he has 2 big stuns available. One in the form of the set sail, the second in the form of his second skill, or first skill, where he actually gets the knock up as well. So if they land the combinations right on the side of Impunity with no distractions, they should be able to melt KK on this Lung. But that's a dream scenario, and Impunity will not have it easily this game.
Yeah, I mean, that dream scenario will have to be fulfilled here if Impunity wants to take a game out of this series here. But now the Doliadun has been shown, and that's going to be a huge problem in that frontline department. Impunity, they will have to rack up that macro gameplay. Well, they have that pay after all. They actually banned out the Elaine. So meanwhile, for Fearless Esports, they take out the Diadea and the Mozi. So for Impunity, they can actually go for the Lady Sun and Ming if they want to go for it.
In fact, I think Fearless is inviting them to take up the Ming, right? Simply because this composition, you will get it together. And I think it works pretty much in favor of Sky on its Dun. You want people to group up together. That maximizes the efficiency of your win slash, that knockout.
Yeah, so I mean, that is gonna be one of the traps set by Fearless Esports. While I would expect them to go for something more team fight heavy, especially on the middle side of the role.
Oh, wow.
They do pick up the Byron because they want that team fight capabilities for themselves, that bully on that clash lane. While Byron does extremely well against Sansa as well.
Yep, in lane, I think it's a pretty clean one. Very few people win against Byron in lane, and I think they just want to make sure they have 3 winning lanes at least, right? One in the farm, one in the clash, and I'm curious about this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, about this mid lane matchup, well, I mean, for Fearless Esports, it seems like they are going to go with something along the lines of a team fight heavy one like Lady Zun or whatever. But Impunity, I'm surprised that they don't go for Lady Zun themselves. They go for the Zhang Ziya together with the Zhang Fei. So yeah, they're going for that late game strategies with the wave clear, and that's going to be a slower paced gameplay coming out for Impunity, right?
I think it's a safety net, right? So if, let's say, this pay combination does not work out in the early starts of the game, there is the Sanctification passive coming out from this Xiaolin Ziya, right? Which allows them to break the level cap. And hopefully with the extra stats from the level cap break, they will be able to turn the tides around. So interestingly, I want to see if this is going to work, because Fearless Esports Hong Kong, they pick up this Angela. That's going to be a wonderful decision against the Zhang Fei, who will get shredded instantly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Zhang Fei is going to be one of the key disruption, I feel. But as you said, right, the frontline capability is a bit lacking from the side of Impunity, and they're going to be playing more of a poke and prod game where the macro is much more important, the rotations are much more important, but trying to out-rotate Fearless Esports, well, that's going to be hard because the Angela, yes, you said, is going to be that shred factor.
Okay, but they have decent wave clear, right? So at least the early laning phases, it isn't that difficult for Impunity to last against the lineup of Fearless.
Yeah, ready. We do have an early rotation. 3 members are shown in that middle lane up. He will be getting that farm funneled into him. And actually, we're going to see Xiaolin take on that role in that bottom lane, in that farm lane, where he's trying to match up against KK. This early rotations here is trying to funnel farm towards up as much as possible, trying to get that early advantage. But already, the rotation's coming through. Up, he might be getting a bit antsy here, trying to get the kill onto Yin. Both of them have the flash though.
Okay, so Woodwind does save some time. In fact, saves the life of Yin at this point. And they're putting that 1v1 matchup on the bot side. But Woodwind comes back for the support. Xiaolin may be dead here if they get their way, but I think farming is more important at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they both have the flash to work with. So, I mean, at that point, you do want to see who does overcommit, right? Who uses this important utility. Megumi with that smite actually getting that armadillo. So he does manage to get that creep wave and small little advantages for Impunity.
And when you're playing at the highest level, I think really small advantages can snowball into really big ones. So Impunity, they're doing great as a start for now.
Yeah, and for you guys, there's a gift code appearing on the screen. Do get your skins. You can potentially get up to an epic skin, so open up your HOK apps. But now we do have Megumi trying to jump in. Jimmy is here already, but that is Woodwind trying to play keep away. But the first blood goes the way of Jimmy. Impunity, they get an advantage.
That's great. I mean, Jimmy as a pay, he needs that extra EXP as well. And so far, no response on the side of Fearless Esports. They do put a little bit of pressure on the T1 on the top, but they won't be able to do much more than that.
Yeah, with the launch pad, they do come in. And this is where that Angela pick would come into fruition, right? Finding the pickoffs. But now Megumi not able to recall back. Has the Leaping Savior, though. Will be able to save him for now. There's not enough damage coming out from KK to actually burst him down. That's good for him.
So at this pacing, I think it's still advantage to Impunity, but this lead is easily overturned the moment Fearless Esports gets a kill. So they need to be very careful about their positioning here. Fable just getting knocked up for a little bit, but I don't think he's too concerned.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the rotations coming out from Xiaolin so far, trying to prioritize the lane rotations, trying to prioritize making sure that Fable actually loses out the lane here. But now, Xiaolin, he uses teleportation circle, ready showing up 1 minute before that tyrant fight. They're starting to set up. This Dolia Dun might be a problem.
Yes, definitely going to be a potential problem as well, right? So the dive composition and the dive potential on the side of Fearless Esports is the biggest concern, because you have instant access into up, and if you can't protect him, then you have a huge lack of damage.
Yeah, 1v1 on that top lane. You start to see double proxies going through, but already Fable, he will try to get the better of X-Hero. X-Hero, at this point, he does have that set sail, so they're just waiting for that setup, making sure that Fable does not have that lane advantage. Now, planting Jimmy in that top lane, together with the help of Xiaolin. This might mean they are trying to get the better of Fable for now, but they have shown themselves. Right now, Fable, he does not know there is a knockup coming through from the side of Xiaolin. Flashes away, and now with the rest of the team members coming through, Sky is here, but a set sail will be used to reinforce that Tyrant push.
Beautiful movement here. They are just much faster at the pacing, will get the Tyrant for themselves. So it was a nice bait. They were trying to at least have Fable be stuck in lane, but with the support of Sky, they also knew that, hey, there is no one to contest on that Tyrant. Plus, they have a smite on Megumi. So great decision making from the side of Impunity.
Yeah, ready, a 1,000 gold advantage. Impunity starting to rack up in terms of macro, but there is still that inherent problem of them not having that 5-on-5 without that frontliner, right? But the thing is, if they keep kiting Dun, it might actually go their way. Now they defend that bottom lane turret for now. Lane pressure is dealt with. Now, Impunity, they need to start applying pressure cross map to actually rotate Fearless Esports across the map.
I think they need to put a little bit more pressure on the farm lane, right? On the side of Fearless Esports. Right now, that's exactly what Sky is looking to do. They have river control, and this is now you have a clear advantage in terms of numbers.
Yeah, we do see Up getting a lot of damage onto KK, but Sky has shown himself, and nobody wants to deal with Sky at this point. So at this point, they're just gonna give Up that turret. Turret advantage going the way of Fearless Esports for now, and teleportation circle being used to reinforce that middle side of the map. Now, Xiaolin, very important in dealing with the creep pressure. Fearless Esports, they are in position to punish.
I love the position of X-Hero. So they get vision, they don't have to overcommit as well, and now there's a potential big burst, but it is going to be Fable as a Byron, so it's not ideal for the pay to jump on him. So Jimmy, he moves away.
Yeah, set sail timing, very important here. Needs to find that
Nice
opening.
save.
Unbridled Arbor is being used to save onto Jimmy, but it's not enough. Flaming Palm is there. This would mean the advantage already going towards Fearless Esports, but the macro play has come through from the side of Up, already on the bottom's lane, and the set sail. Yin, he has been found, but does have to flash away. Will be able to space himself out for now, and Woodwind is there for the save.
What a move by Fearless. Look at that. Now with that instant TP down, Fable gets rid of that pressure on the T2, but at the same time they secure the T1 on the top. So very beautiful cross map plays, and now Fearless Esports, not only have they initially even out the farm, now they have a very slight lead. All they need to do is to make sure to get a glimpse of what's happening in the jungle.
Yeah, this is the time where your buffs become much more vulnerable, and Fearless Esports, they are trying to take advantage of that by consistently poking in and out of the enemy jungle, at the same time applying that mid lane pressure, right? Once you apply that mid lane pressure, what can you do? You can look at the other sides, which they are going towards, with the bottom side lane being open. Now set sail being used, will be able to try and find an advantage. Unruly Blade not able to catch anything, but they do have Celestial Melody to keep it back up. But this is Megumi in no man's land as he finds himself 1v5.
I mean, there was nothing else he could do. It was a good decision to try and scout information for the team, but unfortunately they didn't have the information. So now they had to deal with the loss of a T1. This is a given in the middle lane for the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong. And once they have jungle control again, I think it's pretty difficult for Impunity to play their way out of this.
Yeah, we do see X-Hero teleporting with the circle all the way down to that bottom lane. They want to go for the macro. They want to avoid team fights as much as possible. So with that, set sail will be their only catch factor. And Impunity, well, they've been playing so defensive that it's really starting to go towards Fearless Esports in terms of map control, right? You see them painting the top side red, but they have a good chance of getting that tier 2 on the bottom lane.
They're going to make a trade. I like that they took the risk. They will allow for the trade, and Fable now will try to defend the T3. Meanwhile, on the top side, Fearless Esports, they're going to make the immediate exchange. So they get T2 for T2, and everything stays status quo.
Yeah, Jimmy at this point, he is a farm to be reckoned with. Megumi over here, fighting off Sky might not be key here. Wind Slash does not connect. Now, the Tyrants are up. This is the second Tyrant. It's still not the Shadow variants yet. It's not that important to take it, but it's still both teams' objectives to contest here. Now, Set Sail has been used. That Dragon knockup. And with the Unruly Blade, finds the Wind Slash onto 2, gets the Tyrant on the side of Fearless Esports, and Dun going ham. Jimmy already out. That's the key damage gone. Up is able to deal the damage in the backline, but Sky, he's not going down at this point. Dolia's sustain is proving to be a bit too much, and Up is 1v1 with Sky, and it's not enough as he goes down. Zhang Ziya not enough to deal the damage through. Sky will eventually go down, but it's a 1-for-4.
Yeah, you would take that trade any day of the week. And now Fearless Esports, with the win on that fight itself, it was a big marker. Number one, they got the Tyrant buff for themselves, a nice timing on his smite. And even though that was a pretty sick set sail coming in from the side of X-Hero, they couldn't withstand the damage. And Sky made a very clear decision to make sure that Up was not going to survive the fight. He was willing to give his life because, look, it's a Ziya. There's no way you land a win against a 1v3 situation.
Yeah, now 3,000 gold advantage for the side of Fearless Esports. They do secure both Azure Golems on the other opposite sides of the map. So they have the buffs rolling, they have the map advantage rolling. And you're going to start to see like Fearless Esports go for this choke heavy playstyle. Now, with KK having that farm, that poke advantage will definitely come through, especially onto Megumi, right? Because you are looking to try to get the Unbridled Outburst.
Yes, and right now things are not going to be any easier as well. It's a 3,000 gold lead, 2,000 gold lead, and now with the Shadow variants coming up, Fearless Esports has instant access into the Tyrant pit, will not be contested. They will make a beeline straight to the Overlord after this.
Yeah, I mean the Tyrant, they have gotten it already. Fearless Esports right now, they know that they are map advantages theirs. Sky is practically unkillable, and Impunity right now, they have to answer in terms of macro, right? Cross map plays will be the answer of the game. Getting that sanctification, Xiao Lin already level 15, will be that key to the rest of the game. Now Up, he will slowly start to scale, and this is something that Fearless Esports, they want to get rid of. That ticking time bomb consistently that they need to think about.
They know that Impunity might not be too comfortable checking this side of the map, so they're actually just going for it, rushing down, and information gets caught out by X-Hero, but the members on the side of Impunity a little too far. They're gonna make a try and make a run for it, but not gonna be in time, I think.
Yeah, that Overlord already being sneaked out by Fearless Esports, and with that Sky, he's still invading the enemy jungle, and this might mean a bad team fight if Impunity try and take it here. Unruly Blade trying to find a catch onto X-Hero, unable to catch him for now. This means the Vanguards are able to spawn up. This will mean a push trade coming in from the side of Fearless Esports. Fable being in that front line, Byron trying to look for a fight here, but Impunity unable to respond with the damage. This is more dragons.
Yeah, no good. The Crimson Golems also available for the taking. They burned quite a lot of ultimates.
Wind Slash not able to connect on Megumi. He still has that Unbridled Outburst. Zhang Ziya, he has to hold. Xiao Lin with that hero needs to fulfill that role of clearing out these creeps right now, because one of the tier 3s will be the objectives of Fearless Esports. They don't get the tri-lane push going, and Megumi, he pulls off the Unbridled Outburst, and now Fable, he might be stuck in no man's land, but there's not enough damage paid, not enough to finish him. Jimmy will be going in, and with the rest of the members, they actually get a double kill onto Jimmy, and now the rest of Fearless Esports fall. It's 4-0. They have overextended.
It's a great fight for the side of Impunity, but they still have to lick their wounds, right? End of the day, that was a necessary sacrifice on the side of Fearless Esports to push the members back, or at least take the attention away from the T3. So it's a successful push for the side of Fearless. Right now, it's just about how much damage control can they do, and maybe not give away a T1, which seems virtually impossible at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right now, Impunity, they have that gold lead. They have that ticking timer. They lost at tier 3, though, but definitely things are starting to go in their favor, right? You see level 16 coming up, and Xiaolin already. That's going to be very huge going into the later scaling of the team fights.
Yeah, and look, the Unbridled Outburst. Unfortunate, he actually went for a singular target on the side of Sky, missed entirely, and it was thanks to X-Hero with that perfect set sail and knockup as well to be able to turn the fight in their favor, because look, Yin had already used his ultimate. There were not a lot of comeback skills and mechanics available for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, Splendor now available for the side of Yin, but still they want to find an opening onto X-Hero. That set sail might be a huge opening for the side of Impunity if they do get it here. Both teams still posturing, both looking for position. Sky not able to find an opening, and Impunity really guiding this out extremely well. Just poking and prodding, making sure that you don't go too deep.
They can't stay for long. It's not in their favor. Impunity, they either need to have a very big win in the team fights, or they need to start clearing the waves, which is exactly why X-Hero makes that run down, right? And then once again, out of position because Fearless has instant access into the Tyrant. In fact, they're looking for a bait.
Yeah, ready with the Unbridled Outburst, is able to survive for now. Set sail will not be used actually, and does find the connection onto Sky in the backline. Very good defense coming out from X-Hero. Very, very good capabilities. Now Fable with the flash, not able to find the timing. He's getting counter engaged on, finds himself at half HP, and this would mean that Impunity, they get the advantage, they get the clean disengage, and Fearless Esports, they don't respond.
Smart decision. So Fearless, they didn't overcommit. They just kind of poking and prodding, right? They just don't want to allow Impunity the ability to take the Tyrant. There is a smite available though.
Yeah,
they got
Jimmy
it!
sees this, but definitely Fearless Esports still gets it with the help of that. Not even having the smite from Sky. I mean, yeah, Jimmy having the smite, well, he didn't even get in range to use it. But now for Impunity, they go for the Shadow Overlord. They want to get the trade going. Sky is back up, but he's way out of position now. Overlord already going down Fable. He's finding himself in no man's land here. Launchpad will bring Sky closer to the team fight. There's still a 5-on-5. Both teams choose to disengage.
Okay, so they get a little bit of breathing space on the side of Impunity, right? Do remember, there is a bleeding wound on the bottom side of the map. T3 has been cleared off, so they need to win a big fight right now, Impunity.
Set sail has been used here on Unbridled Outburst as well. Sky will be in deep, but Jimmy already going down, but Up is still alive, able to deal the damage. He is able to kite and fight for now. So is KK. KK surviving for now, but Up and KK, that's gonna be that key storyline here. Yin is still alive though, and that would mean only one will be going down for the side of Fearless Esports. Now they take care of the vanguards. They're trying to get a push going. They're trying to get some form of lane pressure for themselves.
Beautiful team fight from the side of Fearless Esports, and you can kind of tell why they won the fight, because Megumi actually committed his ultimate, and X-Hero went for the backline, catching out Yin, and I believe it was the class laner, right? So end of the day, look, the Splendor saved the HP on the side of Yin, so there was a lot of committal from the side of Impunity, but there was not enough damage done. And because of the fact that X-Hero was not present to try and get the knockup onto KK as well, he managed to walk out of that situation safely.
Yeah, 13,000 on both farm laners at this point. They are at the power spikes, but of course, a bit will be given to Up because of that sanctification, bringing him up to level 18. Xiaolin currently at level 17 as well. So that, when we go later and later, you're gonna see Up just outscaling everyone else.
But still, end of the day, Up still needs to be very careful about his positioning, right? So if KK manages to land a couple of nice combinations down with the Flaming Palms riding the wind onto Up, he is still dead.
Yeah, rotations coming through from the side of Fearless Esports. They want to shut off Up as much as possible, but Megumi is here to play that peel card. Now, with the Unbridled Outburst, that's something that they consistently have to watch out for. If they can burst down Megumi at the start of the team fight, it might mean Fearless Esports just gets a handed advantage. Now, with the knockback, not able to find anything for now. Both teams still poking and prodding.
Okay, so naturally the Gorge is going to be an advantage for Fearless Esports, which is why they're not doing much here. They're just trying to hold the lanes and get that fast clear. Right now, whoever clears the lane faster will have that opportunity to rotate faster, which means you can plan your aggression. And X-Hero commits the set sail.
Yeah, commits to set sail just to get out of harm's way. Did not know who might be behind Fable at that point. And with all the battle spells up, right? All flashes are up. So this means a potential setup. Whoever goes in first might be able to get that timing on the other side, but they don't have the vision. So Impunity right now, they are lacking in terms of knowing where Fearless Esports are. But that bottom lane push is going to be a consistent pressure that they need to think about.
If Megumi gets that Azure Golem, it's going to be great. Actually does not go for it, but this one, important fight. Whoever wins this should have the advantage.
Yeah, they know that KK is not available. Set sail has been used up. Unable to find any form of leeway to deal damage. This Shadow Tyrant might be going the way of Impunity here. They have dealt with that bottom lane creep, and already X-Hero does not have the set sail available. They do have the keep away available, but Unbridled Outburst with that reset still there, and now Fearless Esports, they push that advantage with Fable in that mid lane, and that would mean more pressure towards that middle lane. And with that, they go for the team fight here. Unbridled Outburst being used, Sky extremely low, but they managed to actually get the Tyrant Sky falling, as now we have Fearless Esports. They have to disengage. They lost that top turret, and already with that, they are looking for up to deal the damage here. They have the Tyrant buff, but it's not enough because they have lost that main frontliner.
It's a trade, but nonetheless, it is still Fearless Esports having that extra advantage because they have broken a second tier tree in the middle lane. Right now, Impunity, with this Overlord, it's more of a catch-up Overlord rather than an advantages Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, they are playing for catch-up right now, but they did win that team fight at the cost of that tier 3 turret, right? And right now, all eyes will be set on that Tempest Dragon, whether or not you can get those lane advantages we see up, really good at dealing with those creep waves, but whether or not Fearless Esports, they set up a trap for him right now. X-Hero, he does have to watch out.
Buff placements are so important right now. So right now, both teams have actually funneled the Crimson buff into their respective farm laners. So Up does have the Crimson buff, same for KK. Now positioning is the next thing we need to take a look at. River control, that vision is so important. And it looks like they're trying to go for the split push. They want to take long extended fights. It is still in favor of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, Impunity right now, they do have that Vanguards going for them, but with the Tempest Dragon up and in charge, Jimmy, he's still holding on to the Shadow Vanguard, and he will be using to alleviate the top lane pressure. And with that, I do feel that they do have that lane pressure advantage going for them right now with the Vanguard going in. They can force out this Tempest Dragon, but it's still a beefy boy, and they need to know that Sky is waiting here. With the Unruly Blade jumps in, does not find an advantage onto Jimmy, and without that pick being taken, right, there is going to be slow lane pressure on that top lane where Fable will have to respond, and with that Impunity, they might find themselves a timing here, but not yet.
Sticky situation, right? Because now you have to make a very clean choice. Do we go for the Tempest or do we let it go? And you can't. At this point, you let it go, you lose the game. We need the wave advantage on either end. So this one is a battle that will decide the fate of the result.
Yeah, consistently getting that wave advantage. We see X-Hero on the bottom lane, FFE. They want to go for this Fearless Esports. They want to try and force them into an unknown territory. But Fable, all the way in the top lane, Windslash connects onto Megumi with the ultimate coming in from the Angela. Not able to burst them down, but this puts Tempest Dragon back on that reset as well. Now, Fable, recalling back into position, does have that launch pad, is able to deal with that bottom lane pressure. But this puts Fable in a situation where he's not able able to join the team fight. X-Hero recalls as well together with Jimmy. They won't have that available, but now that launch pad, very interesting mechanic. Fearless Esports, for the first time, they will be committing all 5 on that Tempest Dragon. Set sail has been used. Unbridled Outburst will be catching onto 3 here, and with that set sail, they have to watch out for those back lines. Tempest Dragon already reset. Megumi is in danger. Unruly Blade and catch onto 2. First life gone. Jimmy will be wanting to jump onto Yin, finds the catch. Infinite fastness, not able to find anything so far. Up is still loud and proud, able to deal the damage. He finds the picks. Triple kill for X-Hero as he gives up the first life. That Quadra as well. Fearless Esports, all 5 members down. They don't even need the Tempest Dragon.
Oh, they've done it. They definitely have done it. This has to be the game for Impunity. They're going to tank for the minions at this point. And finally, they get a great step up. The first step to getting the revenge. And it's going to be 1-0 going to the side of Impunity.
Good game to Impunity right there, really pulling it through at the last sector, and we do see them getting that confidence in. And look at the happiness on the coach, right? He's laughing in the back lines. But of course, it was a hard-fought battle because Fearless Esports, well, they did have that lane advantage going for them. Impunity, they played those lanes so perfectly, using X-Hero to alleviate the lane pressure together with the help of the set sail, and making sure that Megumi was the prime target to get caught on just puts Sky in a horrid position.
Yes, and if you take a look at the itemization, I think Up is the one that we have to talk about. He was item switching all the way, 18,000 in the bank. But more importantly, Up, besides the individual itemizations that he was changing in between the fights, his positioning was really what really made the world's difference, because they could not get the kill. And even if you're low on health, the damage you do stays the same. So Up was just so phenomenal in that last fight. The rolling rates were just a little too far for the side of Fearless Esports to capitalize on.
Yeah, I mean, Up definitely showing the crowd who's boss here, and definitely with everything that was thrown at him, he was able to find the spacing to deal the damage at the same time. This shows how good he is on this farm laner role, and also the damage coming out from Xiaolin, consistently able to clear out the creep pressure set out in the early to mid stages of the game by Fearless Esports. Well, I was worried that Impunity had no way to deal with Sky, but apparently the answer is just not to fight him.
Yeah, and once you find those opportunity, right, you get Xiaolin to do the dirty work for you, because the magic damage coming out from Xiaolin was actually quite detrimental to Sky. He was the one dealing a lot of damage against Sky, and look at the damage he took. 204,000 in this duration of the match. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for both sides, they were very good at just kiting and fighting consistently. But I gotta highlight X-Hero as well, right? He keeps finding these timings with the set sail. He keeps getting away scot-free, and the damage that he dealt was always permanent, making sure that the set sail lands onto Yin or onto Sky, when especially he committed the Unruly Blade, and suddenly he just gets knocked up, because that was a very good disengage coming out from the side of X-Hero.
Yeah, and this one was pretty close, because the decision making by Fearless, I think at certain points did put the game very much in their favor, right? Having double lanes of super minions definitely was very hard for Impunity to deal against. But the fact that they got that Overlord, instead of it being just a catch-up, it became an advantage at the later parts of the game. And it's also providing space for the MVP of this game, 3-1 and 11, dealing 33% of the team's hero damage and only taking 15.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, he was the macro king off the bottom lane, right? The way that he applied the pressure, open up the lanes, open up the team fights as well, making sure that he was in those key spacings at all times and always around to deal the damage, right? 33% damage, there's nothing to scoff at, especially at a Lady Sun who is so easily caught by this entire lineup of Fearless Esports. You have to watch out for Yin on the Angela. You have to watch out Sky. You have to watch out for Fable as well on the Byron, and he was able to navigate all those mines perfectly and get the damage through.
Which is why I think we also have to pay respects to Megumi, right? He did a brilliant job of making sure that Yin always had him in his sights. He was forced to use all his skills to try and burn out this beast of a monster, right? And because of him sustaining for his team, this allowed room for Up to really just go in and get the damage done as well.
Yeah, macro plays really king here coming in, and we do see Up. Is not able to deal the damage for now, and they were litmus tested about how their power spike is right now, right? You're not enough, and Sky was able to really dish out so much damage and get the trade through, but that shutdown was huge coming in, and of course he did a lot of team fight DPS. Now with the hold coming through, they did lose the turret, but they actually have an advantage while going for the kills with the set sail.
So there was a very big difference in target priority, right? Because in the fights where Up was not targeted by Sky, then it turned really awry because Up was able to just lay the damage in. Look at the backlines. Up is free. There's no one hitting him. He does not take too much damage. And at this point, he's able to get those rolling raids around, and because of that, they will be able to win the fights. But the moment when Up is threatened in fights where he's not able to deal damage consistently or at the right times, then they lose.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Sky was consistently going for Up here. They did find the damage, but the first life was being taken. And then with the rest of that, Impunity just managed to clash on the rest of the team members, take away the life of Sky and Fable consistently in these team fights, and especially for the last team fight as well, right? You can see Up's superior positioning here with the help of the rest of the team.
Yeah, he was just very careful about the positioning of Fable as well. And with the save on a set sail, all of these little interactions really helped the team get what they needed. And bear in mind, the flash, just to get out, he does have a second life as well. The save coming in from the teammates, the knockup, just providing him as much room as possible. And that was what really changed the fight for them.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's all in the basket of Up, where you're trying to take him out of the team fight, and they did, but he had that second life. And with that second life, what did he do? He jumped in even further, knowing that they were going to circumvent the back lines. So he played that counterclockwise position extremely perfectly and just made sure that the enemy got ankle broken. And that was a great move coming out from the side of Up.
There is a reason why Impunity consistently makes it into the top brackets of the WKS region. And this game is testament to their ability to adapt to the situation. And for now, it's a great start. 1-0 below. That's the draft that they used. That sanctification really came into pretty good effect, because I'm pretty sure if this Lady Sun was stuck at level 15, it would not have been the same result.
Yeah, that was the level 20 Zhang Ziya and the level 20 Lady Sun as well, right? So you can see it's starting to play into effect. You can see the spillover effects onto Megumi as well. He started to become tankier with heavier base stats, and also the fact that they couldn't start to finish off Megumi. And we were saying that if they can actually pick off Megumi, well, this might be a good opening. But the fact is, Megumi always got his unbridled outbursts off, and that became a telling factor where Fearless Esports suddenly, we don't have the damage to burst through Megumi even.
Yeah, because, you know, Angela is kind of like a one-shot hero, right? The moment she throws everything, if you don't get the kill, then you're done for, essentially, because it's not as easy to get the kills from there. So Megumi was soaking everything up. He was willing to throw his life for the cause as well. And I think that kind of mindset where Impunity, this shows the years of trust, the years of synergy they have with each other, and it's really impressive. But we know, Fearless, this is just a bump in the road, maybe 1-1, maybe that's the next scoreline. But if Impunity take the second game, maybe we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I mean, for this series itself, this is going to be a best of 5. So first to 3, they will get the series. So for both teams here, they are still not out of the running. It's still very early days here in this best of 5. So we will see Fearless Esports try to clap back with the next series. But they did use a very expensive pick, right? They had the Byron gone, that Dun and Dolia is already out. Meanwhile, for the side of Impunity, the pay will not be available. And we know that Xiao Lin, he loves playing that Zhang Ziya. It will not be available for him as well.
Okay, so I don't think that's the biggest deficit to the side of Impunity. Likewise, for both teams, this is the beauty of having very strong teams, right? Which is, I don't think hero depth, hero pool depth is an issue at all. They literally can play any hero in the Gorge. It's more of like what kind of compositions they come up with, and it's just game one, meaning there is a lot of variations and combinations still available for both sides to pick.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, it's all about the game of the combos, finding the perfect fit, finding the perfect synergy. And of course, a very synergistic team might not actually win if you get outmaneuvered, right? You saw that there was a lot of synergy coming out from the side of Fearless Esports, where they had the Celestial Melody for the Unruly Blade, and there was a lot of teamfight capability with the Byron as well. But that didn't mean they could win. You saw the ankle break coming out from the side of Impunity, where they were playing for that macro play consistently with that Sun Te and Lady Sun pushing opposing sides while objectives were being taken. So sometimes there is some health in the macro as well.
Yes, and in fact, actually, while they may have won simply because of the Overlord save on the side of Impunity, I think you cannot deny that Fearless Esports have a stronger macro game decision making than Impunity at this point of time. They have made very good macro plays, which IMP suffered for quite a good duration of this game.
Yeah, I mean, both sides, well, it's a really small game here of that minuscule chance, right? Whether or not you can find that key opening. And for now, Impunity, they managed to find the key opening with the set sail. They managed to find those key openings. And for the side of Fearless Esports, it's about tightening up their gameplay. It's more about, yeah, we made our mistakes. It's okay. Moving on to the second game, what are we going to do here? Maybe we're not going to have that Sunset anymore. It's fine. Maybe we'll play the Sunset ourselves. We'll bring that game towards Impunity.
Yes, a lot of potential strong picks. I mean, the fact that they didn't have to use the Byron, that's a great start for them. There is heroes like the Charlotte, Impunity, known for also having very strong backline dive compositions, right? They thrive on that kind of strategy. So I think it'll be interesting to see what else they have in their bags, because there's Dharma, there's Charlotte, there is Byron, so many things they can explore. And in the rare scenario where it's presented to them, they can even pick up the Guan Yu as well.
I mean, this is one of the rare cases where Sky went for the Dun as well, which is also the tank jungler, right? So Sky, I mean, generally known on the assassin junglers, we have not seen that yet. That might mean a very good momentum shift, especially in game 2, where he goes for an assassin jungler. The pay was picked up by Jimmy, not by Sky. So, I mean, Jimmy, he does play a very defensive pay, but Sky, he brings in a different kind of playstyle. They might not have the Byron anymore, but they can still go for the pay pick as of now, because Impunity, they made the pay work without the Byron.
Yes, I think that's a very impressive way to do it as well, right? While they did suffer in terms of like lane trading, in terms of macro game, I think even just a slight difference in levels really made the difference for the side of Impunity. So right now, I think same curiosity, right? Do they go back into Assassin Jungler for the side of Fearless?
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be a lot of different plays that they can go for. We see that Arlie still, I mean, being banned out for both teams. Both teams have a very monstrous Arlie as well. And something that Fearless Esports, they do like to go is the Mozi and also the Shouyue as well, because KK is an absolute monster on the Shouyue. And something to look forward to is the Yixing coming out from the side of Fearless Esports. So that 3, they might actually pull that out for the combo as well. So Impunity, they're gonna have to watch out for that.
Yes, I think Yixing, Zhang Fei, I think these are the standard combinations that Fearless can unlock. It does pair well. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that benefit off of having a Zhang Fei as their partner in lane, right? So you can pick up the things like Direnjie, you can pick up the standalone marksman, so people that like to stand and shoot. So even Lupan is a potential opening for them. But of course, those are our opinions, our theories. We will look at what's being put into practice. This time, Fearless Esports Hong Kong on the blue side once again.
Yeah, on the blue side, they will be having that first pick. Now, meanwhile, on the side of Impunity, they are having that first game of the series. It is a 1-0 scoreline this is still a best of 5. So first to 3 wins, and Fearless Esports, they take out the Dun. They don't want Jimmy to be on that tank jungler. The Ogren is still available, but we know that Fearless Esports, they've been playing around the Ogren very well.
I mean, that option is still available for them, right? So they can definitely go for the Dolia Dun, and then this can be paired up with the lane. They wanted the lane in the previous draft, but it was banned out by Impunity. So Fearless this time, they have their work cut out for them because this is not going to be an easy start at all.
Yeah, and for Fearless Esports, I mean, taking out the Luna, it's the biggest pick coming out for Sky. They will be taking out the Mai Shiranui. And Impunity actually go for that early ban instead. So they're more scared of KK than of Sky at this point. So Fearless Esports, they do open up with Dharma for the side of Fable.
It's a great start, right? Pretty strong start. He's able to win big in the team fights. And for a fact that both teams have the ability to set up situations where the Dharma can shine.
Yeah, I mean, now at this point, Impunity, do they show their hand here? Do they want to go for those deny picks? But actually, they pick up a lane. So this might be a lane opening for the side of Impunity. And this is the first time I see Impunity actually play this lineup. So they are much more on the slow side, where they like to play the macro like the previous game. But this is a different side of Impunity that we saw against See You Soon.
Okay, so we are looking at the 7-time MVP performance in the form of the Assassin Jungler. This time, Sky's going to pick up the Pei, and this is going to be complemented with the Diadea pick. Another very strong roamer pick.
Yeah, and meanwhile for the side of Impunity, if they want to go for some sort of sustainability, some sort of team fight, they can go for the Long, who is pretty sustainable on the lane, and it also pairs very well with the Dolia, but they take the challenge. Jimmy is going to be on that Jing versus Pei, so this is going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, both KK and this is a horrible game for them. As a farm laner, you will be scared to death because both of these junglers, the Pei and the Jing, insta-kills, no problem, onto your farm laners.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, it's about who bans out the Long, because maybe that Long has that sustainability to play, keep away from Jing and also the Pei, so that's something that both teams are looking towards to get. And I mean, with the first ban coming out for Fearless Esports, I'm not too sure what they will be looking out to take out of the game.
They won't allow the Lung. There's no way. Because Fearless can't pick up the Lung. They've already played the Lung in the previous game. And you don't want a Lung into the lineup of Impunity because they have a very self-sustaining draft. It's a very independent draft, right? You have the lane who's going to be diving on your backlines. And then if you give them the Lung who's able to work on his own, get out of jail free with the infinite vastness, it's a very difficult situation to play around.
Yeah, and Impunity are actually laughing about that misban here. Well, I mean, this might actually be a strategy, right? Opening up heroes in the pool is also a strategy when it comes to this kind of gameplay as well. They might be playing some form of mental chess here. Fearless Esports right now, they don't have the Marco Polo to think about. Arlie is already gone. So are they going to take out another farm laner here? Because if they do, right, they are actually reducing their own potential pool of farm laners as well.
I think they shouldn't. They should definitely take a look at the mid, right? I think get a winning mid lane. Yes, and Shangguan, definitely one of the prior picks available for the side of Impunity. They go for the Soya. So same strategy as game number 1, right? They go for that very late game farm laner, and they'll try to get that advantage in the early game. And if it doesn't work out, don't worry, we have up on the Soya.
And Fearless Esports, they go for the Yi-Sing here. I mean, I do like it together with the Dharma, together with the Diadea as well as the Chano. And Impunity here, they're playing extremely defensive once again. And it's going to be a blow for blow rotation coming out. The Jing versus the Pei. You're going to see Lady Zun trying to lane clear against the Yi-Sing. And of course, the Dolia and the Elaine versus that Dharma and the Diadea.
So this is one of the most balanced draft from both sides because it can really swing either way in a couple of moments, right? And I think the first 4 minutes before the Tyrant fight is going to show you an inkling of who has a better game plan. But also after the securing of the Tyrant, then we also get to see who actually gets to cement that advantage towards the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, for Fearless Esports, well, this will be their game to tie the series up 1-1 against Impunity, who are at an advantage.
Yes. So if they win this, it's game point. Series point for the side of Impunity.
Yeah, so Impunity right here, they're feeling the heat as they know that Sky is now on that pay, right? That 7 times regular season MVP. This is a man not to be messed with, so they gotta bring on that A game. And already you can see the early rotations, the early prioritizations going the way in the Clash lane.
Yes, and this is a very important marker because one of the things that is a benefit for the side of Fearless Esports is the fact that they mess with the timing of the buff respawns. So Impunity, even if, let's say, they find themselves in a position where they win a big team fight, they may not be able to reward themselves with the relevant buffs.
Yeah, I mean, that buff timing is extremely important. And something that's really cool as well, X-Hero going for that sprint, going for that different skill coming in for that battle spell. He's not going for that typical flash from the Shoryue.
It's also one of the common spells that is used to be able to make full use of the Meteor Q, right? I think that's one of the benefits on the side of the lane. But right now, I'm just curious, where does IMP find their advantage from? Because the Clash lane is where Fearless have tried to put the stamp.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think it's gonna be up to Jing to find these rotations, but X-Hero, he's in a lot of danger. Sky does not go for the jump, and ready, X-Hero, he hits that level 4, has the Death of Sunset, is able to get away.
Yeah, every time I see the pay coming, and when it's a Sky pay, I kind of clench my stomach because, like, I know there is a very high chance of a kill.
Yeah, I mean, Sky on this pay, his mobility is unmatched. His rotations are also extremely scary, right? And right now, he's looking for something in the bushes. Jimmy, able to take that brunt of the damage, does have the mirror domain, but both teams disengage for now. Whirlwind Charge will find its damage onto Woodwind, and it's starting to stack up.
Okay, so they make a couple of rotations towards the bottom side of the map, right? So on the side of Impunity, they're trying to put the manpower advantage, but here's what's costing them. Right now, Sky does have a glimpse of the timing available on the Crimson buff. Doesn't go for it because there is a rotation coming in, but this is a great information.
Yeah, ready, Whirlwind Charge onto Woodwind, forces out that flash. Yin has to show himself. Has the world is my board right now, but the consistent sustenance coming in from the side of Megumi proves to be too much. There is a lot of keep away damage for the side of Impunity. They are not going to be able to crack this open at all. That freeze will still be in place.
Yeah, but and Yin is very confident in his approaches because I'm pretty sure he still has his passive. No threat has been made on his life just yet. But this rotation coming in from Impunity might be one that changes the state of the game. We're less than 45 seconds away from the neutral objectives coming up.
Yeah, and Impunity, they have done a great job of keeping X-Hero on the top lane, applying the lane pressure, but now we do have the engage going in. There is the keep away coming in from Megumi, able to disengage, able to disrupt them for now. And this would mean there is added pressure towards the side of Fearless Esports. Jimmy, with that flank onto Yin, does have that passive, is able to survive for now.
Okay, so Yin did commit that board, and right now, mistake.
Yeah, there is a great catch coming in from the side of Impunity here. They are all in the mirror domain, so they have to watch out for the potential slice, but they might be baiting that out. Now, Impunity, they couldn't land the Whirlwind Charge, they couldn't land the finish, so that will be a clean disengage for now. But X-Hero, in the thick of things, does have the Death at Sunset, will not pop it for now. He's on Woodwind, able to jump away, and X-Hero will not get the finish.
Oh, both teams are so mobile, they're able to zip in and zip out at a moment's notice, right? So this is something that really is going to come down to the slightest of mistakes. And right now, both teams kind of abandon that attempt onto the Tyrant. They need to secure the buffs first.
Yeah, ready with the buffs being out and about, the Crimson Golem still there. They will have to deal with it, and we won't see that down for probably the next 20 seconds or so. So with that Tyrant being up, but the jungler's not there, Impunity will have to think about the lane pressures on the top and bottom, right? Opposite sides of the map, just to apply more pressure towards these minor objectives, which are the turrets.
Yes, and your positioning, river control, vision control is so important for both sides. So Yin standing here is actually a big marker of success, but they use the mirror image to scout things out, so really smart play from Impunity.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy at this point picked up his Axe of Torment, really identifies that Fable will be on that top lane, and they will not be contesting this at all. They opt for that lane pressure towards that top lane. Meanwhile, Impunity, they might answer with that bottom lane pressure. Now, Diadea would win being here. X-Hero does have that Death at Sunset to disengage.
Okay, so they make a trade. They give the Tyrant, but they're looking to trade the T1 on the top. Looks like that's going to be a success. They also force out X-Hero's Death at Sunset. So that's one big marker, but instantly Impunity make the trade, so it's still in their favor.
Oh, look at this. Lady Sun, he's in position to catch KK out. Disruptive Deluge does find him, but uses a flash as well. Now, the world is my board, catches Jimmy off guard, and X-Hero, he will have to make a run at it. Death at Sunset, not available. Truth Mantra, able to push him back. Now, Impunity, they're trying to hold on to this middle lane turret here. There is a rotation coming in from Fable. Between the tier 2 and tier 3, they catch on to Xiao Lin. That is huge. 3-0 coming in from Fearless Esports. Make that 4-0 as it is a triple kill for Sky. No answer from up so far.
Yeah, the Wild Wind just barely missed his mark there, and right now Impunity, they are left to lick their wounds because it's out of the blue, it's a close to a 4,000 goal lead for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, all plans have come to an end for Impunity. They were slowly dismantled. Death at Sunset being used at top. That led to all these small little advantages that Fearless Esports could have taken. And Xiao Lin, I mean, not able to find an opening onto KK, that just led them to not having the Disruptive Deluge in that middle lane.
Yes, that was really, like, it's the really small things that make the differences at the highest level of gameplay, right? And right now, Impunity, they're gonna try and set up for a couple of ganks and try to work their ways, but I think Fearless already knows what to expect, so they're mirroring the moves here.
Yeah, already we see top lane pressure for bottom lane pressure, and with tier 2s being threatened there, X-Hero will have to do a great job of pushing this in. He does have that Death at Sunset to actually just remove all forms of aggressiveness, but he doesn't want to get caught out in a situation where he cannot use it again. Now, with Diadea going in onto up, and they actually find that trade, and Shouyue being taken out by Sky, putting him on the rampage, they need to shut him down really soon. 5,000 gold advantage already.
This is why it's so scary. The heals coming in from Woodwind are the difference maker, right? And because of the split pushing capabilities, Impunity, they cannot respawn in time.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Impunity will be trying to suffer in the mobility department. Already a proxy coming out from Sky. They are getting that tier 3, but we do have an engage coming in. Woodwind does go down, but the world is my board will keep them locked up here for now. There's a lot of tier 3 damage going, but that mirror domain not able to find any value. Impunity, at this point, they just get a consolation prize.
This is why Fearless is so scary, right? Because, look, they play their cards super perfectly. Yin knows that he has the flash. He doesn't mind getting caught out by Jimmy. Did he feel that it was wasted that he had to commit the flash? Sure, but that was a get out of jail free card. They took a lot of structural damage on the side of Impunity, and this is a very tough situation. 4,000 gold ahead for the side of Fearless.
Level 14 on Sky, level 12 on Jimmy. That is a huge level difference, especially at 8 minutes into the game. They actually find the rotations coming through, but is it not enough? Megumi will be the prime target of choice here. Without the Celestial Melody, that would mean they cannot take the next few team fights. And X-Hero, he is in no man's land. No Death at Sunset and no life as he gets taken down. Now, with the Mirror Domain, they do manage to catch out KK. That's a great consolation prize once again for Impunity, but this puts map advantage for Fearless Esports on the map.
And bear in mind, Fable did not commit his Truth Mantra. There is a potential for turnaround. He did commit the flash for the kill though. But once again, look, they take that T3 on the top. So once again, it's a repeat performance, a bleeding wound, this time on the top side of the map for the side of Impunity. And it looks like objective gaming is working out really well for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, Impunity, they have to stick to the game plan of clearing out the lanes, but now Megumi might be the prime target of choice once again. They don't want that Celestial Melody to be a problem. They don't want the Sustenance to be a problem. Now, yet to take that middle lane turret is Impunity, but they don't have the map control to do it. They need to rely on X-Hero to reach his power spike, and he has not reached any semblance of farm yet.
They can see the players on the side of Fearless, right? They want to go for it, but it's so risky. They can't overcommit. And right now, this could be a big setting.
Yeah, Impunity, they are going for this Overlord here. They do get it, but at what cost? They're trying to disengage. They don't go for it. Fearless Esports couldn't find an opening, and Impunity, they recover for a bit.
Yeah, they took that big risk because they know that Fable did not have the flash. So now they make a beeline for the Tyrant. This is the Shadow Tyrant. So Fearless Esports, they trade damage in exchange for map control coming out from IMP.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's all about the macro state of gameplay, and really, you can see Jimmy start to trying to go for this top lane proxy, is not aware of the team members as well. Now, at the bottom lane, Fearless Esports, they are gathered, and they're trying to defend.
Megumi actually scouted it out with the Wavebreaker. That was a clean and safe move to make on this Dolia. So they know about the aggression, and they were looking for Jimmy because they knew that he was on the top side of the map. But he has TP'd home, so everything is a-okay for now.
And they still have that Shadow Vanguard, and they actually pop it. And with that Shadow Vanguard joining the battle on that top lane, right? They're trying to apply and alleviate the pressure away from that tier 3 advantage. They're going for that tri-lane push, but they will not get the prime target that they're looking for, which is that middle lane turret. Now, X-Hero, he might be in a bit of danger here. He does have the Death of Sunset to disengage. Now, with the re-engage coming in from Megumi, he is in a bit of danger, but he has that double Death at Sunset, able to disengage for now. Then Fearless Esports, they will not be taking the team fight.
Okay, so let's take a look at the trades, right? So X-Hero ultimate use, sprint use, Megumi used the heal along with the Celestial Melody. So right now, 3 big ultimates left for the side of Impunity. And all they committed on the side of Fearless was just KK's leader stance, which is his ultimate. So nothing too big. In fact, it's a big win. Okay, maybe the Radiance from Wood win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big win coming out for Fearless Esports. 6,000 gold advantage already. Consistently not able to find openings are Impunity, right? They've been getting choked by the bushes here, especially at the middle lane, where they're unable to crack through. And they are unable to get a gameplay of macro form going as well, because they don't have the ability to get out. Like, they don't have the Sun's Hub from the previous game.
And vision control is much easier for this side of Fearless, right? That's one of the strengths they have on the draft. You can use the sliding stones from Yin to check things out. You can also just use Sky and Woodwind as physical wards to go and walk into the brushes, and whoever shows up, they will make the kill.
And they trade the tier 2 for the bottom at the top lane as well. But of course, that tier 3 going down, there's still map pressure.
Oh, no.
And already, Jimmy falling to Sky solo. Even with the help of the Mirror Domain, that heal factor coming out with the Truth Mantra, finds a slam onto Megumi. He gets out for now, but not for long. The board is already set up. They get the better of Fable for now, but Impunity, they take critical damage on that tier 3. There's gonna be more damage following up because they lost 2 of the members. Now, while we're in charge, it's good at clearing the creep waves, but X-Hero, he has some heavy lifting to do here as Fearless Esports. They will be threatening the base here of Impunity. They get the tier 3 turret off the mid. They will be trying for the bottom lane. They don't want to overextend here.
Yep, Sky, very great positioning at this point, right? His just initial aggression coming in was to push the members on the side of Impunity back, giving them space to really just get those hits down onto the T3. So right now, because of that full aggression coming out from the side of Fearless Esports, now they have rewarded themselves with a barren base. So Impunity, they survived 2 lanes of super minions. Right now, it is mega minions. Can they do it against Fearless?
Yeah, Impunity right now, they're just trying to look for an opening in team fight. There is a numbers advantage for the side of Fearless Esports. Jimmy is not around to take the team fight, but he has a flank in position. Fable might be the target here, but he does disengage, does not want to get Truth Mantra into the wall.
Ideally, I mean, yes, if you get rid of Fable, that's great, but yeah, you can't deal with the burst of Sky. And if Yin is still alive, there is a very huge catch potential, which Impunity have already experienced, and now this is a defense of a lifetime.
Yeah, this is gonna be a crazy defense. They do have all utilities up. Disruptive Deluge is there as well. The Disrupt coming in. Disruptive Deluge has been used. That Death at Sunset, not able to find it, and they do go for it again. Not able to find any opening so far. World is my board has been used. Fable does not have the Truth Mantra, but Shadow Vanguard is falling in on the bottom lane. Megumi trying to play keep away for now as he gets smashed into the wall. Fable still dealing consistent damage, but already with Jimmy going into the back lines, Woodwind goes down. Yin extremely low as well. Sky will be falling together with Woodwind. Impunity might be able to hold here as Yin and Fable, they need to disengage.
They do it. They do make the hold. And Megumi provides the vision. Can they catch? Fable, he makes the dash.
Yeah, launch pads, mechanics, Fable does not have the flash. He will be falling here as Impunity. They do hold for now, but that is just one team fight. They need one more team fight, and they need to worry about the Vanguard top lane. They take away that Shadow Tyrant, but they know that they still need much more.
It's so difficult, right? Because even if you win the team fight against the likes of Fearless, you have 3 lanes that are losing in terms of wave management. So unless for some reason you have an advantage of wave clear, you have 1 extra wave pushing down, you can't get the T3s.
Yeah, I mean, for this, the launchpad mechanics really came in handy, right? You saw that Megumi going in first, together with X0. Fable had nowhere to run.
I mean, the slows as well, that was really hard to deal with. And Fable, I mean, there was a slight chance, because formlessness does let you recover your health, right? But it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, now Impunity, they do have some form of breathing space, but they have to worry about the Baron base and the creep pressures at all times. Now, all 3 lanes have become a huge problem. Now, they don't have any turrets on the middle side of the lane, so they are trying to look for a push, but Fearless Esports, they are abusing that so well and using that map advantage. Now, X-Hero, he finds his pick onto Fable, but Fable's not able to land the Truth Mantra in time, does not see him in the jungle, and already, Fearless Esports, they rotate towards the top.
This next neutral objective is going to be very important for both teams, right? So here's what needs to happen. Impunity, if Fearless Esports takes one of the neutrals, they need to trade the other, because if they don't have a trade in macro or even in fighting ability, they're going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of macro trades, Impunity feels like they can't have any form of space running around the map because Fearless Esports, they are in multiple bushes at all times, right? There's so much vision provided, but of course, there is that Sky. He might be in no man's land here. He does get caught out, but does not have enough follow-up damage to actually follow through. So luckily for him, Impunity will not get the finish.
Oh, Shaolin saved the day though. That Ocean of Tears stopped Fable. Fable was actually looking in for that big ultimate Truth Mantra as well. Jimmy hiding in the bush. I think it's very important that they disallow Fearless from taking this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is a comeback if Impunity manages to take an objective here because they will be able to alleviate lane pressure. At this point, net worth doesn't matter. They're both 6 and 6, and already it is about those tier 3s and really about the vision that whether or not if up gets picked up here, if up goes down, suddenly Impunity just lose all form of team fight.
Very big discipline here. So actually, Sky goes and takes out that Azure buff. Did not commit his smite, so there is still potential for them to fight. But here, 1v1 against X-Hero.
Yeah, X-Hero will be able to find out Sky, but it's still a pay and a lane 1v1. Now they see that Overlord is being taken. That Mirror Domain actually being used right now to keep away from Megumi, not able to do anything in time. Now, X-Hero, he has to be on the run, does have the Death at Sunset, but Shoyue up, he has to recall all the way, and they are conceding the space of the Overlord for now because the lane pressures are mounting.
Yep, now that they have the macro advantage, they will have easy access into the Shadow Overlord. And unfortunately for them, there is no counter neutral objective to take, so Impunity, now they have to deal with double the stress of the macro advantage from the side of Fearless.
And they're gonna hold that for that 20-minute mark where the Tempest Dragon is spawning, and they have all 3 lanes, so Impunity are not gonna be able to contest that Shadow the Tempest Dragon at all. But already, Fearless Esports, they're trying to take this team fight here. They're trying to keep them locked up in their base while the Vanguards spawn in. And this is very good added pressure. Now, Impunity, right now, they can actually take a timing to pounce, but they have to worry about the Vanguards.
They need to make sure that Jimmy does not die. They need to provide space for up as well. This is his critical timing. This is where he is the strongest.
Yeah, and right now we do have the mirror domain being used in that top lane. We have that Sunset in the back line once again and again. We do have Jimmy taking up the first life. Tempest Dragon has arrived, but Jimmy, he's still alive for now. Sky eventually goes down. This is an opening for the side of Impunity, but Sky, the only casualty for now. But this means Impunity, if they're defending, they will be able to run towards the Tempest Dragons. Run, my friends, as they want to get this objective.
Yep, Xiaolin and Megumi straight away they run across the river line, and maybe Jimmy can get the burst.
Yeah, he's finding the objectives on the back line. KK goes down, gives up his first life. That's the marksman gone from the side of Fearless Esports. Fable, extremely low, has to run for his life. Shoyu doing an extremely good job of healing the base. But now Fable and Woodwind extremely low. Will be able to get out. Jimmy, he's soloing the Tempest Dragon with the Mirror Domain right now, waiting for Up to join into the team fight. And with that, they will secure themselves the Tempest Dragon, and they will shift the tides.
They buy a lifeline. This lifeline is big because now Tempest Dragons, they're hard to deal with. They are able to tank quite a lot of damage and they stop your turrets from attacking. This was a great jump by the side of Jimmy. And you know, the heals coming in, the amount of CC that Xiaolin provides was very critical. And I love the fact that with the help of Megumi as well, the extra slow did push them back for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Impunity, this is gonna be one of their comebacks, and it is already with that Tempest Vanguards out on the field. One has been dealt with, the second one as well. But this is 3 waves of dragons that they do have timings for. If they can find a catch on all sides, this would mean that they would turn the tides. And we're strapped in for a very long game here because they have lost all 3 tier 3s. Now, X-Hero, 1v1 again versus Sky, it's not going to result in much, but we do have the rest of the team really coming in. Megumi not able to find the disrupt, and that would mean Sky gets away for now.
They were close. I mean, the Howling Wind, that was a very scary usage of the Howling Wind, right? Imagine being chased down. And for the first time, the Predator becomes the prey.
Yeah, for Fearless Esports, really, they have to watch out for all 3 of the lanes. Yes, they do have the enhanced minions, the mega minions, as we would call them. But with that, right, Impunity, well, they know that they have to take these team fights, and ready, they're trying to jump in. Fable, not able to land anything. The World is My Board is being used. Woodwind will be the only casualty for now. They have to disengage. Sky, he's still hiding here. He's still trying to recall away. Will he be able to get it? Well, he is not actually recalling away, and they aren't able to scout out this bush. So there is X-Hero versus Sky 1v1 once again.
Just slaps him in the face, right, as a threat, and tells him to back off. But for now, they have survived the initial aggression because of the advantage of the Tempest buff. Now, round 2, who wins this one?
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy coming in for the side of Impunity, especially since they don't have any more Vanguards to deal with, so they don't have that lane pressure alleviated, so they have to be consistently worrying about all 3 lanes. But they have been doing such a great job of dealing with them, right? Up on the top, you see X-Hero on the bottom, using the launch pads, recalling as well. And Sky, he's been living in the side of the jungle, hoping that somebody will walk their way into his trap.
It's just massive information, right? So the fact that they know that there's no one on this part of the map, it means there has to be on the left side of the map. So right now, Impunity kind of getting scouted out by inference knowledge on the side of Fearless Esports. And with 10 seconds to go for this second Tempest Dragon of the game, information is so critical.
Yeah, information becomes even more critical right now. 1 second till the Tempest Dragon is up and about. We see Fearless Esports, they might be taking a base trade for the Tempest Dragon here. And now with the clump up on the middle lane, World is my board on to up. That is huge. They are trying to save him, but he goes down. That truth mantra is there now. Jimmy, he's able to deal so much damage, but is it enough? Woodwind goes down as KK as well. That's both marksmen gone. Now Jimmy, the only one alive so far as the jungler, able to deal the damage, and 3 members of Fearless Esports are already going down. Sky, he is in no man's land. X-Hero, he's here with the duel to Death from the Sunset and not able to find it.
Okay, but he makes the escape, right? And right now, they can't take this Tempest Dragon. They have to defend the base.
Yeah, with...
Not enough!
Oh, no! Oh, no! It's Winions! It's the case of Winions! And they weren't able to defend the base with 1 hero alone. Well, sad days for Impunity, as Fearless Esports will be tying this series 1-1.
It's a big win. I mean, look, they did a comeback with 2 lanes down, but with 3 lanes, a Baron base, it proved too much to be making that comeback on the side of Impunity. So congratulations to Fearless Esports. They take and tie the series 1-1.
Yeah, they take out 3 members from the side of Fearless Esports, but both marksmen going down right there proved to be too much to handle. Coming in for the side of Impunity, well, they couldn't deal with the creeps in time, right? Xiao Lin, despite the fact that you are a Lady Dun, still, that 3 lanes of pressure is just too much to handle. And really, it came down to the wire. I gotta say, right? We are strapped in here for potentially a 5-game series.
Yeah, because look, both compositions, they're not exactly wave clear compositions, they are team fighting compositions. So when Up and KK are down and you take a look at the rest of the roster, maybe nobody has decent wave clear, especially against Mega Minions.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Minions is just extremely hard to deal with. The fact of the matter is they couldn't get that creep wave out in time. And also with the fact that Impunity, well, they had that show year. They were trying to come back as much as possible, but they still couldn't win the fact that all 3 lanes were pressured at all times. That's just extremely hard to deal with, man.
And this is one of the strengths, right, of Fearless Esports. Like, they know how to play the map really well. And once again, they showcase that they have better macro skills, better map control than Impunity. They're making smarter trades across the gorge.
Yeah, I mean, smarter trades indeed. And meanwhile, for the side of damage stats, you can see, right, in terms of team fight, Impunity, well, they had a lot of damage, but look at that lead. Impunity managing to claw their way back all the way towards the end, but was thwarted by that creeps. Always mind your minions, mind your towers, and Impunity, well, they fall victim to that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the game, towards the later parts of the game, right, the goal doesn't matter as much. It's really just about, okay, can you afford to item switch? And can you make the item switch in time? So, yeah, it was just death's door for the side of Impunity. They held on, and they really held on super long. That was what, 2 Tempest Dragons in a row? I mean, the second one wasn't taken, but yeah, having to deal with a 3-lane defense against Mega Minions, not fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a show of power coming in for Fearless Esports, showing that they have very good macro decisions. And once again, you give this man the hero that he wants, he will perform. You put him on the pay, he will perform. 8th time in WKS. This is the MVP farmer himself. Sky, 6-2-3, 28% damage, 20% damage taken.
Yeah, this guy, he really ate in that sense, right? He was making life so difficult because as the lane on the side of Impunity, I think X-Hero, he had to make a very clear decision. Do I dive on this guy or not? Because in most fights, you will notice that KK is not around. So he was the only viable target. But one of the things that Sky does very brilliantly in this game is the fact that he achieves 2 things. So number 1, when X-Hero jumps onto him as this pay, he actually drags him out into the middle of the 5 members on the side of of Fearless Esports. And secondarily, as they're trying to take those turrets in the base, you'll notice that Sky, he goes in first to pretend that he wants to attack them. And while he does get a few knocks in, it really just pushes the members of Impunity away, allowing them to lay down damage onto the turrets. And as said before, this is not a wave clear composition. This is a team fight composition crafted by both teams.
Yeah, of course, you can't really disrupt that early game pressure brought out by Sky as well. You can see that he consistently in the early game got that triple kill, ready a 4-0. He used that advantage really well to put that pressure on the top lane, despite the fact that, yeah, we might be losing team fights, we might be losing members, but you guys are gonna lose turrets because he's consistently macroing, he's consistently finding these openings, and it all led to Fearless Esports victory.
Yep, and it's not like they lost the fight. They were losing mid-fight. But end of the day, they made those trades, right? They get the kills. They don't mind sacrificing a couple of the members. End of the day, the objective is we want your turrets because we know you can't deal with mega minions.
Yeah, and really looking at the next few team fights, we saw the Impunity come back. We saw them trying to mount that unsurmountable comeback indeed, where they managed to get 4 members away and they managed to hold off this base push as well and also get the Tempest Dragon. So for Fearless Esports, they got rid of 3 waves of Tempest Vanguards before they had to deal with the second one and finally winning because of creeps.
Yeah, that's insane, right? Knowing that they are not exactly like a wave clear composition, they're more of a team fight composition. The fact that they held on against 3 clashing and crashing waves of the Tempest Dragons was an impressive feat for the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, with the last few team fights as well, you can see the top and bottom lane, they were just heavily pushing in. And with that, they did win the team fight, but they lost that base. And it's just going to be a very, very sad story for Impunity right here. They were so close, right? They were on the verge of a comeback, but Fearless Esports, they had the edge on the tower management and also the lane management as well.
I mean, that's what we like to say, right? Almost is never enough. And that really was the case for the side of Impunity. They managed to hang on, but hanging on is not what gets you wins. You need to have some dominance in that case. And with that, we are tied 1-1 now. So both teams showing off their strengths. Fearless Esports winning the second game of this series.
Yeah, and with that, I think we're going to go to a short break. So both these teams, they do need a breathing space. So we'll see you guys for the rest of the series after the short break.
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve! Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back, and it's time to go into the third series of the day, and of course the third game of the third series. It's 1-1 now. Fearless Esports going up against Impunity. That was a nail biter so far. Mo, what do you think is going to happen in game number 3?
anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. We already saw Fearless Esports going up against Impunity. It is the first double Tempest game of the entire WKS. And of course, that comeback by Impunity, well, it nearly came to fruition, and only down to the last vital moments where they couldn't clear the creeps in time. And this kind of mistakes, I mean, it is small and it is marginal. You gotta think about the next game moving forward. And both teams, they are at the top of a game here. So that top tier decision making will have to be seen as we head on into game number 3, tied up 1-1.
I'm very sure there are moments of regret for the side of Impunity, right? Because there are certain decisions that they made that, I mean, hindsight bias once again, were not the best for their current situation. But you have to understand, it's the stress of the situation. There's so many decisions you need to make within the split of a second. So I think Impunity did the best they could. But right now, it's time to reset, get that composure in, and maybe figure out how do we beat Fearless in this macro game, because truly, their macro game is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity, one of the teams that like to play that macro game as well, but they seem to be bested on all ends by Fearless Esports in terms of this mid-game decision making when it comes down to these turrets as well as lane pressures, right? Dealing with the lane pressures. And for that, we saw that, yeah, Fearless Esports, they did have an early game advantage, triple kill onto the hands of Sky on that pay. And that would mean it would translate very well into that mid-game advantage. And Impunity, well, I gotta say, they did have good decisions when it came down to those team fights. But in terms of losing those turrets, well, they couldn't hold on in time.
Yeah, so if you take a look at both drafts for both games, both drafts are a very fighting composition kind, right? They want to take good fights, they want to take big fights, and once they win, they're going to reward themselves with the map. And so far, it really seems to be taking map advantage as the one big win condition, right? Because Impunity, they won the first game simply because they had the overlord, they had a little bit more lane pressure, even though they were 2 tier 3s down. But when Fearless came with this second game draft, it was clean cut because there's no way you defend against Mega Minions with just a Lady Chen. Yeah, it's virtually impossible.
Yeah, and of course, there was a bit of a lack of the frontline department as well. Like, one thing that you want to do against Mega Minions is, of course, you want to hold that front line, right? Stop them from touching that crystal as much as possible, but they didn't have anyone on the team to actually kind of combat against those Mega Minions, where if you're a Lady Zhen or a Jing or whoever on their team, if you're going to be tanking up against Mega Minions, you're going to be taking a tad too much damage. So at that point, well, Fearless Esports, they really had a firm grasp of what they wanted to do against Impunity. And will they keep on being so dominant? Now, they lose that pay on the Sky, yes, but that's also that Dharma God, right? So that potential Luna coming in for Sky, well, it's really going to be banned out by Impunity, and it's really going to be marked extremely hard right now.
Yes. In fact, I think both teams now have to play really honestly because the Dolia combination's gone for both sides. We have the huge burst potential early game in the form of the pay also gone. But this means we have big prio picks like the Luna. These are available, and we know both teams, they play a very mean Luna. I'm just curious whether they will allow it to be picked into the series. There are also very big tank junglers like the Orgrin available for both sides. So I want to see, do we continue this team fighting composition drafts, or do we go for more, hey, I want to play the macro game a little bit better?
Yeah, and as of now, I mean, with Ultra Rare Esports out of the running, I mean, Impunity will be the only bastion for that Burmese representative, that Myanmar community, and they will be that sole representation from that region. And similarly, on the other hand, of course, Paradise Esports, the only Laos representatives as well. So for the side of Fearless Esports, well, this is their chance to push them down to the lower brackets here. And it is still that best of 5 series, and we are here, finally, at the playoffs.
That feels like a lot of pressure, right, on your shoulders. Going in, being the potential last team of your region, that's definitely something that is going to be a heavy weight carrying in. But of course, the rewards are worth it as well. Imagine if you win the entire WKS, make it into KWC, and you carry the banner of your region's flag with you. That's an insane amount of achievement, even before you head to the big boy leagues.
Yeah, I mean, this is the World Series here that we're talking about. KWC will be happening in July, so we are already going to be locking in the final few teams that will be facing off against the other big boys of their regions. So definitely do look forward to that. But for now, it's about finding who will represent their country, who will represent their region. And for the WKS here, right, the interesting thing is for that grand finals, we're going to have that best of 7, but already we are at the best of 5s, and this is the first best of 5 that we've seen, and it has not disappointed so far.
Yep, I think we are going to go the distance. This series was a little bit closer than what I expected because we were thinking of it based on the result of the last time they met, right? Which was a clean sweep by the sort of Fearless. But today we were talking about, hey, Impunity needs to improve, need to learn their lessons. I think they have.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity, well, I do know that they are a very strong team, but it's just like regular season, they felt very off. And when other people were telling me, yeah, Impunity, well, they felt extremely off during regular season, well, they seem to have found back a bit of their groove, a bit of the mojo, as I would like to call it. And now that they are back in full drive, I think they're going to give Fearless Esports a very big run for their money, especially when you go to later and later series as well. You gotta remember that Impunity were once the defending champions of the wildcard region.
Yeah, we need a little bit more. We can't have a little bit. We need a lot of their mojo back. We need them at their strongest form. Because like we said, there is no time to be weak. We want the best version of teams because there's nothing less than that. It's nothing less than what's required to be able to be the champions of the WKS Pro League. Because you're not going to be just going up against any teams. You're going up against the best teams from every professional league in the KWC.
Yeah, for the WKS Spring Series themselves, right now we have our top 4 already solidified. We saw the first 2 games already. So Impunity versus Fearless Esports, what it means for them right now, if they win, if they get to that 3 scoreline, they will be proceeding on towards that semifinals where they will be going against the winner of Paws Gaming versus Paradise Esports, which we'll be seeing later on today as well. So with that lower brackets, you will be fighting that loser of Paws Gaming versus Paradise Esports as well. So you are not eliminated yet. So there is a chance for you to get to the lower brackets and make your way into grand finals, but that's a very long way.
Action-packed for sure. I mean, we will take it step by step. I definitely think we all want to see all the different games, and if you can stretch the series, we definitely want it to go that way, right? Because we want top-notch action, we want top quality plays, because that's where we can learn, right? We learn from the best of the best. And for now, I don't think we have a clear indication of who is the better team between Impunity as well as Fearless, because I think both of them have put up a very strong performance, one in the form of a comeback and one in the form of just pure dominance in game number 2.
Yeah, right now, looking at both teams, it's going to be a tiebreaker of a series where you have expended a certain pool of heroes already, and now it's about really reaching deeper. What do you have in your pockets? What do you have available? Time to start re-exploring something that is maybe comfortable to you as well, because in this marathon of a best of 5, you still have to find comfort with your heroes.
Yes, so Impunity, they still have access into the Lung, and I feel like that's one of the potential priors they can put into this. Have they played the Dharma? Has XUO played the Dharma yet?
No. He has not played the Dharma yet.
So there is a potential, maybe they want to force pick the Dharma or the Lung. And in the rare occasion that maybe the Mai is not banned or the Luna is not banned, that is also open up for their taking.
Yeah, for the first ban of Impunity here, they'll be looking to take out potentially the Luna, maybe, if they don't want it. But banning out the Liang here, they might be they want the Luna for themselves, yeah.
There's no way. I mean, the moment you see a Liang ban, it's Assassin's Jungle galore, no?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. That just prevents Assassin Jungle from coming through. But Fearless Esports, well, they just shut it down really quick, right? Yeah, no Luna for you. Impunity, well, going for that Zhongfei bet, I mean, they're still sticking to their guns here, right? They really want that Assassin Jungle. And for Impunity, well, this is going to be crazy. They do pick up the early for up. Now, Fearless Esports, they can actually go for that Jing themselves if they want to do so, but they pick up the Mozi here.
So you're... Oh no, okay. So they went for the D range here with the mortars. Good combination nonetheless. And this is going to be a pretty strong lineup straight away from Impunity, right? Arlie and Charlotte, number one, a lot of mobility and pretty decent CC. And the fact that they have a healing composition coming out with the addition of a Diadea, I don't think this looks too good for Fearless.
Yeah, but Fearless Esports right now, they go with the signature pick of the Sky on the Han Sin. Now, this Sky on the Han Sin is very, very versatile, right? He can go for the damage. He can go for some sort of tank ability as well. Normally, we see him lean towards that sustainability tank build where he's really a threat to keep on just jumping in and out. Now, Impunity, they ban out the Liu Bang and the Lady Sun.
I mean... It's a duh thing, right? You would take out the Liu Bang because we've seen how teams have gotten destroyed by the Han Xing and Liu Bang combination. And of course, Fearless Esports, I'm curious to see what they have in their Clash lane composition because they will pick up the Princess Frost. It's not as easy to play against an Arlie and a Charlotte as a Princess Frost unless there is decent setup.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of possibilities here for Impunity to actually punish this picks going in. Well, they can go for even more mobility, which I feel would be very punishing towards that Princess Frost, right? I mean, Yin is going to have a very hard time landing anything if they go for even more mobility, especially in the jungle and also left in the Clash lane. What do they have? They have the Sansa and the lane out of the combination. So they actually go for Nagudo here.
Oh, this is a very mobile lineup. And look, it's a very poke-heavy composition as well. Wild Growth will be able to get you the vision. You can check brushes pretty much safely at this point. And with the fact that Xiaolin on this Nuwa and with up on the Arlie, there is a lot of potential to scout information without getting punished. But Fearless, they're going all in. They're going to get the fools in the Clash, which means to get a catch, you are dead.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of teamfight capability coming in for Fearless Esports. With that Han Sin, definitely you do want that early game snowball mechanism going. But of course, for Impunity, there's much more late game scalability, right? When you think about the Nuwa, when you think about the Arlie, when you think about the Charlotte, well, all you have to do is survive that early game. But will Fearless Esports let them survive the early game?
Yep, the marker here... for me, in the focal point here is going to be Xiaolin on the side of Impunity. And the marker is 6,000 gold. If he has 6,000 gold in his bank, he will be able to get his boots, will be able to get Scepter of Reverberation, and the Tome of Wisdom. So that will be that power spike that they're hoping that Xiaolin will get ASAP.
Yeah, and of course, for the side of Impunity themselves, I would say that they do have the man advantage with the emergence coming through from the side of the Nuwa as well. So if they do play the early game right, they can get a snowball going for themselves too, right? Especially if they play the mid trio right, where Agudo, Nuwa, and Diadea are playing together, and you leave up alone, well, suddenly, Fearless Esports, they need to start catching the Cannon Blast onto the Agudo or the Nuwa.
True, but there's one thing I'm really concerned about the Impunity lineup, which is they're pretty expensive, right? Because if you take a look at what Fearless Esports have, you don't really need much gold on the Princess Frost, right? Same goes for Woodwind on this Mozi. He doesn't need gold. They are utility mages. But on the side of Impunity, you need gold on Xiaolin, you need gold on Up, and you also need gold onto Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, there gonna be a lot of key targets to get farm on, 4 priority targets to get money. And I feel that, I mean, it's gonna be the point where if Jimmy gets a Deep Frost Siege going, maybe you can go for some kind of slow gameplay against Woodwind if he itemizes that, but that's only if you have an advantage. So if you have an advantage, suddenly Fearless Esports, well, they're not looking too hot because that Princess Frost, I don't see a way where he's going to be able to catch anyone on the side of Impunity.
That's true. I think if there's any MVP based on just a simple thought process here, if Fearless Esports win this game, I think Yin might have a pretty big part to play with it. But we have to bear in mind that Fable is playing the Fuzi, so it's not that difficult to land your second skill when the Sage's Might is holding people there.
Yeah, that's gonna be a key possibility as well. So Fable, very interesting here, going for the food. This is the first time ever, and that's something that I'm very excited about, right? So this is gonna be quite crazy to actually implement, because actually with the Fuzi on the Clash lane, what do you go for, right? Do you go for damage? Do you go for the Spark Force Dagger first, or do you go for the tank ability first, then the Spark Force Dagger later?
No way, you go for tank first, right? The main aim here is you're supposed to drag the game as long as possible, delay X0 from getting any sizable gap in terms of advantage, and then once you have provided enough room, which Yin will happily provide the waves over and over again for Sky, and suddenly you find yourselves, hey, Sky is a level ahead of Jimmy. If they don't have any other advantage, no kills, then it's a pretty difficult game, because then instantly Xiaolin's life is at risk, Up's life is at risk.
Yeah, but there comes the counterintuitivity of going for that delay, right? Once you build that tank on the side of Fable, suddenly you just open up for Impunity to just be late game scaling monsters where, yeah, they're gonna have the rotations go in, they're gonna have Charlotte in your back line, jump at the Princess Frost, and then you don't have enough damage to respond. Now, with that Fearless Esports lineup, I'm now confused about where the damage is coming from, because I mean, they are very reliant on that Princess Frost, but Han Sin, he might go for that tankiness build, right? Usually Sky, we see him go for that tankiness, and of course, that sustainability coming out, but there comes the question, where's the damage for Fearless Esports?
Extended fights, I feel. I mean, extended fights is definitely going to be in favor of this side of Fearless Esports, right? Because the Hanxing being played by Sky, he's going to be weaving in and out of fights, creating a lot of confusion and distractions, and they have actually quite a bit of CC. You have the golden token from KK on the Direnzier. So late game Direnzier, he's going to hit like a truck, and there is very little you can do. This also means Xiaolin, if he gets out of position, he's gonna instantly die, and Up as well, not gonna have a good time, especially if he gets hit with the golden token. So the combination offered by Fearless Esports is one of control and constant or lockdown. So that's where the damage comes in, because you can't do anything to fight back against them.
All right, so if I may ask you, who do you think is gonna win? Like, if you're taking a look at drafts alone, who do you think is maybe just better on the draft paper?
I like the excitement of Fearless Esports lineup, but I think Impunity, if they play the cards right, get the early game, then yeah, this Xiaolin, Nua, and Up, Arlie going to destroy the game.
Yeah, honestly, I feel that, yeah, that's going to be the same sentiments coming out from me as well. For Fearless Esports, they do have a very harder execution in terms of lineup, because I feel that in terms of synergy, well, there is a bit left to be discovered. But meanwhile, for Impunity, they do have that tried and tested and true, that Arlie and Diadea combo, together with the Agudo providing vision with Furball for annihilation for the Nuwa, right? That's going to be a key factor going in. And sustained team fights as well. They do have the sustain coming out from Agudo combined together with Diadea. So if Fearless Esports, their game plan is to go for the sustained team fights, well, Impunity, they can match that blow for blow.
I'm just curious what the initial rotations will be from both teams, right? I mean, if you're on the side of Fearless Esports, you know that Jimmy on this Agudo, he has access into advanced release, right? Which means you essentially eat your jungle camps a little bit faster than what other junglers would require, but that skill is interrupted by any normal hits. So maybe Sky wants to have a peek inside the jungle camps on the side of Impunity, slap him once, make him force the cooldown onto advanced release, and then go for the buffs. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, that's gonna be a key thing that they might do as well. Like, I remember when I first started to learn how to play Agudo, that was one of the key factors just preventing me from taking the buffs. And Han Sin is really good at doing that job, right? Very good at disrupting the Agudo. So Fearless Esports, yeah, that's a very good point that you put out with the Fu Zi and also the Han Sin and the Mo Zi. They can actually have a very good contingency to rush into the enemy jungle.
We'll see how it goes. I think the players are getting some resets on the phone as well. And I'm just curious because right now, like, this is not just a game of in-game prowess. It's also about fatigue because I'm just concerned Impunity are going to start getting tired.
Yeah, definitely for both teams. I mean, Impunity, it has been a best of 3 and then now a best of 5. They finished the game in 2-0, so this will be their 5th game in already. Meanwhile, for Fearless Esports, they're fresh from the day. They have already thought and saw through the first game already, and now they're prepared for the next few games.
Okay, we will finally get the game going. Here is game number 3, Fearless Esports against Impunity.
Yeah, Fearless Esports and Impunity tied up 1-1, both fighting on the upper brackets. This is the quarterfinals of the upper brackets. We already have our 4 teams, and Impunity and Fearless Esports, they're looking to make it into the semifinals.
Okay, so there is a lane rush coming in from the side of Impunity, trying to feed up the double waves. No, just a singular wave plus the River Sprite, and it seems to be working out.
Yeah, and the lane switch up already in that middle lane. I really like the fact that they always like to funnel Impunity on that side of the lane, knowing that, yeah, Woodwind is going to be at that bottom side of the lane. So let's just funnel up as much as possible in this middle stage.
It's a great start. They actually took the top camp from the side of Fearless Esports' jungle. Same pattern's going to be done on the side of Fearless at the bottom side. So they're making, the advantages into different lanes. It's a clash win for the side of Impunity and a farm lane win for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, for Fearless Esports, it's about funneling the farm onto KK. You said that he would be a monster in that later stage of the game. Of course, it is a Direndier after all. I'm no stranger to Direndier. He does have a very heavy range, and also with the Imperial Order, well, he's gonna be able to land a potential disrupt on the Arlie if she doesn't get the Maple Dance off in time.
Yep, they force the rotations from Fearless.
Yeah, really. Fearless Esports, they will have a handed advantage on the bottom lane. There's a lot of rotations coming through, but there's a lot of damage on the Fable as well. That flash already being used with the power degradation. X-Hero, he does find the finish. Now, with the jump in the backline, Sky gets the trade onto Jimmy, and with the emergence coming through, will be able to keep Sky there, but he does get the jump behind. Now, with the rest of the team members, X-Hero, he's trying to go for more here, but they do disengage as they are wary of Fable coming in.
That's not the trade they wanted. At the same time, there is pressure on the bot lane. They get the golden token, but it's not going to be enough time because Jimmy arrives just on time.
Yeah, and Up doing so well right now, it's not gonna be a good look for the side of Impunity. They did get the first blood, and Sky, he got the consolation. So that will be a kind of trade going through, but 500 gold advantage already in the side of Impunity. And we always talk about this, right? For Impunity, all these small wins, they want it to add up.
Yes, they definitely wanted to add up. And one of the big markers on the side of Fearless is they need to funnel the advantage to Sky. Sky needs to be a real threat so that Impunity will find themselves in tight situations.
Yeah, we see the combo from the bottom lane, right? The cannon blast into the Imperial Order. I mean, that golden token really dealing a lot of damage coming out from KK, and this would mean that Up needs to consistently be on his toes, walking on eggshells on the bottom lane, watching out for Woodwind.
Yep, right now a lot of mid lane pressure coming in. Sky actually has a level in EXP advantage against Jimmy at this point.
Yeah, slight though, they're still level 7, and now Sky getting that level 8, but this would mean that towards that next tick in the next objective, right? We see them leaving that bottom lane already as KK is dealing substantial damage to that turret.
Yes, it's a very healthy amount of damage, and Ian is operating like a pseudo roam for Sky actually.
Yeah, I mean, there is gonna be a bit of that mid skirmish coming through, but once again, the top lane will be their sights as Fable does go down for the second time, and already with that turret being traded out, they have that bottom lane being taken care of by you. But Yin extreme low does eventually go down. That's a double kill for X Hero. This Charlotte is doing amazing so far, and now Gumi, he might be in a bit of trouble. It is moving. Find the finish. Now X Hero not able to respond, but they do get Crimson Gold.
Point.
Yeah, 13,900 towards their advantage so far. And already with the Tyrant being taken out by Fearless Esports, while all that was going on, you have the buff for 90 seconds. So their team is going to be much more advantage, but the hate has been coming on to Fable.
Oh, for sure. You definitely want to crush this Fuzi, right? It's not a ideal situation if you allow him to reach those late game stats. Oh.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a cannon blast already coming through, but not able to find any form of catch for the side of Fearless Esports.
So in terms of macro, this is a little bit more even this time from the side of Impunity. They seem to have kind of figured out how to match pace the Fearless on that macro game.
Yeah, ready. Sky not able to find anything so far, right? And this would mean, well, he does have that later scaling. His clearing, his macro game has been on point so far. But something that I'm impressed with is X Hero really matching blow for blow here in terms of rotation. Jimmy onto Agudo, well, you're not going to be expecting him to try and match the rotations. He does not have that similar mobility, but he's playing a lot of keep away, putting that sustainability to good use to get those creep pressures in.
Yep, X Hero is one of the main reasons why they're still in this, and they have a very lead against the side of the Esports, simply because they have taken more turrets. And I think it's very important to do this against the likes of Fearless, who are monsters at the map.
Yeah, ready up, trying to get the farm going, does have the Crimson buff on himself, already funneled it through. And this would mean they would want to take this team fight, especially if X Hero can find out where Sky is. But seems like they are still just poking and prodding, just feeling out the positionings for now. They don't want to lose his top lane turret. And Fable going in with that first engage. We do have Megumi trying to re-enter, but gets picked off. Now the Annihilation picks off Fable from afar. That is going to be the 1-for-1 trade, and the power gradation. Yin not able to be caught out as X Hero. He is in danger. Sky jumping in, but there's the rest of the team members there. They want to punish this. They are jumping in, but he is a hot sin, able to jump away. X Hero wanting to push the advantage, not able to find it.
Which makes this Charlotte pick so great, right? Because there is a potential for them to actually chase down Sky if he finds himself in a very bad or awkward situation. So right now, Impunity, for a first time in a long time, actually having the macro advantage.
Yeah, I mean, macro advantage going the way of Impunity. Well, 500, I would just say it's still neck and neck. But that map side advantage, right? Really, if once the mid lane turret is cleared up, that would mean great news for Impunity, but they can't get it because Fearless Esports, they've been doing such a great job of controlling the center of the map.
And one thing you realize is it's pretty hard to get a good set against the likes of Impunity. They have a very versatile and mobile lineup. You don't expect to land every single cannon blast coming out from Woodwind. It's pretty tough to do that.
Yeah, they have set up a trap in this overlord area for the side of Impunity, hoping that someone will get through for the trade. And meanwhile, X Hero has been doing a great job of living in that bottom lane, right? Doing a great job of that cross map macro. Fable doing the same thing on that top lane, trying to get that macro push going.
Yeah, and at this point, it's a easy defense for now, but Sky is being pressured by X Hero. So map control is still in favor of Impunity.
Oh my god, the farm funneling onto X Hero at this point, 7,900, right? He is carrying all the eggs in the basket right now. And for Fearless Esports, this is a double-edged sword, right? If he goes down, it's huge, but of course, he's gonna be dealing so much sustained damage as well. And already with the rest of the team members, Impunity, they're trying to find an opening onto Sky right now. They're looking at the bottom lane. They actually get that turret down. Tier 2 will be going down. Launchpad used by Sky. Trying to find an opening. Will not be able to get through. Now, X-Hero really responding extremely well. Might go for the proxy or might go for the solo attempt on the Fable. They have to worry about Sky in this bush consistently because Impunity, well, they have been cut off. Now, Jimmy, he is able to spot them out.
Yep, this is a big moment now, and at this point, we will take a look at what they're going to try to do. Emergence comes in.
Yeah, Sky, he actually gets the better of up there, able to find those rotations through. Now, with X-Hero not there, he's not able to respond. Now, with that power gradation being available, yes, you can actually go for the team fight, but Sky, he has been doing so much that 1v1 getting the advantage onto up.
Okay, so it is pretty close, but Impunity is still in the lead. And I think X-Hero has definitely leveled up since that previous game in this best of 5, right? And right now, I think Fearless Esports unable to find any advantage in terms of macro game.
Yeah, 330k. Nice catch coming in, but we do have that Jimmy going down, and that's going to be huge. The Aguro going down, but I mean, X-Hero going for the back here power gradation onto Yin, gets the Rampage, and X-Hero, he's in no man's land right now, but Hansen jumps into Megumi as he gets the Diadea out. That's the healing factor gone. Cannon Blast unable to connect. They will have to disengage. Up is still alive for now.
Yeah, I'm curious if they will actually go for the Shadow Tyrant at this point once again, or look for the kills.
Yeah, Sky posturing around X-Hero. Sky trying to find the jump towards Up's location. Now Up playing much more safe. Now Sky with the power gradation at the back line. 1v3 at this point. Will does not want to be here. 1v4. That is a crazy move coming in from X-Hero and will not be able to get advantage for the team. Now Yin is still far. Has the launch pad. Will be able to join Up. That annihilation still available for Xiaolin to try and hold on to the lane advantages. Now Fearless Esports, they crack their way in that net worth lead. They crack their way in the objectives. They crack their way in the macro as well.
Yeah, very careful gaming on the side of Fearless Esports will not allow for that. And in fact, they check out, they know that the Crimson buff is available.
Yeah, the Crimson buff will be contested for, but actually Up that getting that final blow will get that Crimson buff for himself. Now Jimmy in a lot of trouble, gets that Imperial Order on him, falling extremely low, has to roll on away, but the rest of the team members are here. The freeze is there. Megumi finds himself cut off. X-Hero trying to jump in. He's 1v3 at the moment, gets shut down, and that's a rampage for the side of Sky. I mean, in terms of macro, Impunity are still holding on, but Fearless Esports, they've been racking up the kills.
I like this change, the adaptability, right? So Impunity, they want to play the map control, they want to play the macro game, and Fearless said, okay, you guys can do that. We will go for the fights instead.
Yeah, and now we have Sky, man with 11,000 gold. He's running rampant in the enemy jungle. They have no response for him so far. Impunity, they've been trying to play the macro game for as long as possible, unable to find the farm needed. 4,000 gold advantage now for Fearless Esports. They're slowly getting to Yin to an even power spike together with Xiaolin. That's going to spell doom for Impunity. Now Sky going in, able to find the catch onto Up, but not for long. They managed to disengage, and that's huge coming out for the side of Impunity to just breathe.
Yeah, look, I think you will start to find that Xiaolin is finding it very difficult to be able to be effective in team fights, because it takes a bit of time before his matrices actually get to be set, and by that time it's set, Sky is already out of the picture, KK is running far away, and the only possible solution is the annihilation, which you're not going to blindly throw around.
Oh, look at this. I mean, at the bottom side, Sky, he was 1v5 trying to just feel them away, right? And now, with that Overlord being taken from the side of Fearless Esports, they do have the Shadow Vanguard. They will be starting to apply the pressure.
Yep. Look, the macro game now is going to be back in favor on the side of Fearless Esports. They have the Shadow Vanguards flying down. At the same time, they do have that Shadow Overlord that's going to be summoned on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, that tier 2 still there, proving to be a menace for Fearless Esports. They want to take away all the other turrets before they mount that push. Now Sky already finding out where Megumi is, but that means that there is gonna be so much more map advantage, right? Now, Sky, what do you do in this high ground defense?
Red team has
I have no idea. Try and poke them out, I guess, because Sky is literally very hard to catch at this point. I don't think, unless he makes a mistake or someone gets a stun on him, there is no way you catch Sky out.
Yeah, now at this point, there is a wraparound coming in from the likes of Up and Megumi. They find themselves in the backline. Up, trying to deal the damage as much as possible. Prime play keep away, finds onto Woodwind. There's a lot of damage, able to reposition himself, and that is a great flank opportunity. Double kill coming out for Up at this point. Unable to catch onto Sky. Megumi will get that latch onto him, but that is not enough. They are not able to take out the greatest threat coming out from Fearless Esports, but they take out 3 of the members. KK, Woodwind, and Fable are down, and now Tier 1 turret is going down as well.
That was a beautiful flank coming in from the side of Up. Actually, that was a huge risk because if he had died before actually making any efforts there, it would have been a completely different story. But right now, they're rushing down the mid lane, trying to take and do as much structural damage as they can. Winter is going to be popped.
Yeah, I mean, that is not gonna be enough. Yin, HP is not there. Now this tier 3 turret will be responded for on that middle side of the lane. The base will be able to be held by now. The members have respawned, but this Tyrant is already being taken by the likes of Sky. They might be running into him, but he is already on his way out.
So they make a trade, so both sides now have an open wound, right? So in the middle lane, that's tier 3 taken down by the side of Impunity. And likewise, on the bottom side of the map, Fearless Esports have exposed that base with the T3 taken on the bottom. So wave management is really important, but I think it is in advantage to Fearless because it is opposite of that Shadow Overlord pit.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would say Fearless Esports, they have reached a power spike though. Xiao Lin already at that stage in the game where that annihilation is gonna start to hurt really badly. So with that, I mean, they can start to have that lane advantage. Just go on Sun Chaser already on Up as well. That's gonna be huge in the next few team fights.
Yeah, but Fable has the Sky Dome. If he gets a catch, that's pretty difficult. Up going for the flank again.
Yeah, once again, finding the flank. Sky is here, though. Up is able to be found. No, he repositions. And with that, they take out KK. They cannot take the rest of the team fight. Yin will be falling down. Sky, he's alone, unable to do anything. The damage coming up. Up, he is 1v1 at this point, able to take out the first life of Sky as the rest of the team members, they collapse. And they finally get that gold advantage. They finally take out this menacing member of Fearless Esports.
I think this is game here. If they clear the wave, I don't think they have enough wave clearing power to be able to deal with the 5 members on the side of Fearless Esports Hong Kong.
Yeah, Woodwind, Fable, they are stuck at the top side of the lane. Up, prioritizing that kills instead, and they manage to get Woodwind in that situation where he does not want to go for more. They don't have any creeps to do this, so definitely they will be able to hold for now. Furball, the only thing keeping them in check, but they have the next wave coming in. Yin is alive now. KK able to deal damage in the backline, able to try and take out the creeps. They're trying to hold on now. The Fable, he's extremely low. But Impunity, they have to worry about their own base as we see the launch pad coming through. Hansen, he wants to hold, but Xiao Lin is here.
Oh, Sky, I mean, if he chooses to dive right into the heart of the base of Impunity, it could cost them quite a lot, but they know what they're going for, Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, Shadow Overlord easily picked up from the likes of Impunity, knowing that Sky might be potentially going for that bottom lane trade. But we do see Sky still racking up a farm score insane here. But that hold coming through, right? Going for the kills there because they were taking out the creeps. And Woodwind really came in clutch to hold on, using Think Inside the Box for the creeps.
Yep, also using his passive, right? And along with the Peacebringer, is actually able to clear out the majority of the minion waves. In fact, cancelling it out entirely. Now, they're planning to catch Sky out.
Yeah, Sky, he's been found in that enemy jungle in no man's land, extremely low, gets caught up, latched on by the idea, but not dead yet. Yin extremely low, gets shut down instantly as the rest of the team members, 3 members already down for Fearless Esports as they will lose them one by one. 2 members up already dealt with, but that is 4 members gone for Fearless Esports. Woodwind, the only one alive with all the vanguards available. Now Fable already out of the equation. That would mean Woodwind would have to pull off the defense of a century. He can't do it a second time, as Impunity will be getting the lead in this tiebreaker. They will be putting themselves at 2-1, unless Yin spawns in 7 seconds and does something magical.
Comeback after comeback, Impunity, they refuse to let go, and for the second time in a row, they take the lead in the series.
Yeah, they put themselves at map point. They put themselves at match point. And Impunity, well, I gotta say, right, this is a very new look coming out. This is very different from regular season Impunity, and this feels much more like the Impunity that I'm familiar with. Definitely. I mean, Impunity, well, this side, congratulations to them, 2-1. Very important marker for getting that win. And I would just say, because of the fact that Fearless Esports, well, they lost with Hansen, Sky on Hansen. That's gotta be demoralizing for them.
Yeah, you know what's more impressive is the fact that they won with the macro game this time. So Impunity, that was pretty good in terms of improvement. And I think this came down to a couple of people. Number 1, Xiaolin. Number 2, Up as well. And of course, we can't forget those efforts in the early parts of the game by X-Hero. He was the one responsible for the early game turret crushes that really put the map in favor of Impunity.
X-Hero really jumping in the backline. You saw Yin. I was really confused about this Princess Frost pick, and I was right to be confused, right? 1, 5, and 6, he was unable to find any catches, and it felt like they were trying to go for something together with Fable, but they shut that down early. So they made sure that Fable did not have a game. At the same time, once Fable was shut down, Yin did not have an opening at all.
Yes, and you can see there's a lack of magical defense on the side of Fable as well, right? So that was one of the main reasons why there was so much damage available. They got rid of Fable pretty early in the fights, or at least they were able to get rid of Fable in the fights. And I think that was a big mark of success for the side of Impunity. Look, Xiaolin, 132,000 damage done to the likes of Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, right? 6,000 gold is the point where they start turning things around, and it was found extremely early. The only problem that they couldn't deal with was Sky. Sky was consistently jumping in the back lines, putting on that macro plays. It felt as if Sky was like 1v5, and meanwhile, the other 4, they had to group up together because they didn't want KK to go down.
I think there came a couple of moments that really swung the game in their favor, right? The first one was actually a huge risk for the side of Impunity, which was Up and Megumi. The two of them actually went the route of a flank. You rarely expect the farm lane to flank, but in this case, that flank worked beautifully for the side of Impunity because Fearless were caught off guard. You do not expect an RD to flank you from behind.
And the crazy thing is, they didn't just do it once, they did it twice, and they got away with it. And Impunity, well, all I have to say is that, yeah, those are some crazy knockers you got on yourself right there, because Xiaolin, 804, damage 31%. This man on the new wall proves once again that he is supreme on that mid lane.
Yes, using the coalescence and the creation, first and second skills of the Nuwa specialists here, really just blocking the pathways available for the side of Fearless, but also just destroying them in the process. I mean, name it all. Annihilation, first and second skill combinations, everything was clean from this Xiaolin mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, right, Xiaolin, he was able to not get picked off by Hansen multiple times. We saw that Up was the key target coming out from Sky, but the fact of the matter is, if you don't take out Xiaolin as well, that magic damage coming through is just gonna be piercing. That artillery mage, right, as we talked about the new Y is, he's just gonna be consistently pumping the damage in the back and make sure these team fights are not feasible to take.
Yep, and this initial aggression onto Fable, I think, was definitely the correct choice. Even though they did trade out in kills in the first part of the game, the fact that Fable did not come online fast enough was definitely a pain point to the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Woodwind did try and help him as much as possible, but we can see that Impunity, they just kept putting members and more bodies. Even if they got a trade through, they are willing to take these scrappy fights.
Yep, and one of the things that you will notice is that there were a couple of moments where Up was getting caught out by Sky, in a 1v1 situation, and he was very frustrated with it for sure. And I think this decision led him to kind of think, you know what, let me just flank them from behind. I find you instead of you find me.
Yeah, exactly. And that just led them to have this key pincer maneuver, as you said, right? Look at them going from behind right now, already finding that pick onto Woodwind. Think inside the box was used, but the spacing is there, and the rest of the team just collapsed. That just has a great pincer movement. 3 members instantly went down.
Like what? Like there is no expectation
Again.
that Up will come from behind, and of all the people to come, it's the squishiest, but of course the one that offers the most damage, right? So getting the kills, they have the numbers advantage already, and of all the people to kill, he gets KK first.
Yeah, and really that 1v1 versus Sky, he was 1v4 at this point, Up, able to just dish out so much damage. His positioning was immaculate, as I would say. And now for Fearless Esports, they couldn't hang on to the rest of the pressure. They held on with the think inside the box for Woodwind, taking out the creeps for them, but they couldn't do it a second time.
Yeah, it was too tough to handle. And they got a taste of the medicine that was faced by Xiaolin's Lady Zhen in the previous game itself. So that was a beautiful performance by the side of Impunity. And maybe, for the first time here, the fans are correct.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of fans towards Impunity as well. And personally, I'm a fan as well, so I know what Impunity are capable of, especially when it comes to the playoff stage. So I've been expecting better of them. And finally, they pulled through. So now, with that on the map point, I'm very excited. But at the same time, I still want Fearless Esports to fight back, because Fearless Esports, we do know them as one of the top teams in the WKS.
Yes, the job is not done yet, guys. There is still one potential game. If Impunity win this next game, yes, they win this best of 5. They will sit comfortably on the top of that grand finals seat, waiting for the next competitor to come. But knowing Fearless, I think we can expect that this is going to be a 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Fearless, we are going to go blow for blow. And definitely for Fearless Esports, there's still a lot of options available in their tank. We have seen, once again, them using the Han Sin. Of course, they have also expanded the Pei. They have expanded the Dun as well. But the Luna is still there. The Jing is still there also for the side of Sky. Luna probably is going to get banned, but I mean, Jing, a potential outplay opportunity coming through from Sky, that might be something that they were looking towards.
Yeah, I'm just curious why they don't want to play any more tank jungles, right? I think there is a potential of the Algren, there's still the Mankey available as well. A lot of big picks in the tank jungle department. But for now, both teams are very content on fighting, and as well as maybe Impunity for the first time in a long time, focus a little bit more on that wave clearing composition instead.
Yeah, I mean, for Impunity, well, maybe one of the reasons I want to answer your question to the why is there no tank jungle, right? We saw Sky going for the tank jungle in the first game of the series where he went for the Dun. And what Impunity did was really to avoid the team fights involving Sky, right? And it feels like Impunity read the team fights really well, read what they wanted to do really well, especially when Sky was on the tank jungler. So Impunity, well, they know they got this playstyle, and they might mean that, yeah, they got us read, so let's not do it again.
That's true. That's definitely one way to see it. I'm curious to see what's going to happen in the next game, because Impunity, if you take a look at the lineup, they have pretty good team fight, but they also have very good wave clear in a sense where they're able to take turrets really cleanly, right? We have seen the 5-man strong composition on Impunity just rush down mid, take two T1, T2 successfully, T3 under pressure, and then all of a sudden, all of the pressure that, Fearless have gotten for themselves just gone.
Yeah, Fearless Esports right now, they are on the cusp of going down to the lower bracket. So, of course, I do expect them to put on their A game here, especially since Impunity, well, they've been playing a very clean game. Even in game 2, the game that they lost, it felt like Impunity were about to win. And yeah, for Fearless Esports, it could have been a potential 3-0. But of course, all roads lead us here. And we might have that best of 5, that 5-game series because Fearless Esports, well, I expect them to put it to 2-2.
I do too, but at this point, right, I think Impunity, they're looking to serve a dish called Revenge, and it is a dish best served cold. And you can kind of tell it's already cold because he had ice in his veins when he was flanking from the back. You don't normally do that as a farm laner. So there's quite a bit of confidence and a lot of composure. So far, at least that's what Impunity has showed us in game number 3.
Yeah, Impunity, of course, showing us a different side of themselves as we compare it to regular season, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the audience are surprised, right? But this is the Impunity that was one of the top few, and this is the Impunity that most of the fans have been waiting for. It seems like, yeah, they have answered the call so far, but can they keep it up, right? Can they keep the steam going for that third game, for that 3-1 finish? Because Fearless Esports, they're not a team to be messed with. And I just gotta say, right, going into that next game, well, most likely they'll be playing Paws as well. So yeah, Impunity, you have a very hard road ahead of you.
I think Impunity better end the game now. That's my personal opinion. If they don't end the series now, I have a feeling that Fearless is just going to come back and make it 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of Fearless, I mean, I would say Impunity, well, yeah, you gotta end it now. You gotta end it now because you don't want to play so many series and then only to just find out that, yeah, Fearless are better. And that's just gonna be a very denting look on your confidence as well, right? Finding yourself in the lower brackets, going the full distance and getting yourself reverse step 3-2, well, something that, yeah, not gonna live down as well. But for you guys, of course, we will have gift codes available on throughout the stream, and if you see the gift code on the screen, do type it in on your HOK app. Pull up on the bottom left, there will be the menu, click on it, go to the community screen, and of course go into that CD key. And it is first come first serve, so don't come complaining to me if you don't get the skin because you're not fast enough.
Yep, fastest fingers win. And at this point, I'm pretty sure if Impunity allowed this series to go into a full best of 5, I'm sure they love to struggle.
Yeah, of course, because, I mean, for them, this is already, I would say, already a pseudo grand finals that we've had between one of the top 2 teams. Of course, Paws Gaming is not in the equation, but still, this is the highest level of HOK in the WKS here, and these are the top teams that have been very consistent in the regular season. Now, with the bans, Impunity take out both the Jig and the Luna.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, they know what's coming. Sky loves the assassin jungler and they say no, not gonna happen. But they will pick up the mine. So that actually is a pretty big pick for the side of Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Fearless Esports, Yin on the mine, we have not seen it much just because of the fact that it has been banned out so many times. But Impunity picked their poison, right? They rather deal with Yin than to deal with Sky. So I mean, that just shows how much respect they have for this man here. And for Impunity themselves, they go for the Princess Frost.
Yeah.
And could they open up with a Liang here? Yes, they do.
Okay, very, very stock standard composition. They want to kill this series off. Once they hit level 2, that's 1 power spike available for this composition duo. And once they hit level 4, that's the ultimate composition availability. So Impunity start off strong, but Fearless, this is a long range option select. If the arrow lands, we go in. If it doesn't, we stay safe.
Yeah, and for Impunity here, I mean, if they want to respond with the marksman, if they want to respond with the farm laner, they still have that Lung option available for them, so they can choose to do that, but they go for the Ogren, the other dragon, so they will have that front line available for that Princess Frost, right? Princess Frost really requires something to peel for you, and Ogren is a very good option.
The Lung is banned. By the way, Fearless Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first ban. But in any case, Impunity, they take out the Mankey because they know that Dune is not available for Fearless. This leaves us with the potential of a Musashi. But is that really the best play here, going up against a Princess Frost and Liang, who is not affected by that first skill, Illuminating Slash?
I mean, if push comes to shove, you can go for the Ukiyo Tachibana as well. So that's something that you can go for if you want to, but it's not exactly good against the Liang and Princess Frost. So yeah, that's just spelling your own doom here. And Impunity, they ban out Tianwei and the Menki. All four are jungle bans. Impunity just hates Sky.
No, because the win condition is pretty clear, right? If you get rid of your frontline tank, like the Ogren, then it's free hitting for the side of Fearless. So the fact that they want to disallow the potential contest is definitely something that is very difficult for Fearless to deal with at this point, because who's left?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Impunity, they go for the Guan Yu here. This is just a nail in the coffin, I would say, because in terms of just synergy alone, there's so much disrupt and there's so much team fight going in. And for Fearless Esports, they're going to have to play an extremely clean game of macro, because I don't see them winning the team fights for now.
Yeah. And you know what? You can kind of go greedy on the side of Impunity. Maybe you can pick up a Mengya as well. So like you keep them away with the Guan Yu, and then you just keep using your, Missile Barrage from the Mengya and just win every fight from there.
Oh man, that's gonna be a very disgusting combo now that you think about like the Mengya doesn't really see the light of day, but Fearless Esports, they do go for the Musashi. And yeah, I mean, Zhang Fei, well, is still not gonna win the team fight, I feel.
I mean, that's what's left, right? They need a tank. They don't have a very tanky lineup composition here. So Impunity, they have drafted one of the best possible scenarios for themselves. I'm curious to see, who is this final farm laner? Garo is also an option, the fact that they picked up the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, Garo is a very good option here if they want to go for it. I mean, Concert Yu, I mean, either one. They go for the Concert Yu, having that physical immunity. Yeah, that would help quite a bit versus the Musashi, of course. And yeah, that's also going to help versus that 1v1 in the lane itself.
Okay, so it's a ideal draft, right, coming out from the side of Impunity. But is it going to be the ideal execution to be able to realize the true strength and potential of what they have gotten for themselves? If they can do it, I think Impunity have a very cushy seat in the grand finals. If they can't, Fearless is probably going to eat that up in this entire series.
Yeah, Fearless Esports, we're gonna see that Musashi on Sky try and find an opening onto Impunity. Meanwhile, Impunity, they went for the Liang Princess Frost combo, and this is very, very oppressive, especially since you have Jimmy on the Ogren, right? He is known for his tank junglers, and he's been performing extremely well in the entire regular season. Now he's back on the Comfort Heroes. He's back not playing the Jing, not playing the Pei, but on the Ogren.
Okay, so same thing first. I think let's talk about the lanes that we need to shut down. Let's put ourselves now in the shoes of Fearless Esports. Where would you shut down first?
Honestly, it has to be the Guan Yu or the Ogren, right? You have to shut down the rotations coming out from the jungle or the clash lane, because this gold lane, this farm lane, is not something that you're going to try and win. Concert Yu really going to play defensive, and also on the mid lane, Xiaolin, I do expect him to just clear out the waves and just move away.
That's true. I think it's a very important marker, because if you can't kill X hero, you're essentially giving him free access into your backlines.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same story, right? That same hate onto Fable that they did in that previous game. And did actually my Sherwin get that? Nah, he didn't manage to get that Azure Golem. That would have been huge blunder for the side of Impunity.
Yes, and you can look at the rotational speed coming in from Impunity. So they actually focus more on clearing the jungle faster, which means there is very little room for Fearless to really get any steals in terms of camps.
Yeah, we do see X-Hero on the top lane. He's really dealing with the pressure extremely well, pushing the waves in harder, making sure that the lane priority at all times is always skewed in the center. Now, Impunity, they set their sights on that middle side of the map.
Yep, and right away. So in this time of gap, they will start going back to the jungle as well. So Jimmy, the speed of amplification for that jungle rotation so much faster. This is a very, very clean and calculated Impunity. Very different.
Yeah, very different indeed. But Fearless Esports, they do manage to get small bits of an advantage here and there with the sprites, with the gold advantage from that farm lane creeps as well. And I mean, for Impunity wise, they are happy to take this because they know that in the next few team fights, especially for the objectives, as long as they have that level 4, as long as Xiaolin and Megumi is safe to hit up that level 4, they will have the timings and the team fight available.
Yep, and look, they couldn't really make a move on the KK. I think that was a little bit unfortunate because they had no information on where the rest of the members of Fearless were. They couldn't take that risk. But if they have dove KK in that earlier part, I think they would have gotten the first blood.
Yeah, now we do see the Zero Golem having that vision onto Woodwind. He has to watch out for the smite, but it's not available. So Jimmy will be able to get it cleanly with the execution from the Seer State.
Oh, nice catch.
Oh, suppression on the bottom lane. We were talking about it. We were just talking about the dive going on to KK and Impunity. They find an opening, and that's going to be huge because KK is going to be a very easy target of execution for Impunity.
It has to be, right? Look, your composition is one that benefits off of that level 4 hit, right? So the moment you hit level 4, if you're not going for those dives and ganks, what is it going to do to you?
Yeah, and X-Hero finally being the brunt of the hate here. They do find that consolation prize for Fearless Esports, but for Impunity, well, right now, they need to start pushing the pressure towards that bottom side and alleviate the pressure with Jimmy on the top side.
To be honest, if I'm on the side of Fearless, I'm not too worried about KK dying at this point, right? Because his first part of the game value is actually his Blazing Sun arrows, right? Or Burning Sun arrows. If he gets the stun, then it's a perfect setup for the side of Fearless. They can probably get a couple of kills off of that. I think the marker here is just making sure that KK doesn't give his life too many times.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, Impunity, at this point, they're all weak to that form of control. Now, with the Tyrant already spawning in, X-Hero, he is not able to disrupt that teleportation circle, but he's going to use it themselves in that middle state up the lane. Now, Jimmy, he's going to try out and clear this creep wave. This Tyrant is already here, so both teams, they're going to posture for position and try and take a fiend fight, but Burning Sun Arrow already misses. Now, with the suppression, yeah, Woodwind has been caught, but that the Unbridled Outburst now having to flash away is going to be up. That's going to be a great team fight for Fearless Esports, but Impunity, with the help of Jimmy just standing proud in front, Sky will not be able to find a damage with Duel to the Death. And now, with X-Hero jumping in, Sky, he's at a sliver of HP, will be able to escape.
Yeah, the only saving grace is the fact that there is a buff to be taken, so it delays the movement and aggression of Impunity for a little bit, but I'm very sure they will go back for the Tyrant the moment the buffs are taken.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the same story, right? The same fact that Ho Yi, KK dying right there, not too big of a deal. For Impunity as well,
oh no,
up dying is not too big of a deal. Now Sky not able to get finished off by the power word control suppression, but now with that, Impunity, they do lose a key utility here. They will have Winters here for the next 15 fight though.
Yeah, and it brings us back to the point, right? Earlier in this game, we talked about shutting X-Hero down. Not only does he have the level lead, he also has a goal lead at this point, 3.1. No goal lead, but he's able to clear the lanes faster. In fact, give his lane to Up. So now Up has his farm amplified to match up against the speed of KK, and he's able to give information to the team on the side of Impunity.
Yeah, very well responded from the side of Fearless Esports though, putting Fable once again on this top side to match up that rotations from Up. And of course, he's been here all along, but the thing is, on Up, you don't want a 1v1 a Mayin, so he brings his friends in. Now, Megumi and Xiaolin, they're trying to find out where yes, power word control is there, and with the Winter is here, there is so much damage. The arrow finds its mark onto Liang. Megumi will be going down, but that is a great trade for Impunity.
Yep, so both teams actually giving each other pressure, so they can't exactly go for the Tyrant. So no neutral objectives done by either team at this point, but Woodwind, I think he's doing a good job of protecting his farm lane. This was a replay of what happened earlier. A nice bait. I mean, they get a trade, right? So it is going to be Megumi, which is a roam in exchange for Fable. Not the best of trades, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Impunity at this point, they're just more than happy to take the trade, but now we do have Imperiled coming out from X-Hero as he gets
Oh,
to
no.
the death, but he goes for the back line. He gets KK instead. It was a 1v2, but he gets the advantage. He gets the kill.
So we go back to the point. X-Hero was not shut down.
Yeah, X-Hero at this point on the Guan Yu, he's gonna be able to deal so much, and with that Crimson buff being fought for, that Unbridled Outburst not able to catch anything at this point. Winter is here with the suppression, so good. Fable instantly going down. Woodwind will fall, double kill for Jimmy as well as this middle lane turret is being pressured on. That's so much map advantage. They continue to try and take away enemy resources. X-Hero and Jimmy will not let up the pressure.
What a time to hit this stride, man. I mean, Impunity, this is a very convincing performance. A 2,000 gold lead at this point. Access into the jungle as well. Azure buff secured by Jimmy. And they can take much more than that at this point.
Yeah, at this point, they're not even gonna try and go for the objectives. They're trying to take out and clear out their own buffs just to secure these gold advantages as well. And that Unbridled Outburst being used a bit too early, a bit too preemptive there. Really, with that power word control, you just cannot do anything. Megumi is gonna get a free pick every time if you don't cut him out.
Yeah, they have no stops, right? Because Woodwind had already committed the Unbridled Outburst and the Mad Slaughter along with the jump, right? Stampede. Even in the Ferrari form, he used it all. So there was no stopping this control. And look at the damage that they have on the side of Impunity. So this is a very strong game, strong start in fact. We are not even at the 10-minute mark, but 1,000 gold lead, it's sizable at this stage of the game.
Yeah, same thing though. Macro response coming out from the side of Fable. Very strong, keeping them in the game. The gold advantage is not too far gone. It's only a 1,000 gold marker away. So for Fearless Esports, they can come back into it if they get a clean engage off the Burning Sun arrow. And now it's being popped onto Megumi as he will be going down. There will be no power control. Winter is here, has done a lot of damage. Jimmy is trying to finish off Fable, but he does not find that Seer state in time. Woodwind extremely low, getting chased down by Up, and will be going down support for support here.
Still win in my book for the side of Impunity. They have now extended it to a 2,000 gold lead. And still, once again, look, the problem here is that X-Hero is free to run rampant in the map. There is nobody in charge of stopping him, and he's the one that's kind of splitting the team fight on the side of Fearless Esports.
Yeah, able to jump in the back lines, able to disrupt as much as he can. And thing is, who is there to stop him, right? The Budding Sun Arrow, probably, but he's not the one that you will be able to catch because he's just that mobile. So Yin and Fable, they need to do a great job of trying to find the targets, but more often than so, they want Xiaolin or Up. And that's gonna be a key problem into these team fights.
Yes, and until they fix that, it's advantage Impunity all the way.
Yeah, advantage Impunity indeed. Now, Razor Cavalry with the suppression will get Fable instantly. Winter is here in this choke point. So much damage coming out from Up. Sky and Fable are down together with Woodwind. This is a clean sweep for Impunity as they manage to leave KK alive, but they take the turrets. They will be forcing down that mid lane turret over here without any creeps, and they're potentially trying to end the game instantly because they know that KK does not have the lane clear. He does not have any ability to do this. 7 seconds away is any member, and Impunity currently, they will be able to take the series best of 5, 3-1. Congratulations for making it into the semifinals.
Oh, this is great for them. This is probably one of the best possible situations at the best timing as well, right? To lose against Fearless Esports in a clean sweep. Now they win. They knock them into the lower brackets on the side of Fearless Esports, and Impunity, they wait atop the rest.
Yeah, Impunity, the first team to get through to the semifinals. We will find out who gets through later on with Paws Gaming and Paradise Esports as well. But Impunity Esports, what a performance then by them. All 4 games. That 4th game, super convincing. But when we first started, they were nail biters. That 2nd game, we were nail biters at all. It was just neck and neck all the way until that 4th game.
Yeah, they said we're sick and tired of the Tempest games. We want to end you quick, and there was no better draft. I think at this point there were kind of a lack of options for the side of Fearless, definitely. And you know, X-Hero, he had a pretty comfortable game, also getting himself the Frigid Charge, which definitely played a huge part as he used that Soaring Dragon to try and get in the middle of the 5 members on the side of Fearless. And here's the big problem: Yin did not have any big result in this game as the Mai.
Yeah, as the Mai Shiranui, you really need to have a lot more catches. And also, I feel that it's also proving to the fact that Sky is still very good, but of course, he is still a rookie after all, right? You can start to see the versatility difference when it comes down to the later stages where, yeah, you don't want to put him on the tank jungle anymore because Impunity has read Sky. And now what do? That Musashi, it was so telegraphed for us. Even us as casters, we saw Sky picking up the Musashi.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in because they don't have answers. You have to deal with X-Hero, you have to deal with the freeze, you have to deal with Megumi's control. And all the while, Jimmy and Up, both of them have really free reign of whatever they want to do. Jimmy is just life-stealing to his heart's content, and Sky only has one duel to the death. Who is he going to use it on?
Yeah, that was a very clear outdraft coming out from the side of Impunity. Yes, Fearless Esports, they did have a clear macro advantage at the start of the game, but it was like very minuscule. And for the side of Impunity, they really hammered their fist down at the last few stages when they realized that they have reached their power spike timings, and it was just so easy for them to envelop the rest of the game.
Big moments for both teams, but much more in the hands of Impunity. There were a couple of nice moments where the Burning Sun arrow did land coming in from KK, but because the gold gap was starting to be significantly higher towards the side of Impunity, there was very little comeback. And here we go, the MVP of that game, leading to them winning the series 4-0-5, none other than the Ogren, that is Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy did so much in the soak department. He was soaking in the enemy's damage. 31% damage taken, able to dish out how much he was dealt as well. 31% damage given, and also 28% of the total goal, right? The fact of the matter is, you can see that the rest of the team, they are really keen towards Jimmy's rotations. They are helping him to take out all these small little creep waves. They're always assisting him, and they are very good at assisting Jimmy when it comes to the team fights as well.
Which is great, right? So really shows the mindset difference here. I mean, the way that they took the fights as well. Look, it was great. They got that duel to the death, got a couple of kills. But what happens when you leave X-Hero to his own devices? You are suddenly caught out of position. And this is not the only time that Yin has been caught out by X-Hero.
Yeah, that suppression, really one of that fake moves coming in from Impunity. Suppression is just the first of many, right? It's just a foe coming in from them. It's just a feint because X-Hero, he's the main damage dealer behind them. And on top of that, Jimmy is going to be consistently life-stealing you while all this is going on. So that suppression is just a facade. So for Impunity, they do so well of making sure that they are always so preoccupied with the Liam.
Yeah, this one's a great fight because look, Megumi had all the freedom in the world to stand there and use his ultimate because there was also the winter is here. So very good synergy between the teams, and the fact that Woodwind had already expended all of his control skills led to this situation that was so difficult to deal with as Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, Fable was able to get out here, but the trade, they did find it, right? And that was the Burning Sun Arrow. Burning Sun Arrow, unable to connect multiple times with the power word suppression, they just instantly get that kill onto Fable, and there's just no way that they can fight in this choke point. When the Winter Sphere is placed up and X-Hero is jumping into the choke points, there's just too much damage, too much disrupt coming out for Impunity, and that's why they make it to the semifinals.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I mean, Woodwind had no unbridled outburst. There was not enough manners because the manners was actually given to Impunity. What a mad draft and what a mad way to execute it as well. But of course, with that being said, our next and final series of the day is going to be Paws Gaming going up against the recent winners, Paradise Esports. Can they last against this monster of a squad coming next?
Paws Gaming, one of the teams to end the games in record times. They've been known to end it in under 7 minutes, under 6 minutes even. Like they have the world record. I mean, for WKS, I would say world record for WKS. They're speedrunners of winning games because 6 minutes and 47 seconds. I mean, it doesn't get any faster than that. So Paws Gaming, well, can they beat their record here today with Paradise Esports? Because Paradise Esports, they did come off on a high after a win against Ultra Rare.
Okay, records are one thing, but more importantly, Paws Gaming are just looking for the win. Similarly for Paradise Esports, this would be one of the best Cinderella stories available out there because, look, this is their first professional league tournament. They are the only representatives of their regions. But of course, that story will be told in a bit when we are back from our break.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
team. Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous! Clean up the trash!
Excuse me.
steam. Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle, predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders. Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last game of the day. Last series, we have Paws Gaming, who will be going up against Paradise Esports. But first of all, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu. How are you feeling today?
Great, this is going to be the last series of the day as we confirm the finalists for the semi-finals for tomorrow. And Paradise, they are placed in the same position as Impunity, so they've had a best of 3 earlier today. And will they have the same result as Impunity? Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this series because Paws Gaming, they are the top seed going in. They are the undisputed best, right? Undefeated in the regular season. Of course, coming in from the qualifiers, they actually lost to Fearless Esports. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of adaptations these teams make towards the middle of the series as well, because for Paradise Esports, they've never won against Paws Gaming before, and now it's more about, yeah, we've read Paws Gaming, we've read on what you guys want to do, and maybe with that best of 5 on that line, you can actually run them out in a game of stamina.
they will want to change the never to a didn't, right? So there are instances where they can win Paws Gaming, and if there's any better day to do it, it's none other than today, because that will secure them in a great position to be in the semi-finals, potentially one step closer towards KWC.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say though, it's gonna be an extremely hard uphill battle for Paradise Esports. Well, just stats are stats, right? Paws Gaming currently just look mechanically very polished in terms of aggressiveness, in terms of macro plays. They're all every team wants to be. And looking at the audience prediction, 40% of you feel that Paradise Esports are going to take it. 60% of you feel that Paws Gaming are going to take it. Well, to the 40% of you at Paradise Esports, I just gotta say, it's gonna be very, very hard.
It is. But we do have quite a bit of correct predictions coming in today from the audience, right? So Impunity did take the win against Fearless Esports. Let's see if Paws SG are going to fulfill the fans' predictions here. 60% win rate versus the 40%. This is just audience opinions, right? Not fact yet.
Yeah, not fact yet. It's not set into stone. But all I have to say is these guys, they've been playing such a clean game so far. They've impressed me with their map rotations. Their picks are so decisive. If they can go for the pay Byron, they will go for it. You know that they're scary on the Luna as well. Feng Jie, extremely amazing. They can pick up the Fuzi and the Da Qiao together as a combo in that farm lane. And there's so much versatility yet to be unlocked. But these are your top seeds. Paws Gaming, Snow in that clash lane, Myosotis in the jungle, Xiaoyang on that mage role, Feng Jie in the farm lane, and Tinglin on the support.
Very few people have been able to stand up against this 5 members strong Paws Gaming, and they're looking to not have their record broken today. Now, this will be a tall order, but nothing that is truly impossible, right? So that's what they'll be hoping for their opponents on the side of Paradise Esports, in which we will introduce them in a very short while. But Paws Gaming, for now, this has been zero blemish performance so far in the Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, Paws Gaming currently, they do have that 3-member strong member of Myosotis, Snow, and also Tinglin, right? They've been playing together for a very long time, but the new addition of Feng Jie and Xiaoyang, they really found their stride. But now for Paradise Esports, they did find a win in the play-in stage. Yusong returning on the clash lane, 919 on the jungle, Belby in that mid-role, Tom Monster on that farm lane, MZK as well in the support role.
We'll see. I mean, I'm super curious how Myosotis is going to be in this 1v1 versus 919. So I think, based on what's happening, this is not going to be an easy game for Paradise Esports by any means. But once again, it is nothing that is impossible.
I mean, this is going to be an extremely tough match going up against Paws Gaming. And even if they go to the lower brackets, you know who's waiting for them there? Both teams at Fearless Esports is there. Of all teams to expect down there in the lower brackets, it's already Fearless Esports. So there is no easy way out. You gotta fight your way out of this one. You are in the playoffs, and looking at the head-to-head, Myosotis 60 and 6 and 70. Oh my god, this is the dream KDA.
Yeah, I mean, going up. Okay, look, 919, this is still a decent performance. 46 kills, 32 deaths, and 60 assists. It's nothing that is too bad in this case, right? I think there is still a good chance. They just need to play much cleaner today and have a clear idea of what they're going for on the side of Paws Gaming.
You know, this is like one of the comments that I see. It's a copy pasta that said, for Paradise Esports to win against Paws Gaming is not that hard. They just need to be good on the clash lane. They need to be good on the jungle. They need to be good on the mid role. They need to be good on the support, and they need to be good on the farm. And that's just everything part of the game, right? That's just 5 little roles that you need to outperform Paws. But it's a very, very hard task. Look at the damage coming through. 919. Yes, he does have more damage, but Myosotis, he's been playing extremely short games.
Yes, which is kind of impressive that he's dealing over 600,000 damage, right? So that's kind of scary. And I mean, we will just not sugarcoat things. This is a giant of a team that's coming in from the side of Paws Gaming. And for Paradise Esports to win this series today, they have to be on their A game, maybe even S game, and even more. And hopefully they will be able to pull this, the performance of their lifetime in this best of 5.
Yeah, it is a tough ask, but all I can say is if Paradise Esports takes just one game, it is going to be a very big upset for the Paws Gaming fans, right? Because for Paws Gaming, they've been so dominant so far that I don't expect them to drop a series. But if we reach the later stages, we have not seen Paws Gaming in the best of 5s. We don't know what their hero stamina is like, what their versatility is like when their prime picks have been fulfilled. But I'm pretty sure that they have a lot of things up their sleeves.
Yes, so for Paradise Esports at this point is, if you can dream it, you can see it, there is a potential you can do it as well. And I'm very sure they envision themselves taking this series by storm. And I mean, in any given situation, if Paradise Esports do take it, it will definitely be through a storm.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one crazy upset because for Paws Gaming to take a loss against Paradise Esports, right? This would mean that they're conceding a loss to that Laotian region, and Laos, the only representatives. Well, this will be a great Cinderella story if they can take down the top seeds right now. So with that first seed going down, I mean, they're gonna face off against Fearless. So Paws Gaming, you put them up against elimination against Fearless, you take out one of the top threats. So Paradise Esports, they got the chance to do it for the rest of the members of the league here, but I'm just theory crafting here. It's not gonna happen. It's too hard. Really, Paws Gaming is a giant when it comes to this.
I mean, it's possible, right? But at this point, yes, the odds are stacked against them. So it really comes down to the draft, right? At least start with a good composition and then have a clear understanding of what is required of that draft, right? Is it going to be split pushing? Is it going to be team fighting? Is it going to be, the different markers in the game at 4 minutes mark? Do you secure those initial neutral objectives? Can you turn them into big wins by taking turrets, taking buffs, taking kills? Anything and everything must be for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really about that Pay Byron combo coming out from Snow and Myosotis as well. Something that we always see is Snow and Myosotis really playing together as a unit very well. And if you can take care of this combo for Paws Gaming, well, Paradise Esports, they have to worry about Feng Jie and Xiao Yang. But Myosotis and Snow, they've been their main playmakers so far. Paws Gaming, starting on the blue side, they will be getting first ban and pick.
Okay, so we've seen some decent performances from both Tom and Belby. Let's see if this is going to be good enough going up against the Paws Gaming lineup. Now, Paws Gaming, they will be on blue side, so prio ban for them is going to be the Dharma.
Yeah, Dharma being taken out together with the Idea Arlie being taken out for Paradise Esports. Now, that Pay and Byron still available. Now, Paws Gaming, they might want to really go for it with that My Shiranui ban. But they will only be able to pick up one of the pieces, right? If they want to pick up the Pay right now, that Byron might be denied away from Paradise Esports.
I mean, for Paws, you will go for the Luna? No, Luna Pay? I mean, you're given the opportunity. Okay, they pick up the Pay.
Yeah, they're very familiar with this, right? They know that Myosotis on the Pay, currently uncontested so far, 0% loss, 100% win. So this is a really trusted and true formula, tried, always done perfectly. And Paws Gaming, now with that Byron being taken away, Paradise Esports, well, they have taken away one of the valuable pieces. Now, for the first time, we see Paws Gaming not having the two together.
Yes, I think it's a great idea by the side of Paradise Esports, right? Break the composition, take it for yourself, and they pick up the Lung as well. One of the best burst potential heroes besides the Lady Sun as well. And Paws, they reply with the Sun Ce Yixing combination.
Yeah, Sun Ce and Yixing. Well, the Yixing really still hasn't found any synergy, I would say, but it is one of the signature picks coming out for Xiaoyang, right? We see that he is one of the highest damage dealers on the Yixing. So it's a very scary ass, especially even though the board doesn't really combo with much except for the set sale. This really forces Paradise Esports to pick up that Zhangfei for themselves or to ban it out. And a great deny pick coming out for Paradise Esports because Unbridled Outburst works very well with the Byron and the Lung as well.
Yes, and at this point, do they ban out the Channel? Because Channel isn't, let's say, the ideal candidate to play against the Lung here. The Soul Wolves will be giving him a tough time in lane.
Yeah, of course. And they take out the Di Renjie. So they are fearing for Feng Jie. I mean, this guy, he can play anything coming out. And for the side of Paws Gaming, there's a possibility of that Da Qiao and Fu Zi coming out as well, right? So they might actually go for it because I just see it pairing so well with the Yixing and the Pei.
There is a potential of the Jing pick as well, right? It is one of the natural counters against Pei. We do burst versus burst. So let's see what this final ban is. And they ban out the Lady Sun. So actually quite a lot of burst potential heroes taken out from the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, so Paws Gaming right now, they will be trying to take away the middle lane options, potentially maybe looking at something along the lines of a Nuwa being taken out because they do fear that burst damage, and of course they take out the gun and Mo instead. Kind of gimmicky, but also a burst option available for Paradise Esports.
Yeah, and it does well in lane, right? Ganimos actually has a decent wave clear, similar to Nuwa, what Nuwa offers. So I'm curious whether Paradise Esports will pick up the Nuwa at this point.
Yeah, Paradise Esports at this point, they can't go for the Nuwa if they want to go for it. There's that Dolia pick also available if they want to go for it. But I would say, right, already with that Zhangfei, well, you don't want to put him on any other lanes. That jungle is something much more of a priority for you. So they go for the Agudo.
Okay, interesting. That's a lot of frontline coverage coming in from the side of Paradise Esports. That's a good start, right? It's not going to be as easy for the side of Paws Gaming to get the engages that they're looking for because there's a lot of disruptions. Unbridled Outburst, they have the Storm Strike combination. You also have the Riding the Wind coming in from the Lung pick for Tom. So pretty decent draft coming out from Paradise Esports.
I mean, for Paws Gaming right now, if they really want to seal the deal, they can't go with that early lane lineup of the Da Qiao and the Fu Zi, right? So that's something that, well, they have in the back of the minds, but they might go for a more honest team fight here. Well, they don't have a lot of the farm laners. They can actually play a very mean game of Hou Yi as well. We know Feng Jie on the Hou Yi, he is very strong, but they go for the Luara here.
Okay, Luara, I think, does really well against the Agudo pick as well, right? You're able to get much more hits with the summonings with the Wild Growth. Now, they do secure the Yuhuan as a roam. This is going to help provide a little bit more sustain, but more importantly, the stun setup. So this pairs really well with the Sun Ce as well as the Yixing because they have 3 different options for catch now.
Yeah, Paradise Esports right now left with the last pick. They actually go for the Nuwa, so yeah, very good in terms of that burst capability. In terms of scaling into the late game, we'll have an option there as well. Meanwhile, for Paws Gaming, they're very much centered around that early to mid game scaling with around that Luara and catching the board, right? Catching the board, making sure that set sale hits, and making sure Myosotis gets an early advantage.
There is a good balance between wave clearing and pushing down turrets, along with teamfight capabilities on the side of Paradise Esports. So I like this draft. I think it's a good start to the series, and it's a very hopeful. It gives a lot of hope to the Paradise Esports fans.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very solid draft, I would say, because Byron, of course, against Sun Ce, you are going to be able to destroy him 1v1, but we know that Myosotis, right? He likes to roam towards that clash lane, really shut it down, so that's something that they gotta watch the rotations for. I'm looking forward to see whether 919, he can match the rotations coming out on the Agudo, because you do have somewhat similar of a clear, if not faster, right? Definitely faster than the Pei, even with the leashing, because of the fact that you can eat the creeps just that fast.
Yes, I'm really curious how this will pan out. This is one of the rare instances where we see a Luara being taken out onto the gorge. In fact, I have not seen a Luara in months since I think the last region to use it was the Brazil region for Luara.
Yeah, Luara, very much of a niche pick. We did see it here in WKS. And yeah, the person that did that was also Feng Jie. So, well, he's been pulling it out time and time again, where he feels like if he can get the advantage, if he can get that fight advantage going, especially with the fact that you can cross the terrain, you can put that blind, especially on the Agudo, and then suddenly the right click starts to just fall off. So, well, I see it coming for the Agudo, and that the last time he did it, it's because of another right-click hero, which is the Jiren. So, yeah. Well, he likes to do this.
I think it's a good option, right? So both 919 and Tom actually suffer quite a bit from the blind. So Feng Jie's positioning is going to be very important. Now, don't fret, there is a Paws from the Paws side, so we'll let them get into game, and once we're ready, we will go into the gorge. But for now, any preferences on either of these drafts, and where do you see the win conditions coming from?
All right, so the execution side for Paradise Esports is really easy, right? All you have to do is just hang on into that mid stage of the game. Meanwhile, for Paws Gaming, it's more about the early game rotations coming out with the mournful tempo, whether or not you can find these objectives, take away enemy resources. And for Paradise Esports, it's about defending these resources. And I feel that for Paws Gaming, they have a very strong level 1 to 3 power spike, where they're not exactly reliant on their ultimates as much as Paradise Esports, where the Unbridled Outburst, the Annihilation, that Infinite Vastness is extremely useful for these team fights. So I see Paws Gaming, if they can win level 1 to level 3, Paradise Esports are gonna have a horrible time.
True. Horrible time, maybe not as bad as we think it's gonna be, but I think this mid lane initial clear by both teams is going to be quite strong, and Qingling already doing a good job of soaking damage, but more importantly, he's going to help with the wave clear, because this level 1 combination of the Tragic Beauty along with the Taking Liberties should be able to clear the first wave.
Yeah, now we do see that response coming in, right? We usually see Myosotis on the top lane. Now MZK is here to respond to Yusong. Paradise Esports, they've adapted extremely well while taking that first rotation, taking out that exposed creep cam, making sure that the resources cannot be taken away. I love this rotations. I love the adaptations coming out for Paradise Esports.
Oh, I love the fact that they recognize that, hey, we're not getting this camp because MCK does have smite, so they actually just leave it away, but because of that reaction, they actually allow Yusong to take that camp away.
Yeah, that small advantage is going the side of Paradise Esports, but somehow they still have the map advantage going for them. They just have that macro sense going, and ready 1v1, Snow forcing out the flash out of Yusong there.
Yes, and Snow is really close to level 4, so this is something that's very important, right? Having a level advantage kind of shakes up that initial meta one-on-one, right? Byron normally crushes his lane, but when there's a level gap, then you start to see that, hey, yeah, it's very difficult. And maybe Snow, if he actually gets a couple of lane freezes, it's going to be quite tough for them to play on the side of Paradise.
Yusong unable to recall away so far, might be able to be contested here, but Snow, he has been consistently winning the 1v1s, and that's something that's not gonna happen to a Byron too often, right? Byron, you always want to win the 1v1s, so him getting destroyed in the lane, getting that level disadvantage as well, it's just not gonna be a good look. Now, with that middle lane pressure, that's gonna be a lot of damage converted on that mid lane turret. Of course, they do have the armor now, but Paws Gaming, this means that they are free to move into the enemy jungle.
They're trying to cut off the support coming in from Qingling, right? Great idea, because you don't want to allow too much farm going into the hands of Feng Jie. I don't think he kind of missed any minions on that wave, so job done, but 2v1. It is going to be Yusong getting caught out. They need the damage. Here comes the backup as well. Emergence coming in for the backup. It is Dem who gets caught. Snow, the first one to fall. And Xiaoyang is in danger for now. Does have the passive. But the wraparound by Qingling getting the stuns as well. But the creation pushes them back. And everything looks good for Paradise instead.
Yeah, Paradise Esports respond extremely well. I really love their early game rotations. They have read Paws Gaming very well, and the adaptations done in the early state of the game, right? MZK with the smite, really getting that all the enemy resources away and consistently applying the pressure. Now the Unbridled Outburst is available. Level 4s are available now for Paradise Esports, and it's gonna be a great look. Yusong still under threat.
Oh, they keep going in. I don't think they will finish this fight at this point. Just really just poking them out, right? But the fact is, Feng Jie is actually farming quite comfortably. In fact, Tom is one level behind, maybe half a level behind him.
Yeah, the fact is, Feng Jie, he has been kept very safe and very well by Ting Lin, who has not shown himself just yet. So this would mean that they are putting their eggs in that Feng Jie basket. But of course, Myosotis, he has that level advantage on 919 as well. And this is very telling, right? Pei, generally at this stage in the game, where you reach that level 4-minute mark, you got that level 8 power spike going. You have that second level in your ultimate, so you start to deal a lot more damage.
Okay, so they put themselves in a prime position here. We'll have to back off because the rest of the members on the side of Paradise Esports are already there. The board catches onto Belby. Can he get the ultimate down? He will let it loose, but gets killed in the process. Myosotis, he's running for his life. It will get caught out by the Beast. Unbridled Outburst, and I think this is the end. Myosotis has to give his life at this point. The Dragon, Infinite Vastness, coming down as well. Tom low on health, but the heals come in. Tingling doing so much work as he can to try and stop this attempt onto the Tyrant, but there is little hope because there is no one else that will be able to get the steal unless a miracle happens. They push him away, and it will not happen for them. And Paradise Esports, once again, they maintain a good advantage.
Yeah, Paradise Esports really surprising me so far. Now Snow, he is gonna get caught out in the top lane, but of course he has that set sail away if he needs to. And the fact of the matter is, the fight, Myosotis, he was able to jump the back lines, but the response from Paradise Esports was extremely well done. Now Tom, he might be in a bit of trouble. He does not have infinite fastness, the emergence coming through.
Yeah, and Feng Jie is caught in no man's land. 4-on-1, he does not survive that. There is nothing else on the map for Paws Gaming. And so, Snow, he makes a call to try and cut the waves on the top side, hopefully trying to alleviate the pressure created by Paradise Esports.
Yeah, macro plays coming in from the top side of the map, much needed for the side of Paws Gaming. For the first time ever, I see them struggling, and Paradise Esports, I gotta say, I'm very impressed by this side of them so far. Now, Tom doing a lot of damage to that bottom lane turret. Macro advantages going that way, trading that way as well, but they are still neck and neck in terms of net worth. But Paradise Esports, when it scales to that later stages of the game, let's just say 10 minutes, 12 minutes, then they do have an advantage in terms of scalability.
That's true. I mean, okay, look, Paws Gaming, they did manage to steal the Crimson buff. Is it going to be of big effect right now? I don't think so, because there is an ability to kite their opponents on the side of Paradise Esports. And they seem to be doing that quite well. Look, defense coming in, Belby, the flash comes in as well. They get the setup with the board, but Snow, he's caught. Annihilation will not hit the mark. The T1 under pressure. And for now, they will not be able to defend it. Snow makes it out safely for this moment. On the back lines, they get the kill. 919 is taken down, and suddenly they find themselves outnumbered, outdamaged. Tom, the next to fall, and everything falling into place for the side of Paws.
Yeah, there were 5 members of Paws Gaming there completely ready to commit on the turret. You can see that Snow's target prioritization is definitely on the turret to clear it, then take the team fight, right? And Paradise Esports, well, they tried to take advantage of that, but they did not have the level of communication that Paws have. They weren't together as 5, and now, set sail.
The jump in, easy kills. This is a slick one from Snow. The board here to save the day as well, but I don't think Snow will be able to get out just yet. He does make it out with the dash and the jump. T1 in the mid under threat will be able to survive for now. Not enough structural damage, but Tingling falling low on health manages to get squeeze some space, and still Paws putting a lot of pressure. Crimson buff at risk.
Yeah, they did manage to get the Overlord, so that Vanguard is going to be pushing through. This 5-on-5 set sail does manage to catch onto multiple, but ready Crimson buff secured on the side of Tom. Not the worst of losses there. You do want it on your farm laner, but that middle lane turret gone right now. 4,000 gold advantage. Paws Gaming, they're mounting a comeback.
Yeah, they're trying to go in again. 919 forced to back off. Yusong caught alone. He is going to be killed off, and Xiaoyang gets the kill. Annihilation drop, but there's not enough damage. Once again, 5-on-1. It's going to be MZK the next to fall, and the reward is bountiful. Plenty. T2 on the top, taken instantly, and right now there's still pressure coming in from Paws.
Yeah, these 5-on-5s, they have been favoring Paws Gaming by a lot. And just the fact of the matter that their rotations happen slightly faster. Paradise Esports, they never seem to be at full strength because they're consistently getting staggered, consistently getting killed, or forced to deal with the rotations coming out from Snow. And the amount of macro play that Snow has contributed to the game, well, it's led to this state where they're now 5,000 gold ahead at 8 minutes into the game.
Oh, that was a cheeky move. Set sail to be used to escape at this point, and it feels like it's truly paradise for Paws because it feels like we're at a fast food chain. It's a full-on combination, right? We get a kill and we get some turrets.
Yeah, it's gonna be that Wombo combo, that Buddy Set A, and for Paws Gaming, well, they've been getting that Buddy Set A, and for Paradise Esports, well, they are short behind. They've been complaining to the customer service that they are not getting a full combo, and now the board catches on multiple.
Yep, LB, he's no longer available here. Gonna take the fall. First one out of the 5 members, and 919 not looking healthy as well. The flash committed, the jump in as well. This is a nice comeback for the side of MZK. Uses the Unbridled Outburst. There is enough damage. Can they get the kill though? Because they can't finish the job, and the combination once again, combo A, given to the side of Paws.
Yeah, I mean, at the side of them just trying to get the combos going, the fact is Belby went down. They were consistently staggered time and time again. Now they lose that tier 3 turret. They were fighting for V5 underneath their own turret. That goal difference coming in from Myosotis, it just led to them just getting shredded down. Myosotis, he was able to deal so much damage. Level 14 at this point. He's not even in his tiger form, just instantly just ranging them down from afar, only going for the finish when needed.
Yep, Snow just provided that beautiful setup, right? With the jump, the knock-up as well. It bought a lot of time for Myosotis to really get those punches in. And here's the strength about Pei. He can operate on both melee and range form, and it's very hard. Look, he's level 15. Everyone else, MCK has a 5-level difference against him.
Yeah, 9.5k gold. This man already has the extra torment and the master sword as well. He's gonna start dealing a lot of damage, and also the siege breaker. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. So definitely for Paradise Esports, it's gonna be all about the defense and making sure that new Belby does not get picked off again.
Yeah, look, the defense is going to be shaky here because Qingling still has access into his Unending Sorrow, and if he changes it into the Melody of Peace, I think this sustain is just too much for the side of Paradise Esports to handle. You can see Myosotis actually eats the full combination from Tom on that Flaming Palms, does not do anything to him.
Yeah, that's gonna be very sad, but now with the creeps already pushing in, they want the advantage.
Yep, they're jumping in. Yusong is next on the menu. Will not be able to finish the job at this point. But the ball lands onto 3, catches 4, and it's a jump in Snow, making so much room for the side of Paws Gaming. As they destroy the T3, they're looking to destroy the Crystal as well. They've killed off 3 different members on the side of Paradise Esports. And the Crystal, as the puck, it's going to be game number 1, going to the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, at that point, it was extremely hard for the side of Paradise Esports to even respond. Paws Gaming, once they have a grip on the map, they will not let it go. And Paradise Esports, they are feeling the full effect of the Paws Gaming effect, right? You can see that Myosotis on this page here, even when behind, he does find the farm. Snow consistently with the macro plays throughout the rest of the map. Frontier, yes, he might be going down. Yes, but the macro plays, they are so immaculate coming out. Getting that Overlord to alleviate the pressure together by staggering that lane pressure, they're gonna keep you guessing one step at a time.
Yep, and while all of the confusion caused by Myosotis and Snow, very beautiful setups, they provided a lot of room. But I think we have to commend Xiaoyang. Dude, this guy's balls were on point. He manages to catch so many people at the best timings available, right? When they're trying to escape, you have nowhere to run. Or like, where will you run to? The edge of the board, get killed off. Belby got caught so many times, and Yusong, he's trying to set up the team plays, but consistently, Xiao Yang just makes his life so difficult.
And Xiao Yang, I gotta say it, right? On Yixing, it's one of his signature heroes where in the next screen, you're gonna start to see damage. And I'm just not even gonna say it yet. Where Xiao Yang, he is gonna be that main damage dealer coming out from Paws Gaming, because when other people on Yixing, well, they see him as a utility mage. Xiao Yang views the world differently. He unlocks 100% of his brain to use Yixing here, and his taking liberties is always so good. It finds that key timings as well. His spacing is always in that sweet spot to deal that damage.
And this is exactly what you need from a early game composition, right? The pay coming in. Look, he has level 15. He has close to 4 to 5 levels of advantage against everyone, which means kills are easy to get. And when you have someone like Xiao Yang who's able to get all the setups for you, you don't have to be so careful about things. It's a freebie, right? Combo A, you want the burger, you want the drinks, you want the fries, and everything came, along with the toys as well, for the side of Paws Gaming.
And Paradise Esports, they knew exactly what they were walking into, and they still, I mean, at the early stage of the game, you can see they responded very well, but they couldn't handle the pressure in the mid stages of the game. And this was all led by this man over here on the Yixing, Xiao Yang, with the board setups, immaculate, 26% damage. I mean, this guy is crazy on the Yixing. I gotta say, there is no one that deals that much damage as him.
Yeah, for sure. I think his positioning is really clean as well. And the benefit of having such good control is the fact that the rest of the team is pretty much open. Yes, there were a couple of times where things look very dicey for the side of Paws Gaming, but it's a risk they could afford to take because the level gap was just too big and the gold gap was very significant as well.
Yeah, I think the passive for Yixing was only forced out once in that top lane engage, and Xiao Yang, he survived all of that and managed to scramble away. And well, I gotta say, right, Paradise Esports, well, they had a good response in the early game, but in the mid stages of the game where Myosotis and Snow start to form that lane pressure, they could not respond.
Look, they couldn't even capitalize. They couldn't catch. Okay, that one they caught Myosotis because he was out of position. But it was a great start to the side of Paradise Esports actually, because they actually managed to fend off Paws Gaming for a good period of time. But once they hit the markers, you know you can't last against Paws Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Belby with the great emergence play, catching on to Feng Jie consistently. But you see the heals coming out from Sa Qinglin, right? Keeping Xiao Yang safe at all times. And yeah, making sure that nobody is going to get caught. You can funnel in on one person, but there is a multitude of targets. And you can see Yusong and Belby, he's nowhere in position to help out the teammates.
So they actually split the fight, right? So they're separating members on the side of Paradise Esports from huddling up and really getting the true value of the damage, which I think was completely to the detriment of Paradise Esports. And down here, this was a beautiful catch. The setup by Snow, the willingness to give his life. And once again, MCK, I think that was a pretty decent unbridled outburst, but unfortunately, it only took one member, which came in the form of Snow, and Snow didn't even take the fall.
I mean, at this point, Snow, Myosotis, these guys, they know what they're playing. Their micro sense is out of the world. The map sense is just way more polished than the members of Paradise Esports. So Paradise Esports, I really like what they were doing at the first 4 minutes of the game, where they were able to match the rotations, really identify what Paws Gaming are going to do, but it seems like they start to forget when Paws Gaming starts to adapt to that state of the game. Well, that goes the experience, right? Paws Gaming, they have the experience to know what to do to adapt, and Paradise Esports, it looked like they were playing from a script.
I mean, it's a lesson, and this lesson was learned in a very difficult fashion, right? Because, look, Paws Gaming, they are a team that has international experience, so they know what to do with the picks they've gotten for themselves. So now take a look at the bottom of the screen. There we have the first draft that was taken out. Okay, let's discuss about the prio picks. Pei, yes, that's a prio pick. Yixing, also a prio pick. Yihuan, is it prio pick? Not at this stage, not at this patch anymore.
Yeah.
But the lineup on the side of Paradise, I think the biggest loss was the fact that they actually used Long Nua and Byron and still lost. And Zhang Fei as well.
Yeah, and Zhang Fei as well. So there are like 4 priority picks coming out for Paradise Esports. And I feel that, yeah, at this point, well, it's about maybe trying to pull out something out of the book. Maybe Paradise Esports might try the Lam and the Liu Bang once again, but it's not as if Paws have not played against it before, right? They went against it. They had a great time. And Paws Gaming, well, definitely they are a team that always likes to really dominate when they do have a bit of an advantage. So for Paradise Esports, well, they've been trying to clean up their mistakes as much as possible. It's more on the execution side that really lacks. And I feel that for Paws Gaming, it's that mid-game adaptation, the mid-game decision-making, where Snow is consistently pushing the macro, while Myosotis is getting the jungle space, and Feng Jie, he will willingly give up the life, he will willingly take these fights out of his own volition, so that the fights are split up.
So it's a matter of knowing where to put pressure on. I think at this point on the side of Paws Gaming, they're kind of like the Tai Chi masters, right? They're pressing your pressure points. They're making sure you can't move. I'm not sure whether that's part of Tai Chi, but anyway. Right now, Paws Gaming, I think this is definitely shown the quality they have. And Paradise Esports, I think what's hopeful is the fact that it wasn't a crushing victory, at least for the first few minutes. So there is potential for Paradise, but they need to figure out this winning formula, and they need to figure it out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they've been shown that in game 1, there's already a clear power difference in terms of the execution level, right? Clearly, I felt that Paradise Esports, their draft was way better, and Paws Gaming, yet with the fact that, yeah, we don't need a better draft, we just need better play, and we just need Myosotis on the pay. Now they won't have Myosotis on the pay anymore, but we know that Myosotis, well, pay is not his only limitation. We've seen it on Ogren as well. We've seen Feng Jie perform really stellarly, having that RLE, having the D Ren Jie. Well, he can perform extremely well even on the whole Yi. We call him the guy that can work from home because he can shoot Burning Sun arrows from afar and just farm the rest of the map while the team is doing the dirty work.
And there is a potential that Feng Jie might go for the Soyue in the second game. They might once again go for a very early assassin jungler, and then maybe they pair it up with Soyue as a insurance policy for the late game. And we've already seen how Feng Jie operates on this farm lane Soyue. So I am excited for game number 2. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a fan of Paradise Esports, well, you need to be scrambling for ideas right now because Paws Gaming, currently, nobody has beaten them at their game. We have seen attempts, and that first early game attempt was really good. It's more about the mid-game decision-making going in, right, for the rest of the game, finding the win conditions, and whether or not it would have been huge to take out Snow instead of maybe Feng Jie, because Feng Jie, he was forcing out these fights, but the main thing was they couldn't keep their eyes on Snow and Myosotis, because if they can keep their eyes on Snow and Myosotis, that early game pressure could have been alleviated coming out from Paws Gaming and might have potential to secure even more of a late game for the side of Paradise Esports.
But that's what's so interesting, because at the start of the game, that's exactly what they did, right? On the side of Paradise Esports, they knew that the initial rotation was that Myosotis was going to help his class in the top. And, you know, instead of making the trades, they went to protect their buffs, which allowed them to keep on pace with the jungle leveling and the buff timings. But the moment they kind of let loose the information and the timing to Myosotis, then game was over, because they were just all up in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, there was a full-flooded engagement going on in the enemy jungles as well. You can see that with the advantage that was given once Xiaoyang hit level 4, started getting the boards, it was all about the team fights, and they were trying to segment them as much as possible, right? That's when the entire game plan changed about from taking enemy resources to let's just take their lives away. Let's just fight them, make sure that they are always segmented at all times, and use Snow to proxy out the lanes. You saw them losing out the top side. It doesn't matter as long as we can get the proxy through. We can pull them through our own kind of momentum. And then with that momentum, they use it to crush them. They use it to separate these members. It is really the start of a horror story when you start to see all 5 members, they're not grouped up anymore. And this is all part of Paws Gaming plan.
Yep, and the moment they hit those timings, I mean, Belby had a very difficult game because Snow were just all up on him. Skill 2, skill 1, and he's dead, right? That simple combination. He didn't even have to commit the set seal, and that's what's so scary about giving Asunta a lead against Belby on that Nuwa, right? Besides that, I think the ability to shift gears is what's so scary about Paws, and the moment they get the lead, they just put the foot on the gas. They just go full throttle all the way. There is no breathing space, right? You think you have time to reset. Okay, we can kind of get out ourselves. Do we protect our buff? Do we protect our towers? No. Paws Gaming just go for everything.
Yeah, Paws Gaming really going for everything that they own here. But now going into game 2, well, you do know that Mysotis, you don't have to pay anymore. So you're looking at a different side of strategies. You're looking at something that maybe Fengjie is going to bring out, or also maybe Snow is going to bring out, right? We have been ignoring Snow for a very long time, but I feel that Snow on the Clash lane, he's one of the superstars for the side of Paws Gaming, right? In the Clash lane, he's never in a situation where he does really badly at all, where he will always generally win the 1v1s. If not, he will find the macro advantages for the rest of the team. If you put him on the Byron, this guy is a monster on the Byron alone, even without the pay.
Yes, I mean, at this point, there is a huge potential because Snow's Dharma is very scary. That's number one, right? And his Charlotte is another beast to be contained at this point. So I think there's a lot of options to explore on the side of Paws Gaming. But at the same time, let's shift a little bit to Mysotis. Mysotis plays a mean Luna. We do have the potential of the Organ coming in. Mysotis is very familiar with that hero as well. So I want to issue a challenge to 919, right? What else can you bring to the table to win this jungle rotation speed, this farming speed? Because the team did actually provide him with quite a bit of room as well at the start of the game. And I think if they can continue that performance, maybe there is a potential for turnaround.
Yeah, I gotta say, right, in terms of jungling speed, despite the fact that there was a lot of prioritization on the Agudo on 919, I felt that, yeah, I couldn't feel much of the pressure coming out from the Agudo. And that might be one of the key factors why they lost the first few team fights, first few skirmishes as well. Of course, they did have their moments where they were shining, but Mysotis, it just felt like he was just 3 steps ahead of 919. And for the jungle coming in, yeah, I really like what you said, throwing the challenge out to 919. What can you do against Mysotis? Because that jungle rotation has to be matched, especially if you are going to have wanting an advantage or having a chance in the games here.
Yep, and the scary thing is Fengjie wasn't really popping off this game. He had some good moments, had some not really good ones, but Fengjie, you know, in comparison to his usual performance in the regular season, this is not the same Fengjie we are looking at. He's playing more of a supportive farm lane role, which is rare.
Yeah, I gotta say it, right? He did his job. He gave up his life. He fought for the pressure when needed as well. So this is a very different side of Paws Gaming that I'm seeing. When they're behind, they actually know how to play when they're behind as well. So that's a hallmark of a very good team, which they don't just know how to play if they're ahead. You gotta know how to play when you're behind, because you will never be winning that state of the game. You gotta know how to recover the farm, how to take the trades, how to take the consolation prize, how to get the macro play going. And I gotta say, Paws Gaming, they got the best of all worlds.
So I think as we go into the second game of the series, I think it's good that Paradise Esports just regroup and reset, right? Look, in competitions, you will lose this part of the process. So let's see. This time they are on the blue side prio pick. What does Paradise Esports want to do?
Yeah, for Paradise Esports right now, they do want to take out the Dharma. They know that Snow plays a very monstrous Dharma, so that's something that they don't want to see. Now, meanwhile, for the side of Paws Gaming, what do they not want to see, right? If I were Paws Gaming here, I would just not ban anything, let everything into the pool, and just let Paradise Esports cook. But now for the side of Paws Gaming, well, they do have a ban, so they're probably going to try and ban out the Mai Shiranui or the Pain.
Okay, so early game advantage in the form of an assassin jungler going to be taken out. I would be curious to see if they let out the Mai. So, you know what? Paradise Esports say, okay, they will take out the Diadea. I think they will want to try and prio maybe the RD for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, something that they might want to prio is either Arlie or the My Shiradui, right? So Paradise Esports right now, they're given a choice to go with that My Shiradui on that first pick. And if they don't, you bet your dollar that Xiao Yang will definitely pick it up.
Okay, so now Paws Gaming, one of the solutions they can go for is actually to go Super Tank. But the other option is to go Super Dive. And it looks like they will go for the best of both worlds, tankiness in the form of Dun. Now there is an opening available where the lane could be picked up for the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, Paws Gaming, well, the last time they had the Dolia Dun, they actually picked up the Sunta for Snow, but that's not an available option. So maybe they might want to go for something else, right? I don't know whether Snow is very good on the lane, but for Paradise Esports, they do pick up Ogren and also the Dirunjie. Now, Paws Gaming, they're picking along into a Dirunjie, which is going to show how much confidence you have into avoiding that Imperial Order.
I think it's very important because the timing of the Imperial Order, the golden token, as you guys know it, is going to be a game changer, right? If he gets a stun onto Feng Jie, there is a potential of an instant kill available from the side of Paradise Esports. And right here, I think this also puts a lot of pressure on Belby. Belby needs to play a perfect game here. If he gets those Kachosens, those fireballs into the faces and brings players low enough on the side of Paws Gaming, it should be an easy execution by the side of 919.
Yeah, and for Paws Gaming, right? Yeah, they do take out the Byron. Snow is a very strong monster on this Byron because he will be destroying the lanes. Now, what I'm really expecting out of Paradise Esports is they do want to go for the Mayin because they have that My Shiranui as well. But Paws Gaming, it feels like they're not even gonna think about the Mayin. They know that they're probably gonna go for My Shiranui Mayin. We're not gonna ban it out. We're just gonna let you have it. We're gonna take out as much of the roam capabilities, as much of the satellite capabilities as possible.
I think anyone who is able to kind of draw out the infinite vastness usage will be great. But Paws Gaming, they take out the Da Xiao, so they want to take away the escape option, but also the disruption, because she is truly one of the most disruptive mids or support, depending on where you play her.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the same time, Paradise Esports, they don't want that lane option available for Paws Gaming. But as we said, Snow, well, a man of many talents, he can go for a lot of options here. They do pick up that Xiao Yang pick, that Lady Zhen. Very good in dealing with the Ogren. I'm surprised they didn't ban that out.
I'm very sure at this point, Paradise Esports will try to make a focal point in that level 1 mid lane. Right, I think it's important to make sure they have an advantage in a wave clear against a hero like Lady Zhen. So I'm going to be curious what Paradise Esports are contesting for that Clash lane and that roam.
Yeah, I mean, for that Clash lane, actually, the Charlotte coming into play. Very good on the backline dive. And, of course, the stock standard combo of the Secure and the Dirunjie. Very good on the sustain and offense as well, right? Playing with the vision, playing with the bushes. A lot of way to really try and sustain and out-damage in a team fight.
A lot of stuns available, right? The Mulberry power, the slam on the floor. Level 1 is a very scary skill to eat, right? Because it almost half guarantees you a first blood. Because it takes, probably slightly lesser than half your health.
Yeah, I mean, that's Mulberry power is something that you need to consistently watch out for. It's also a key setup for the My Shiranui. Now, for the side of Paws Gaming, they go for an interesting Clash lane here. They go for the Liu Bang, having that battlefield command here. And this really highlights to the fact that they always want the man advantage. Now, putting Snow on the Liu Bang, that's going to be a very interesting take because I haven't seen him play this so far.
They need to put pressure on this Clash lane. It has to be that way. Paradise Esports, if they don't contain Snow on this Liu Bang, then it's going to be a horrendous situation for Paradise Esports because, number one, if he gets the advantage wave clear much faster, he's going to be able to continue split pushing all up until Paws Gaming call for his services on that battlefield command.
Yeah, the split push game is going to be very strong. Macro-wise, I feel that Paws Gaming, well, they have a very strong macro. But Paradise Esports, once again, their draft is not too shabby either, right? If you take a look at all the answers, they have all the answers for the rest of the series. But now, with Xiao Yang on the Lady Zhen, now that is a very strong counter pick for 919, I feel.
Yeah, this will be a great start if they can actually stop this invasion, but I don't think Xiaoyang should be able to do anything here. That first camp goes into the hands of 919, should be able to take this River Sprite as well.
Yeah, very good early aggression coming out. But we see Paradise Esports, right? They always have these good map takes where they're able to take away resources. Now, right now, they're already 2 small creep camps up. They managed to actually take it away from the hands of Snow as well. So for Paradise Esports, well, always that early game, they always do so well, but they fall behind in that mid game.
Yeah, it's looking hopeful, right? I have a lot of hope here. The wave clear, putting on the Yusong. He has the flash. No, safe enough at this point. The backup does come from Belby, but just all across the map, right? I think they're winning the lanes, with the exception of Yusong being put under pressure on the top lane. I think everything is going well.
Yeah, but
Belby.
still, Belby.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, now we do see Ting Lin. He is jumping in. Does not get the disrupt onto Yusong. Would have been huge at that point. But this is a lot of damage, a lot of map pressure. The launch pack mechanics comes in, but he's 1v2 Yusong right now.
Yeah, look, they know that it's going to be a difficult lane going up against MZK and Tom in this farm lane, so they actually swap out. And Snow should be able to wave clear pretty easily against the likes of Tom. And with that, they are looking to maintain advantage in the lanes, but still, Paradise Esports, I think they're doing a good job of maintaining the current status quo.
Yep. 400, 300 gold lead for the side of Paradise Esports, and already it's all about these small advantages because you're not taking these skirmishes. MZK just providing vision, that mulberry power not finding any value, trying to take away the creature, but the invasions consistently coming through from 919.
So they do get it. 919 takes away the Azure Golem. And we're at the 2.5 minute mark, so I don't think we'll get too much action at this point. Both teams want to secure their resources first. And if this situation continues, actually Paradise Esports in a good position.
Yeah, they do get these invasions going. They get the buff advantage for themselves as well. This is huge for Myosotis, right? Having that Zero Golem buff, having that CDR, especially on the Aruli Blade at that early stage into the game. But now they do go for a counter engage of their own, and they get that a Zero Golem, but it's on Feng Jie.
Yeah, still not in the hands of Maya, so this not the ideal situation. But hey, Stolen Camp is a camp that is great. So Paws Gaming, they kind of even out the odds. They're trailing by about 500,000, but it's not the biggest of differences at this point.
Yeah, not too big, but of course, this team fights the man advantage. They have to watch out for the consistent battlefield command. They have to watch out for the man advantage that Paws Gaming are going to put out. And something along the lines of Myosotis just being too tanky for them is going to be a problem. They do have that burst damage though, and Belby and Top, they have to form together a unit to actually burst down Myosotis before the fight even starts. If not, they can take a look at Ting Lin instead and take away the sustain option.
That's true. Look, both teams, they're looking for some river vision control, right? But I think it's pretty much in the hands of Paradise Esports for now. If they can get this sprite, it would be great. I think he did get it. So he does have an EXP advantage. But as it stands now, the river is the perfect place for Ting Lin. That is his home. And so we'll see. The gold difference is about 300.
300, very little difference, 100 gold now. It is still neck and neck for both teams. Launchpad is being used though.
Yep, Conductor of Souls committed, but the stun comes in, first blood, and the heals come in as well. Battlefield Command, Yusong trying to get that 2v1. They will trade the life of Myosotis. Can they get more? But Tom has been knocked up, uses the legal immunity, goes for more, but he's surrounded by 4. He is going to be taken down, and the Tyrant is forced to be in a reset position. And it's 3 kills going to the side of Paws. Once again, advantage back in their hands.
Yeah, 3-1, and that's gonna be really on the side of Paradise Esports. They did get the first blood for themselves, right? Having the Conductor of Souls onto 919, getting that serious state on. No, actually, first blood was taken by Myosotis when they tried to respond onto Myosotis, and he was just a bit too tanky, survived for a bit too long. And while all that was happening, it gave that timing for Feng Jie to actually connect into the fight with that flash.
Okay, so they do give that Tyrant over to the side of Paradise Esports, but once again, seems like the better decision to trade the turrets. Right now, T1 taken by the side of Paws, and T2 under threat, taken down to less than half. And not only that, the Azure Golem now for the taking goes into the hands of Myosotis, and now this is the opening they're looking for. The Conductor Souls doesn't land on anyone, and instantly Myosotis punishes him. T1 in the mid, open for the taking. Freebies once again, this time Combo B going to the hands of Paws.
Yeah, Paws, they actually find the map advantage, and you know once they get a vice grip on this advantage, they don't let it go. Now, Myosotis is going to be a huge problem. There's no way to burst him down, and for that, Tom, he's still not at a state in the game where he deals enough damage. Now, Feng Jie, he's been consistently bursting people down with the flaming palms. That's something you gotta watch out for.
They have to push them back. They can't give this for free. And the Battlefield command comes. They get the kill. That's the first one. Tom is down. There's no more damage. A second one. 919. The important members all taken apart by the side of Paws Gaming. And now all they have to do is to reset. Paws Gaming in full control of game number 2.
Yeah, Paradise Esports, they look too disjointed right now. Seems as if they are very hesitant on going in, and that just cost them a lot of team fights as well, right? You can see that they are always kept off guard by Paws Gaming. They're always getting staggered consistently, and that's Myosotis and Tinglin with the Wind Slashes and also the Unruly Blade Celestial Melody combo that just keeps them staggered in these team fights.
Yeah, look, the gold difference is too big. It's 5,000 in the hands of Myosotis. Already has that Blazing Cape, right? So it's difficult for them to fight. They don't even have a full core item on the hands of 919 yet. How is he supposed to tank?
Yeah, it's gonna be a very hard ask coming in for the side of Paradise Esports to try and take a win in the game. And that's just Flaming Palms coming in for Feng Jie. That's half of 919's life.
They jump in, they try to get the kill. The Infinite Vasta is going to be burned out at this point, but there's no more follow-up. Maybe looking for an opportunity. But 919, there is nothing else available because the dashes coming in from Snow will get him into the arms of safety. So once again, there is no comeback factor on the side of Paradise Esports.
Yeah, it's very hard for Paradise Esports. I mean, what do they do to come back here, right? They need to find a very good trade on Belby and Yusong, who's able to jump into the backlines, potentially get Xiaoyang or Feng Jie. But they do have that passive Ocean of Tears, or also Feng Jie with the Infinite Vastness to eject out of there. So it's a very hard task for Paradise Esports to find these two squishies.
Yep, and Snow has wonderful wave clear with the Dominated Shield as well. Myosotis wants to go and chase in, maybe force out a couple of skills available on the side of Paradise Esports before all three lanes crash at the same time. This is the perfect opportunity. You will have to give up one T3 at this point. Looks like the T3 on the top is the one on contention, but the burst! Oh, they make a trade. So Feng Jie takes a fall. That's a great kill from the side of Paradise Esports, but they need more, and could be. This is the moment they've been waiting for. They do force out the flash from Xiaoyang, but there's not enough damage. They give up 3, 919 and Yusong against the rest of the side of Paws Gaming. They will not get the kill, so they make it out. And in fact, actually, 3-for-3 trade, decent defense, but Paws, it is just a break for Paradise Esports.
Yeah, Paradise Esports finally going in with the trades. Belby finding that catch onto Feng Jie, did not manage to get that Infinite Vastness off in time, and that 1-for-1, that is a huge damage loss for the side of Paws Gaming, right? And now we see much more synergized reactions to Paws Gaming. They're actually going as a team, and the fact of the matter, 919 able to survive for that long. He is that tank that they need right now, and able to peel, finally getting that shutdown gold onto Myosotis. Finally some breathing space for Paradise.
You know what's the winning formula? It was actually Xiaoyang's mistake. So Xiaoyang actually missed his Destructive Deluge, right? It did not land onto the respective members on the side of Paradise Esports. That's the only reason they won that fight.
Yeah, I mean, he really was trying to go for 919, but yeah, couldn't find that opening. Feng Jie now flashing in.
there is no punish, right? Infinite Fastest takes to the skies. This is going to be a free kill. Yisong, first one to be taken down. Tom going in, but the heals are available. Battlefield Command available to save him. So Snow saves the day as they look for a 3-man engage onto this T3 on the top.
Yeah, now 919 with the path of passing. He did get that gold from that previous engagement, right? So he's a bit tankier now, but the problem is still this guy, this Feng Jie on the other dragon on the other side of the team, where he's able to dish out so much damage and already at a 5,000 gold advantage with that tyrant buff, with all the turrets gone. Paradise Esports, it's not even about finding these objectives, it's about getting out of the base.
Beautiful movements coming in from Paws Gaming. They get the double OBJ, double objective here. And Minnesota is now going to go face-to-face against 919, who has managed to successfully keep pace on levels. He's level 13 now, but Minnesota still has that EXP lead.
Yeah, Minnesota will be looking to go into the next few team fights, has the Vanguards opening up on all 3 lanes. They want to get that tier 3 that they could not get that previous time. Now already focused, MZK falling extremely low.
Yep, healthy amount of damage. This T3 on the bottom going to be taken successfully by the side of Paws Gaming as well. Look at the pokes. 919, he's not able to tank because level 15 for Feng Jie is going to be a monstrous effort to defend against.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of poke damage on the turrets consistently from the Fling Palms.
Oh, the jump! And that's a huge one. Snow commits the ultimate. They get a double kill, this time rewarded for its effort. And there is gonna be tank ability, but Xiaoyang on the 1v1 against Yisong of all people gets the kill. And that's not all. The Shadow Vanguards and the Shadow Overlord are here. 919 manages to get a surprise kill. Does have the Blood Rage, gets a double kill. Maybe he can save the game for the moment. But the defensive destructive deluge gonna come in. The ultimate save the day. They buy a little bit more time, but can they actually defend? Because all the dragons and vanguards are hitting the mark.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Paradise Esports, they have lost all 3 tier 3s, right? Paws Gaming, they're in a similar situation to Fearless Esports where they had that advantage. Now, even if Paradise Esports, they managed to come back, we are looking at their wave clear, we're looking at the lane clear. The only one that really has that is Belby, and the rest of the team members, well, they are falling short in terms of that wave clear. With that Spark Forge Dagger, yeah, Tom, you do have it, but might not be enough.
They need more. I mean, at this point, Tom, he's trying to go for the probably Blood Rage. If not, he's trying to go for the Deep Frost Siege, right? It's a necessary item to really stand up against the likes of Paws because he needs to tank through the damage of Feng Jie. But for now, there's not enough time. It's still a 6,000 gold lead going in favor of Paws.
Yeah, Siegebreaker, I mean, already given to the side of Feng Jie, and that's gonna be a huge item. He's gonna be dealing so much damage. 919.
Oh no, the Catch Conductor Souls does not hit anyone, and with that, they take the kill. There's one major tank gone from the fights. Can he defend? All 5 members still alive on the side of Paws Gaming. They go for the Engager. Battlefield Command on the backlines. They do make an effort. Yusong jumps into the middle of 5, but does not have enough damage because the crystal has been taken, and it's a second game in a row for the side of Paws Gaming.
And Paws Gaming currently clean sweep 2-0 right now, and for Paradise Esports, they have not been able to respond once again. It's like we said, right? Their timings, well, the drafts are good, but their timings, they just cannot find an opening against Paws Gaming. The early game, they do it just fine. We see 919 really trying to invade the jungle. They steal the Zero Golem. Everything is good sub 4 minutes. But after the first advantage, Paws Gaming, it seems like they take a different direction, and suddenly Paradise Esports, they cannot respond.
Yep, it's a difficult situation for them. I mean, look at Xiaoyang. Once again, he is MVP of this match. 3-0-12, beautiful gameplay coming out from the side of Paws Gaming. And Xiaoyang really was a thorn in the side of Paradise Esports because there was absolutely nothing they could do. Everything, a lot of focus. You had to care about Myosotis, you had to care about Feng Jie, and Snow always made it a point to be the last one that entered the fight, give full value on that battlefield command, and set up situations where Paws Gaming really could capitalize on the lack of health on the side of Paradise Esports.
Feng Jie able to deal so much damage in these team fights as well, right? You saw the ability of the Flaming Palm actually dealing so much damage to 919 consistently, making the fact that he could not tank into the team fights where he was already half HP by the time he wanted to enter. And yeah, we did see, I mean, a lot of signs of life coming out from side of Paradise Esports, but once again, falling short in terms of getting the macro. Paws Gaming always a step ahead when it comes to the lane pressures, when it comes to the team fights as well. The rotations just seem to be way better. The way that they play the map, Paws Gaming, they have the proxies done extremely well, and they seem like they're consistently there during the team fights.
Okay, so it's not the biggest loss in comparison to game number 1. So there is some fight back on the side of Paradise Esports, but the times and the opportunity is closing. Now, talking about closing, MVP Xiaoyang closed this game. The gap was just tremendous. 3-0-12. This guy only missed one ulti, which provided a little bit of space for Paradise Esports to breathe, but not other than that, it was just despair for the side of Paradise Esports.
I mean, this man, he just is so good on that middle lane. You saw him already in that previous game where he was the MVP on the Yi Xing as well. And now once again on that Lady Sun. When you give him a chance to shine, definitely in a situation where 919 as the Ogren, you pick an Ogren into without banning out Xiaoyang's Lady Sun, well, that's going to be a huge issue because you're not going to have any space to walk in front. And that became the story because Xiaoyang, not only was he able to stop 919 from walking in front, Feng Jie, he was also there to actually follow up on that damage.
Yeah, and you can tell he was a problem because Yisong was consistently trying to jump him or Feng Jie, but both of them were pretty much tucked behind in the backseat of the car that is Paws Gaming. And every time Yusong tried to go for the dive, or even 919 tried to go for the dive, they find themselves in the middle of 5 different people.
Yeah, I mean, close game for Paradise, but close is never enough. Paws Gaming, they will be taking this series 2-0, and they find themselves at match point, right? They will be taking the series, they will be going to the semifinals if they win one more game. So Paradise Esports, as you said, the window is closing, and they have to find answers fast. They have to adapt really, really fast.
Yes, there is a thin ray of light available for the side of Paradise Esports, but for now, that light is definitely dimming because Paws Gaming, I mean, look at the way that they take the fights. You can't get a 5-man engage here. This was a nice defense, but simply because Xiaoyang missed his ultimate, right? If he had gotten that ultimate earlier onto the 4 or 5 different members, especially 919, I think the result of that fight and this game would have been very different.
I think they didn't even lose the fight over there. They had the they had the man advantage. Only Feng Jie was down, and then we have the overextension for Myosotis to try and greed for the kill, and then they lost the fight because Myosotis greeted. So yeah, I mean, Paws Gaming technically they didn't lose, and yeah, they just overextended a little bit, but they were really feeling themselves in this entire series, and they couldn't even do anything against that final push coming through from the side of Paws Gaming.
The reason why I say there is a ray of light, because there are plays that Yusong make that I think was pretty good. He did manage to dive in the backlines, got quite a bit of healthy damage onto the side of Paws Gaming. But unfortunately, even if he got down the damage, power gradation, got the full combination whatsoever, the crystal was not there for the protection anymore.
Yeah, jumping into the backlines, of course, Yusong, we're going to have to see what he brings on in Game 3, as currently Paws Gaming, they're at 2-0, but we'll be going on a short break, and we'll be giving the players a short break as well. Do get your water, but do stay tuned and catch us after this break.
Excuse me.
Hugging Steve. Victory!
Another round.
Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
The unfaithful must be executed.
Sometimes working in a different way can be the best vacation. Seagull Circle. Predicting victory. Clean up the trash! Break the boundary between sky and sea. You're not welcome at my beach. Get them! Beach sweepers! Follow your orders! Let's go! You're not welcome at my beach. Go! The sea here is dangerous. Clean up the trash.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We had first 2 games of the last series of the day. It is Paws Gaming versus Paradise Esports going to fight their way into the semifinals. But first of all, I'm your caster Moman, and join with me is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu. We're back after the break. How are you feeling?
Good, and I think right now it is going to be Paws Gaming who are feeling even better. Right now, they're on the cusp of winning the entire series. All they need to do is to win one more game. But we do not count out the chance that Paradise Esports could do a reverse sweep. While it may not seem possible, let's put some hope there.
I mean, it is a very hard ask coming out from Paradise Esports. Paws Gaming are extremely close to victory, and similar to how they play in the Gorge as well, where they do get a lead on the opponent, they smell blood in the water, they actually go for the kill. I would say that Paws Gaming, they might be going for the kill right now, right? Already expending a lot of the tier S picks is Paradise Esports. If you take a look at what they have picked up, it's really a lot of good picks expended away.
Yeah, Ogren, Mai, Sakia, Charlotte, these are all tier A picks as well, right? Agudo, Nua, Byron, Lung, they haven't found any success with this lineup. So execution definitely is a difference in gaps, right, between them and Paws Gaming. So Paws Gaming, they still have quite a lot of big picks available. They do have the Ogren, they do have the Mai for themselves, in fact. Arlie and Lung both are, Arlie is available for the side of Paws.
Yeah, I mean, it's available on the side of Paws, the Byron as well, if they wish to go for it. And also, we know how much Xiao Yang loves playing on that Nuwa as well. So he might be a monster that you need to deal with already, because he's been getting the MVPs on that first game and the second game as well. On the Yixing, on the Lady Zhen, back-to-back MVPs on this mage role here. And for the side of Paws Gaming, they have not expended too much. The Dolia Dun, yes, Lady Zhen as well, but getting that Liu Bang away for Snow, well, that's not too much of a big priority. They can still go for the Byron, they can still go for the Charlotte themselves.
And there's also the opening of the Princess Frost and Liang combination, right? That's a very scary combination. We've already seen that in the previous series. So I'm curious to see if what kind of draft they will come up with. Because look, it's the potential series decider. And I think Paradise Esports, if you're going to have a go with your best, go with your strongest, go with your comforts.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's always about putting your best foot forward. And for Paradise Esports, it's about showing the best version of themselves. Even if you're going to lose, you're going to lose with dignity. And I felt that for the first 2 games that they played, they really countered out the strategies of Paws Gaming in the early game very well. It's just that they couldn't convert in the middle stages of the game. And, well, they couldn't capitalize off of the greed of some of Paws Gaming's moves.
They go virtually unpunished. I think that's the main difference maker, right? So maybe if Paradise Esports are a little bit more punishing with their movements, I think it will make a big difference, right? I agree with you. I think they have a decent good start to the game. Like the first 3 to 4 minutes, they have actually a good grip.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise, first 3 or 4 minutes, I would say it was even. Like, even for the first 2 games, it's like, first 3 or 4 minutes, I'm like, yeah, this is completely even. And then suddenly, after that, I don't know what happens, but Paws Gaming really shift up the momentum, and then they could not respond. And they've been falling to the same trap over and over again. And I feel that for Paws Gaming, that change in tempo is something that gets most of the other teams, where they start to ramp up the pressure a lot, especially the invasion rates, the part where they are in your jungle taking away the creeps. But luckily for the Paradise Esports guys, they don't look too disheartened.
It's fine. I think it's a lesson learned. Nonetheless, it's a good experience to play against very strong teams. And from that experience, you get to put yourself in a position where, okay, these are the gaps that need to be filled. And I mean, we'll see if they can fill them ASAP, because it's definitely needed at this point. But Mai, going to be the first ban, I don't think you want to allow Xiao Yang having 2 MVP performances in the mid lane with a strong Mai pick.
Yeah, I mean, my definitely something that you want to take out, and also the Luna as well, something that you don't want to give to Myosotis. Now, with that, they have that pay already banned out, and for Paws Gaming, well, they are looking at the Lady Sun as well. So that might mean that opens that Ogren pick coming out for Myosotis, right? Because there's no really answer coming out because Paradise Esports, they already have picked up the Ogren.
Ogren 墨子守月
Yeah, that might be a potential pick. I mean, that early coming through, well, doesn't matter because Paws Gaming, well, they can go for exactly what you said. They pick up the Ogren, they pick up the Mozi, they pick up the Soye. That would be a very good opening for them. I mean, if they want to do that, they pick up the Mozi and the Soye right now. But they go for the Dharma for Snow first. They are really prioritizing Snow.
Yes, and this is a very difficult draft. The idea also removed from that combination available. But, oh, okay, Paradise, they get the Hanxing in. And the Liu Bang.
Oh, okay. For Paradise Esports, they're coming up with a very big cheese strat coming out for the last match that they're playing against Paws Gaming here, because for them, well, they do want to go out in style if they want to go out here. And now for Paws Gaming, they pick up the Jing for Myosotis.
Yeah, assassin versus assassin. Who is more clinical in finishing game off? I think that's pretty important. But Paradise Esports, I like this potential, right? If actually, if Yisong is able to win his lane against Snow, then there is a potential of a pretty hard game for Paws.
Yeah, it's gonna be a potential hard game, especially if they get the rotations in, if they get the level 4s in, especially with the Battlefield Command. They might be able to pressure out Myosotis, but it's a very hard ask, right? As we said, they always can get that early game, but now they need to fix that mid-game pressure.
Yes, they need to. In fact, the mid lane, I think, once again, might be a decider, right? They ban out the Sunta, one of the actually very damaging compositions to play against. Number one, in lane, I think he can match pace to pace with the Dharma, but also with the set sail, it could create very difficult situations because assassin junglers don't do well being controlled.
Yeah, assassin junglers, well, there is that little bit of hope there for Paradise Esports if they do manage to cut off his rotations. Now, they have not shown the farm laner coming out for Paradise Esports. They do ban out the Chano and the Direnjie, but Paws Gaming, well, if I know what they're gonna go for, that idea, sometimes they like to pair it up with the Hou Yi, which is very rare, but with a Burning Sun Arrow, Maple Dance is very good against the Burning Sun Arrow, but Paws Gaming against the grain, they might do it here anyway.
I mean, that's if you expect the Burning Sun Arrow, right? I mean, if you don't and you get stunned up, then it's an instant kill coming in from the side of Myosotis, no?
Okay. They go for the Princess Frost though, so that's gonna be something that I can look forward to see. They will pick that up. Lady Sun is right, going for a safer pick. You go for the Lady Sun, have that a bit of a weave versus the Liu Bang, and well, that's something that you can do. But they like to go for these quirky picks. They like to go for the flashy plays, and this is something that they might do.
True. I'm curious how they're going to play the mid lane going up against a Princess Frost. Princess Frost doesn't require a lot of gold, right? Coming in from the Paws Gaming lineup. They're going to funnel as much farm as they can into Xiaoyang. And I like the idea of it. So, okay, we give this level 25 level cap break into the hands of Tom. At the same time, so much control. You have 919, you have Belby with this, no, it's a Roll Mozi, so it's MCK. You also have the stuns coming in from the Divine Punishment. So quite a bit of CC available for Paradise Esports. I like this draft.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise Esports really have a very good draft. I gotta say, right? For all 3 games so far, they have had very good drafts. And now for Paws Gaming as well, they do have the abominable Snow on that Dharma. So that's something that they're gonna have to consistently watch out for.
What?
And Paws Gaming, oh my god, this is gonna be a gold lane, either Jing or Kaiser here. I mean, Paws Gaming, they're going crazy.
Okay, I'm kind of broken right now. I think it is going to be a Kaiser farm right? You want to maximize the farm in terms of your Jing. So I'm pretty sure Myosotis is taking up the Jing here. This is a very scary composition. They are inviting you to fight. They want the melee battle.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying like you're fighting with the Hansen and Yubang. Sure, we'll take that, but that's something that I need to worry about is the range, right? The range coming in, especially if the early gets online, especially the Ziya, that's something that Paradise Esports, they're gonna love because they're gonna have the range. And it is gonna be Feng Jie on the Kaiser here.
Okay, this means, at least in the Clash lane, it must be a win. If Paws lose this Clash lane, then it's not going to be a good start, because Snow, if he hits that level 4 early, gets that, Truth Mantra down onto the important members like Tom and MCK. Not pretty.
Yeah, we already have that early aggression onto Belby at this point. He's still playing with Death's Door here, but of course, he will be able to recall away. Now, this is a lot of added pressure onto MCK, right? Tingling consistently able to win those trades because of the sustain that she has. Now, with that Feng Jie versus Tom matchup, Feng Jie is actually level 2.
Yeah, he is at least okay in the mid lane. They're trying to freeze the lane, so they actually managed to get it done. But Feng Jie, I do expect that he will be able to hold against Tom for the time being. He just needs to play safe, right? Just don't eat too many shots.
Yeah, he's not just holding against Tom, he's actually winning in terms of the EXP and gold and able to freeze up the creep waves very well. Now, once he hits level 4, there might be a certain time where he gets the power spike through and he gets the damage through. Now, this is very interesting, but look at the mid lane here.
Yep, they do try to go for the jump in as well. Ruthless Assault, predictive Frigid Prisons. That's what I'm expecting out of Xiaoyang here. I'm just curious, how does this laning phase go? Myosotis finally enters the fray, will not get the freeze all set up, so they will back off for the time being.
I mean, wasted attempt there, but once again, a small utility to be used, right? Marine Domain at this point, not too big on the cooldown, so Paws Gaming, they will be waiting for that winter is here. Now, Snow, he might be in a lot of danger here, but of course, Xiaoyang is there to assist. Not level 4 yet, but almost at that power spike.
Okay, so there is a lot of wrestling for control in the mid and the top as well. Tom seems to be doing okay against Feng Jie. Feng Jie has hit level 4, does have access to the Invincible Warrior, so this will be an interesting situation to see.
Alright, so for the side of Paws Gaming, really still trying to get advantage for themselves, unable to find an opening.
Oh no,
because
they got
not
the
brawling,
catch, and this could be first blood. All they have to do is to finish it off, and it is first blood. Fortunately for them, it does go in the hands of Qingling, not Feng Jie, but the freeze comes in. It's going to be a second move from the side of Paws Gaming. Clean cut, and cut it is. 2 lives taken from the side of Paradise Esports.
Paws Gaming, they switch up the tempo instantly, right? Feng Jie, once he hits that level 4 and casts that Invincible Warrior, he's not scared of Tom anymore and is able to jump in together with the help of Qinglin. And Paws really go for that double prong push on that top lane. Snow Truth Mantra getting onto Yusong. And you said that they gotta win, but
at this point, Feng Jie, he does not have his ulti. Will be saved. The shot misses. Battlefield Command comes in as well. Is not gonna be enough. They take a fall. Tom, the first one to fall of all people. They're going in for more. MZK, but here comes Feng Jie as well. The flash committed. No, all the shots missed. Nobody dies. Paws Gaming, they make it out and they get the return kill. Yisong, the next to fall, and it's gonna be Belby under threat, under pressure as well. The chase comes in. Myosotis finishes up that combination, and it's 4 kills for nothing on the side of Paws Gaming.
Yeah, Tom trying to respond, dealing a bit of chip damage there, and Paws Gaming really shift up the tempo. Now 6-0, 3,000 gold lead. Think inside the box. Use onto Feng Jie, really playing that bush to its maximum potential, and really not able to find that finish once he was in that bush. That was just blunders by Paradise Esports, I feel.
look, even the flash miss, you know that they're kind of fumbling at this point. I mean, the pressure is getting to them, and the aggression is still ongoing at this point. They force out the flash, frozen on the side. The save does come in. Thomas falling low. Maybe they have finally overstepped their boundaries as Feng Jie takes a fall.
Yeah, a great answer from the side of Paws Gaming. Paradise Esports to Paws Gaming, as they find Feng Jie a bit of an overextension. And that's something that, well, I was looking forward to see at the start of the game. But now, Paws Gaming, they might have too much of an advantage to take these team fights.
Okay, they do get the work done, and credit this time will go to the side of Paradise Esports. They secure the Tyrant for themselves. But once again, it's the same formula. They lose the T1 on the top. And this one's gonna hurt them because there is enough minions to help them sustain against the damage. The freeze does come in. They get a catch. The battlefield command does land down, but it's too much damage. 919, he's out of the picture. Out of the picture for 19 seconds. And as it stands now, 4v5, 4v4 actually. And Paws, once again, reward themselves with the map.
Paws Gaming already 4,000 gold advantage for themselves right now. Myasodis has cleared up that mid lane already. Now, this would open so much jungle pressure. Feng Jie, he's getting chased down though.
Oh, this is a 3-man committal, but Xiaoyang as well as Qingling are here. And once again, all of the pressure relieved. They can't do anything.
Yeah, Paws Gaming, they've been doing a great job of pushing and pulling with that map pressure. Now, Feng Jie, he's consistently applying that bottom lane pressure, and I really like Xiaoyang's rotation. Myasodis having that Master Sword already at the stage in the game. He's going to be able to deal so much burst damage towards the backline if he jumps in.
Okay, so they delay the inevitable here. So Belby does manage to get the clear, but I think it's a simple one step, right? They will cut the wave on the bottom side and allow Snow to get that tower for the side of Paws Gaming. So it's just massive map control coming in from the side of Paws Gaming. How are they supposed to try and combat this on the side of Paradise Esports?
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Paradise Esports, it's one step at a time with the battlefield.
MZK gets taken down instantly. They do get the trade on the backline. Xiaoyang gives his life for the cause. Qingling as well under pressure coming in. 919 finally giving all that efforts. But at the same time, Yisong taken down and it's a double kill. This thing is out of control. Myasodis, nobody has eyes on him. Nobody has hands on him. And for now, they do alleviate a little bit of the pressure on the T2 at the bottom. But the map is still open for the taking on the side of Paws Gaming.
That was a 3-man jump coming out from 919 and Yisong, right? They did manage to take out Xiaoyang and Qingling, but those two are the utilities coming out for Paws Gaming. They had to start taking a look at the damage. Myasodis needs to be one of the prime targets. Snow needs to be one of the prime targets. Now, 11-3, 6,000 gold advantage. Can they find at least one pick? They need to start using the cannon blast and think inside the box way more aggressively instead of just trying to defend.
Yeah, but Xiaoyang, look at this. Oh, is he gonna get the freeze? Oh, will make it out. Has to commit the flash probably. Gives his life. No, makes it out. So far, the dash comes in. They do commit the kill. And right now, it's a 4v5 battlefield command on the back lines. Looking for the save on 919, but it's falling low. Not enough help. He's gonna be taken down as well. The jump comes in from Snow. Will not find the target. It's a 4v4 at this point. But a pause comes in for the moment. And we'll take a short break as we go back into the game because I think it was just counting down already. And here we go. The wave here looking good, but the vanguards are flying down.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a Paws Gaming game after all without a pause, right? So yeah, Paws Gaming definitely pulling out that strats at the last part. Well, they did get the advantage going. Xiaoyang, at this point, he's just a meat shield. Doesn't really matter as long as he gets the ultimate down. Now that he has a Splendor, he can bait them in even more. And for Paradise Esports, they need to stop falling prey to Xiaoyang being such an easy target.
Yep, Snow, he holds that 1v2. They waste the Radiance on the side of MZK as well. You can feel the pressure really just eating into the side of Paradise Esports at this point.
Myasodis is currently at the stage of the game level 15 compared to 919's level 12. That's 3 levels ahead, and this is gonna be an incredible team fight if Paradise Esports, they somehow win this.
Okay, they get the stun. Snow, he jumps in, he gets the kill on the Belby as well. That's the T2 guaranteed for the side of Paws Gaming. And right now, it's a 4v5 as Paradise Esports, they're struggling to keep up.
And Paws Gaming back in true speedrunner form here, right? 9 minutes into the game, they are trying to get more map advantages for themselves, taking away the Azure and Crimson Golems. Now that they have to control the map, they continue to choke them out, and they will be looking to fight here.
Yep, they're going in for Xiaoyang, but is that a mistake? That's 3 different members coming in. Paws Gaming, they're looking for the kill. Yi Song, the main tank for the team, is taken down instantaneously as they look to break the T3s at the bottom. So Paws Gaming, everything for the taking.
Yeah, they managed to get the tier 3 at the bottom. They are getting that damage on that top lane as well. There's just a sliver of HP left. And Paradise Esports, well, they do have the Zhang Ziya to defend, but it has to be one crazy defense.
Yep, they put that sanctification onto 919. He's doing well. The save does come in for the moment. But still, this T3 will be taken down. And once again, just left with that T3 in the middle. Paws Gaming in full control. At the same time, Miles Solis isn't even there. He's just taking the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, Feng Jie, he can do all this in the off lanes, and then he has that control immunity to just get out. So he's just been split pushing up a storm. The Paws Gaming effect is fully here as all 5 members, they will gather up now.
Yep, they're going in. They're going for the chase onto Yi Song as well. Will not stop the battlefield command, but still, that catch by Snow. They get the kill onto Yi Song. At the same time, 919 struggling to keep up. Wants to run. Can't run anywhere as Feng Jie pushes all of them back. And with the crystal exposed, it should be game over. A valiant effort coming in. They do get another kill. They want the kills first, but the crystal is destroyed. 3 games in a row for the side of Paws Gaming.
A very different look at the second best of 5 here. Paws Gaming, they show a very dominant series still. 3-0, we see Paradise Esports, they answer back in game 1 and game 2. They try and answer, but Paws Gaming show that they have all the answers needed to go to the semifinals, as they are our top seed here, currently still at the WKS.
Okay, so Snow, I mean, this game, he was clean. Like, he needs to represent a cleaning brand or something. The jumps, the catches with the true mantra along with the flash is really clean. Xiaoyang, this game didn't get the MVP, but it's okay. Alright, this is a team effort. But the biggest story here is the fact that Feng Jie, what a game, man. It's difficult, right? I mean, Feng Jie going in as this Kaiser, trying to get the win against Tom on this early. You wouldn't expect that this is going to be the result. And in fact, there was a big power struggle in the early part of the game where somehow Paws Gaming made it out, turned a very awkward situation into a 4-0, in fact, in the farm lane. And with that, the advantage was just too much for the side of Paradise Esports to handle. Now we'll go into the other stats on the side of Paws Gaming going up against Paradise Esports. I think Yi Song, he did his best. He did try to carry the waves and provide some room for the team, right? In fact, Sanctification on Belby was put on to 919 because he had the highest chance of turning that game around. But unfortunately, that was not going to be the case because Paws Gaming did not give them enough time. A big swing, a much more convincing win in comparison to game number 1 and game number 2 on the side of Paradise Esports. Now, this might have been the fastest game in the series. 3 games in a row going into the side of Paws Gaming. As Paradise Esports, I think, as an introduction to the pro scene on the side of the Wildcard Pro League, this has been a rewarding experience for the side of Paradise Esports because look, it's of course it's no fun to get crushed in this manner, but it's a wake-up call and an introduction into the gaps that have been exposed by the lineup of Paws Gaming. Now we take a look at the MVP. As we all know, this guy was a true menace. Snow probably turning into hail. 5-0-5, dealing 21% of the team's damage in the form of hero damage, and taking only 19% and gathering for himself 23% of the team's total gold. I mean, the gold really mattered less for this guy. This guy was responsible for one of many actually of the magnificent catches coming in for the side of Paws Gaming. This guy was just all over the place. There's so many problems to deal with, and we talked about this earlier in the day of the series. When you give Snow an advantage on the Dharma, you will live to regret it, or in this case, watch to regret it, because they were consistently in the graveyard when Snow got his plays off. Now we take a look at the highlights as well in a very short while. This game was a surprising start, but nonetheless a expected outcome, because when you get the catch on the Tom, this is one of the reasons why you pick up the Diadea, right? She's unable to lift step back, but this one was the major outplay where they thought they got their hands on the Feng Jie. He stepped just out of range of that Cannon Blast. They committed the Battlefield Command as well, but unexpectedly it turned into a freebie. Collection point more for the side of Paws Gaming as they got kill after kill. And with that being said, look, the lives, they were just a pixel health on the side of Xiaoyang as well as Tingling. And with the appearance of Myosotis, it was a guaranteed kill for the side of this Jing, allowing them to snowball their potential. And over, the catches by Snow really create very uncomfortable situations for the side of Paradise Esports. Not only did they get the frigid prisons, those free states coming in onto members like Yusong, it was also the truth mantra on the side of Snow that really made life so difficult, because there was no options. 919, he did get a couple of nice catches, nice kills, but what do you do when there's more CC than you can handle? And once again, the combinations coming in, the freeze coming in from Xiaoyang, and that final blow coming from Snow, catching off members like Yusong, the main tank, who was supposed to provide the turnaround situation. And at this point, 919, even with the level cap break, I mean, he wasn't even close. So let's take a look at the playoff brackets. This is what happened today. Fearless Esports, they lost. They will fall to the lower bracket. They will meet Paradise Esports in the lower brackets tomorrow. And with that being said, Impunity with a monstrous performance, similar in comparison to Paws Gaming today, they will meet each other as the monster matchup in the upper bracket finals. Loser will go down into the lower brackets, where they will meet the winner of the lower brackets between Fearless Esports and Paradise Esports.
Yeah,
Now,
for both teams,
is all set for that grand final coming in on the 8th of June. Tomorrow, it's going to be a spicy day, but it's all set up for the grand finals day. That's going to be happening on the 8th of June, 5:30 p.m. +8 GMT. So if you're interested to find out who is going to be that final member claiming that final slot into KWC, tune in on the 8th. Tune in tomorrow as well, because I guarantee you those matches are not ones you want to miss. Impunity going up against Paws, both really destroyed their competition. But who gets destroyed tomorrow? Impunity have shown they have learned the lesson of Fearless Esports, but have they learned the lesson of Paws Gaming?
yeah, for both teams here, I mean, it's very important for everyone to just tune in tomorrow as well, because Impunity, well, they have gotten their best out of Fearless Esports, and for the other side, we do see Paws Gaming, they do come through. That's gonna be that eventual rematch between Impunity and Paws Gaming. Looking forward to that, but of course in the lower brackets as well, something to look forward to. Fearless Esports will be trying to claw their way out. Whoever loses might have to play the winner of Fearless Esports versus Paradise Esports.
Okay, so we will end the day at this point. Get ready for the action-packed day tomorrow. It has been fun. It has been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me as well, Moment. He will be here tomorrow. I'm taking a short break, and he will bring all the action along with Holler. Thank you for staying with us today. We will see you tomorrow.